All right, we have one item on the agenda for tonight's City Council study session, which is a presentation and discussion of the Norman Police Department budget and associated programs. I want to make it very clear that this is the beginning of the conversation and not the end. I also want to take a moment to encourage everyone to put on facial coverings. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and for the past 3 days in a row, we have seen the highest numbers in Norman since April 23rd. So I would appreciate you respecting your neighbors enough to do that. There are masks free available back there, and I also have masks available. I do want to cover the meeting decorum to make sure everyone understands. Diverse opinions are welcome and respected. Remarks should be addressed to council as a whole, and personal attacks will not be tolerated. Members of the audience should refrain from outbursts of applause or any sort of outburst. Listen respectfully to speakers who have opinions which may differ from your own. And citizens should abide by the time limits as announced by the chair. Knowing that we have a very popular item on tonight's agenda for many people who would like to speak, we are going to limit comments to 3 minutes, which we haven't done in some time. I would also remind everyone that signs are not permitted within the chambers. If you would like to hold up a sign, you may go outside into the area out there. So with that, I encourage you all to please engage. This is your city hall, and it's your engaging that will help us create better policy when we hear directly from our residents. But we will do it in a respectful manner. We have business to conduct tonight, and if we are unable to conduct it, it simply slows down the process. So I encourage you to participate, but I must insist that you please abide by the meeting decorum that I have just covered. With that, I will turn it over to Chief Foster.
Good evening, council members. I am going to run over just a few things about the department and answer a few questions that have been asked over time, and then at the end, if you have any further questions or anything that we can clarify, I've got several people here to answer questions for you. These are some of the general community partnerships that the police department does. I sent out details about each one of these. There's just too many to go over each one of them. The Citizens Police Academy and the PALS program, the Police Activities League, is two of the biggest ones that we have, but you can see that we got volunteer programs. We do the Neighborhood Watch, National Night Out that a lot of people know. We're involved in all the holiday parade, the Veterans Parade, the 4th of July Parade, Safety Town. We didn't get to have Safety Town or the Police Activities League this year due to COVID, but we hope to pick that back up next year. Also involved in several crime prevention things, such as the crime-free multi-housing, flashlight walks, the Hide, Lock, Take initiative, Fight Crime Investing Kids, and the Municipal Juvenile Court team. Some more of them is we've been involved with the Xenia Institute for Social Justice and to a few of the programs and discussions that they have had, the Community Partnerships Days, the Grill and Chill with OU NAACP, Care Track. We participate with the Salvation Army, obviously. TEAM is a Teach, Educate, and Mentor. That's a program out of Michigan that we picked up and started doing here for students at the schools. We also participate with other agencies and other programs, Handle with Care, the SED program, Homeless Resource Expos that we put on that. And if you don't know what the Homeless Resource Expo is, it's where we bring in several resources for them to be able to get a Social Security card, a birth certificate, a state ID, and have other resources available to the homeless that may assist them in getting into permanent housing. We also participate in the Cleveland County Drug Court, Cleveland County Mental Health Court, and Task Force. Boards that people from the police department participate on. And these are just the ones I can think of. I'm sure I've missed others that other officers are on. that just gives you an idea of some of the boards that we're involved on as members of their board. Training. This is the training that they'll have in the academy over cultural awareness, the right training, community policing, ethics, teach Spanish. We have community groups, various community groups come in for a full day and talk at the academy. We have the de-escalation. ICAT is a program that was developed by PERF, the Police Executive Research Forum, that we use here also, along with verbal judo and different things on de-escalation. And then communicating with the deaf. That's what they get in the academy. We continue this training annually. We're required to get 25 hours of training every year, minimum through the state. 2 of those hours must be mental health related, and you must qualify with a firearm annually to be qualified. Let's go over some of the in-service we've had the last few years in human relations. The entire police department went through the right training, and then we moved it into the academy, so everybody coming in will have that, and we have continuing education in right. 2019, we did the ICAT training. That's integrating communication, assessment, and tactics. That's de-escalation and discussing things. I can tell you over the last week, that has come in a few times in the information that I sent you. Once with a man threatening people with a knife. Construction workers, when we responded there, we were able to de-escalate that situation. We got that gentleman the assistance he needed. And we did that without any criminal charges. Another one with a subject with a gun. We responded there and engaged that gentleman in conversation. And he ran into some woods nearby. We set up a perimeter around those woods because he was armed. He comes back out with the gun. We re-engage in conversation. We de-escalate that situation. We get that gentleman the help he needs with no criminal charges. We respond to a home invasion. Or when officers arrived, the person had ransacked the person's kitchen that was inside. When we engage him, our officers determined that he runs. They just loosely follow him back to his home. We're able to contact his parents, determine the issues he was having, and we take care of that situation without any criminal charges. Those are just a few that's happened in the past 10 days, probably. We continually train on de-escalation, and it's integrated into everything we do on our training. Defensive tactics, firearms, and it's required in policy, which I think you'll see here a little bit later. This year we've got gender bias training, procedural justice, hate crime, ID and reporting, and bias-based calls for service. The bias-based calls for service, this includes like our communications division also, because bias-based calls for service is similar to the incident you saw with the lady in Central Park calling the police on the black man that was just asked her to put her dog on a leash, and there's several signs around the park telling her that also. But when she called the police, she made it sound like something different. That's when people's trying to weaponize the police against other people. That's what this class is about, is those type of calls for service. Other training, we have daily training bulletins, which these are something that goes out, there's one for every day. They review our policy with examples of the application, and there's like a 1-question quiz afterwards that you do, trying to confirm that you understand the policy. It sort of tries to keep everybody up and current with our policies and on task with them. And we'll continue to review our policies and training to align them with the best practices from around the country. But we do use an outside firm, it was Lexipol, that helps us with all of our policies to keep us up with best practices and current with federal and state laws and regulations. Thought I'd cover the 8 can't wait and how it applies here in Norman. Chokeholds and strangleholds. Our agency doesn't really train or authorize any use of what chokeholds or strangleholds as a term is commonly used. We do allow for the proper applied carotid control holds under limited and reasonable circumstances by officers who have completed training and demonstrated proficiency. That is maybe used 2 to 3 times a year, and generally it is people that are from excited delirium. You're able to get control of them and administer some type of medication that brings them down off of that, and we're able to bring it to a peaceful resolution. Require de-escalation training, as I talked about earlier. This is through everything we do. Our oath, our code of ethics, our code of conduct, as well as several policies that requires officers to recognize and respect the value of all human life and dignity without prejudice to anyone. Since significant expectations of our officers is the ability to peacefully resolve emotionally charged, confrontational, and violent situations, de-escalation techniques are also incorporated into every aspect of our training. Specifically, policy requires de-escalation techniques to be incorporated into training of circumstances involving conducted energy devices, firearms, crisis intervention incidents, emergency detentions, civil disputes. And as I said earlier, we have like verbal judo, ICAT, and other de-escalation ideas and topics that we teach, and do it on a continual basis. Require a warning before shooting. The use of any force, the next two is probably, this answers both of them. The use of any force is limited to the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary given the circumstances perceived by the officer at the time to accomplish legitimate law enforcement purposes. And it talks about deadly force, not simply shooting someone, but any force that reasonably anticipated or intended to create a substantial likelihood to cause death or very serious injury. It's only justified in these 3 situations here, or with these 3 topics here: to protect him, herself, or others from what he, she reasonably believes would be an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury; to stop a fleeing subject when the officer has probable cause to believe that the individual has committed or intends to commit a felony involving the infliction, threatened infliction, or of serious bodily injury or death, and the officer has reasonably believes that there is an imminent risk of serious bodily injury or death to any other person if that individual is not immediately apprehended. And on the warning, a verbal warning should precede the use of deadly force where feasible. And we get that in Tennessee versus Garner's, and it is in our policy in 300.4. And as I said, it would cover the next one also, exist all alternatives before shooting. Well, it does, because we only use the force limited to the amount of force reasonably necessary in any situation. So that's what they're bound by. So not only would you exhaust any alternatives, you would make sure that that is the last thing you could do. There isn't any other option. Duty to intervene. Our agency requires that any officer present and observing another officer using force that is clearly beyond that which is objectively reasonable in the circumstances shall intercede to prevent the use of unreasonable force. Further, our policy incorporates the things found in state law on the mandatory reporting, and peace officers in the state law, peace officers that fails to make these reports or knowingly makes a materially false statement shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Ban shooting at moving vehicles. Our policy states that an officer should only discharge his firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants if the officer reasonably believes there is no other reasonable means available to avert the threat of the vehicle, or if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officer or others. While policy is also clear that officers should move out of the path of an approaching vehicle, an outright and categorical ban, we believe, is short-sighted, as vehicles themselves are used as weapons. However, we have disciplined officers for shooting at vehicles. An example of this would be the incident in Little Rock, Arkansas. the officer put himself in the front of that vehicle. That is why our policy makes it clear that you should move out from in front of the path of a vehicle and not in the path of a vehicle. Establish the use of force continuum. As it states, the use of force, as we've talked about before, it's limited to the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary given the facts and circumstances perceived by the officer at the time. Attempting to use a continuum that requires a specific progression of force in all situations fails to allow for the fact, one, that officers are often forced to make split-second decisions about the amount of force that is reasonably necessary for a particular situation, often with limited information and tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving circumstances. We have identified and we do train various degrees of force, and the guiding principles from the Supreme Court is Graham versus Connor. Another idea of this, the idea of a force continuum is from the 90s, really. What they have done is why they've moved away from the force continuum is what you see on defenses of it, is the officer will come back and go, well, yeah, this was happening, so I can use this force. Our policy simply says you can only use the force that is reasonably necessary. And you should use de-escalation techniques. So to just have a force continuum really doesn't accomplish the task that we're trying to accomplish, for them to use de-escalation techniques and to only use the minimum amount necessary to gain control of the situation. Require all force to be reported. Any use of force by a member of the department must be reported promptly. Additionally, since the term force means application of physical techniques or tactics, the application of a control device or the presentation of conductive energy devices or firearms toward a person, the department requires those to be reported to. Presenting or threatening the use of a canine or other control device requires that be reported. So when they point the taser or the firearm, those require reports at our agency. Some other questions that had come up is the authorized strength, what OUPD has. They have an authorized strength of 40 commissioned officers. I believe right now they're at 34, in the process of hiring some, I think, but that's what I know about. All of our complaints are posted online in the open data portal. We'll go over the website here in a little bit and sort of show everybody where things are at on there. All of our use of force data is posted online in the open data portal also. And when we talk to our benchmark cities, if you don't know what the benchmark cities is, that's 29 other cities that we compare to from around the nation that are similar to us in size and demographic. And we compare several things on there. Well, we sent out a question to them asking them, do you guys post this information on your website of use of force or your complaints? None of them post that type of thing. All they came back with was, well, we post our crime and we have crime mapping on there for you to look at. So I think we're doing a good job there. I mean, we're being much more transparent than a lot of agencies that we compare to. We do provide shoot, don't shoot training regularly, not just in the academy, but ongoing. And within it, we also incorporate de-escalation in that training. All of our benchmark data that I talked about is also online. And in this section about us, if you can't find it. And our policy manual is online under the request and services, just down a little bit. The website's sort of new, it just came up. There could be some bugs in it still, but it's a lot more user-friendly now and easier to navigate for us. And I was asked about sworn personnel per 1,000 citizens. This is our benchmark cities, a bunch of them's here, and you can see where we land. We're sort of in the middle at 1.44 officers per 1,000 citizens. You can see the average up at the top is 1.41 out of the benchmark cities. Part 1 crimes, this is like the FBI data or crimes that you would look at. You see we're sort of over to the right-hand side there, Norman, Oklahoma, 31.2 per 1,000 citizens. Just to give you an idea, and there's a lot more information in the Benchmark Cities report that you can look at online. This is our website, and I think I got Sarah here that can come up and she can navigate this and sort of show you where certain things are on our website for those that may not know where to find it at. If it will work. There we go.
Okay, probably the most questioned areas right currently of where things are located. So here at the top, the new format of the website is designed for the resident or for the citizen that's seeking information about the police department. So if you're used to our previous website, it was geared more at the organizational chart structure of the department, but we understand that that's not common knowledge for most individuals. So when you look at this, you're going to be looking for the exact categories that citizens identified to us that they most wanted to know and to know quickly. So in regards to the open data portal that Chief Foster just noted, this is where all of our data is going to be housed in regards to complaints, use of force, contacts. That includes all arrest, information of that sort, and then community engagement, and then also reported hate crimes. And as you click into each one of those, you can go into the data sets, and they're all there. In addition to what's there is the policies that relate to those specific data sets. So if you're seeking the policies in regards to reporting of hate crimes, responding to hate crimes, those would be right there for you. And then also some further information about what's included in those data sets. And you can download the data sets by year right here. So we've been doing Open Data Portal since 2016. We're the only agency in the state of Oklahoma that does it. So we should have data in most of the sets since 2016, and then some have been added, such as hate crimes since then, starting in 2018. In regards to the other things he referenced, the About the Norman Police Department information, here you can find information about the Citizens Advisory Board, the members that are on that Citizens Advisory Board, and their constitution and bylaws. When that board opens for applications, that information is also housed here. And then here is the Benchmark Cities reports right there for you to download, everything from the crime, traffic safety budget, and then of course, the MPD policy manual there. In regards to other things, a quick couple other things, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but crime prevention data and programs are here. Community outreach, this is all of our community outreach programs. The chief went through with additional information about how to get involved in those or how to get in contact with those if you want any of those educational presentations or outreach there. And so that's all housed there on the website right there on the homepage as well. And then probably most importantly, if you need to contact the Norman Police Department, there's a number of ways here. So it kind of walks through the various ways that you can report crime, even if that's online, through Crime Stoppers, and then also how to file a complaint if you've had an issue or something with the police department, how to commend an officer, and then a breakdown of pretty much every phone number you would need if you needed to get in contact with us.
Are there any questions about anything here?
Chief Foster, I had a question about EPIC training. I had heard that was kind of in the queue for the police department, but
Yes.
COVID-19.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, EPIC is ethical policing is courageous. It started in New Orleans. What that addresses is the duty to act primarily. If you see something that's not right or people's doing something wrong, including the officers, you do something. A good example of this would be something that was televised a while back with one of our officers when a pursuit of a gentleman that was shooting at the police ended down here. When our officers arrived on scene, they already had the man secured, but we felt there was excessive force being used there. You'll see on the video that our officer, when he ran up there, was telling the person, hey, cut that crap out, we don't do that here. And I think that this training, EPIC, will reinforce that. Other things that we're looking at is revising the hiring process to include something to look at bias within the hiring process. Everybody has bias, but we want to try to get the people out that show extremes on one side or the other that we wouldn't want at the department. So we are trying to incorporate some type of weeding out process within our hiring process on that. We're also looking at, as the department as a whole, we participate in a survey from John Jay College where they're going to look at different things within our data and discrepancies that they see from others and give us ideas on how we can improve and ideas on what we should do to improve in those areas. And we are also looking at another company, I think it's called Bias Sync, where they'll do an initial survey of us to see what type of bias they have, give us feedback and possible ideas for training to address those things also.
I'm glad that you mentioned recruiting. You and I have spoken about this and some models that OU uses to hire a diverse pool of applicants. You know, you can never tell who's going to pass the academy, but you know you can start with a certain level of diversity. And there was a candlelight vigil last week where Lieutenant Pendleton and Major Jackson, which I want to publicly commend them for sharing their very personal stories about why they joined the police force as African Americans. And they both hit on changing the culture from inside out. So I think diversity in training and recruiting is going to be huge, and I'd like to know what we do to reach a more diverse group of applicants.
Carl in particular, he was now down over our training division. And a lot of things from there, we're going out to talk to various locations where we may draw from a diverse pools at various universities and functions and events, and even filling in to teach at the classes at these different schools, which really paid off when Carl went to Arkansas to talk to some classes over there. He got really good feedback from that of him being there in those classes, reaching out to those areas, and then we're advertising more widely to draw in people from around the nation, which we have seen applications from across the country. And we're continuing those efforts and always looking for better ideas on how to recruit a more diverse population.
I'd certainly love to expand that, given the millennial generation, which I am an old millennial, but I am a millennial, and the Gen Z are the most diverse generations our country has ever seen. So it would seem that the diversity is there. We just have to be open to it. And I appreciated your willingness to keep that recruitment window open longer to help us reach those benchmarks.
Yes, we want to start recruiting to try to get it where we can start recruiting year round, so we can get that bigger pool, and those people that we may lose, we can sort of tell them, yeah, we will be hiring at this time, and we can keep them in the queue so we don't lose them to somewhere else also.
How many academies do we have a year?
We have one academy a year generally.
Okay. And that is, the academy includes cross-training with OUPD as well?
OUPD comes to our academy.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, with that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Holman.
I had the same questions about diversity hiring. I know you can't hire police officers that don't apply, so we can talk about how we'd like to have a more diverse police department, but if we can't get applicants that represent that, then we can't hire them. So I know that we'd have some proactive programs for that we aren't just waiting for people to come and say, I want to work in Norman. We're actually going out, I would hope, across the country trying to find the best people we can. And so that kind of answers my question. I appreciate the mayor asking that. So when it comes to some of the policies on use of force, so what is the policy on shooting at a fleeing suspect if they're running away from an officer?
It's the same as it when we go back here of when you can use force here, and it's sort of seeing in that second topic, that second bullet point there. To stop a fleeing subject when the
Sir.
officer has probable cause to believe that the individual has committed or intends to commit a felony involving the infliction or threatened infliction of serious bodily injury or death, and the officer reasonably believes that there's an imminent risk of serious bodily injury or death to any other person if that individual is not immediately apprehended.
Okay. I appreciate that. You mentioned, so how many officers per year would you say, do you think, report inappropriate action of another officer? And how often would you say that is followed up with a result in some sort of action taken?
I couldn't tell you the number, but we do have, they're labeled differently in our system. It's an internal complaint. It's an IAI, Internal Affairs Internal Complaint. And we get several of those, of officers feeling that, or civilians feeling that an officer or a civilian has not done something properly. And it's investigated just like all our other cases, and a disposition, and if sustained, then they discipline.
Is there any specific type of training on how, I know for an officer it could be very difficult to file a complaint against your coworker. It could be difficult to do that in any work environment. So is there anything that officers go through to know what to do? You know, I know they could say, well, you can go to your superior, but some officers may feel uncomfortable with that as well. So is there anything that officers go through in training that tells them, you know, you mentioned that ethics training, so I'm excited to see that part. I assume that may even cover some of that. But is there anything they go through to understand what they would need to do and why they should feel comfortable reporting that type of stuff?
Yes, I think you hit on it, just in ethics in general. And I think you see that within our culture. One, on the call that I talked about earlier. Two, even on the more recent incident with the email. That officer was called on that immediately by his peers and his supervisors. So I think we're seeing the change within the department. When 20 years ago, you might not have seen anything like that. It would have went through and nothing would have happened. Nobody would have said anything about it. Now they do. So I think our training's being effective and it's working.
Okay. And the events that we just saw in Minneapolis, the use of force at that particular officer kneeling on the neck, is that something that is allowed by our department?
No. And a matter of fact, it's strongly preached down there during our defensive tactics, stay off the neck and stay off the spine. We don't have anything like that. And for the time even, I mean, that was just totally crazy. The really disappointing thing there was that none of the other three officers did anything about it.
Right.
I think that situation would be different here.
I appreciate that. And the last thing I would ask, I know it's kind of on the spot, but when you talked about the chokehold part, do we have any officers here that could maybe demonstrate what is allowed under Norman PD guidelines?
On the vascular restraint,
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's here. I can.
But it would be willing to maybe do a demonstration if that
I don't know.
I'm just kind of curious personally to know what that would look like, and I think some others maybe as well.
Maybe we should do like a safe word or something.
Probably right. This is probably the most open area right here, I guess.
When we teach this, so how we teach it is.
There, okay, thank you. Thank
Can you
you.
hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So, as we teach this in our defensive tactics portion, the main thing that we teach is the safety of the technique. Because if this technique is improperly applied, that's when you risk injury and things like that. So, how we do this, the first thing we teach is how we properly place our arms position. And how we do that is to get down all the way down where our armpit is in their shoulder. So, once we get here, the next thing that we teach is that we encircle the neck here. From here, we have to analyze where our hand positioning is, our elbow positioning, and our shoulder positioning is, ensuring that our armpit is in his shoulder, our elbow is in line with his trachea. That's where a lot of people go wrong with this. Once you misalign your arm this way, it becomes a bar choke where you can essentially just crush his windpipe. So once we're here, we ensure that the elbow is in line with the trachea, so that way the airway is clear. and then we ensure that our forearm is on this side of the carotid artery. So one of the misconceptions with this is that it's a choke. It's not a choke. You're not restricting any area whatsoever with this. You're actually restricting the blood flow that goes to and from the brain. So once we're here, we've secured our forearm, our elbow, and our armpit in the proper position. Then all we do is just snake this hand and behind his head here. And how we apply pressure is we try to squeeze our two elbows together, and we put just a little slight pressure down on the head. Give me a second. Just like that. There's tons and tons of training on this that we do in defensive tactics. It's one of the things that we teach and we harp on a lot, because we understand that if you misalign it or you misappropriate it, that it will not work in the way that we want it to work.
Thank you.
The result can be anywhere from soreness of neck, causing them not to breathe, which is not what we're wanting to do. And if you apply no pressure, you could cause permanent damage.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yes, I appreciate that demonstration, Chief. I do have some budgetary questions, but I'll save that for later. Thank you.
I think some of the budget stuff will come.
Yeah.
out.
That's
Thank
all I
you.
have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson.
Okay, I know everybody's having a hard time hearing through the masks and the crowd, so I'll try to speak loud. My questions are kind of getting answered as we go, but I wanted the explanation of the carotid hold, which was what we just saw. I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you. I had no idea. Okay. To me, that doggy daycare lady looks like a chokehold. So I'm having a hard time determining the difference. I understand the intention. I also understand that our officers are humans with adrenaline and all of that stuff that's running. So I have some concerns there, which we can talk about later.
Yeah.
So when they get in that situation, it seems like it's a pretty technical hold that would be hard to do. I mean, I don't know. I'm a puncher when I get upset, so I don't know. So obviously I'm not a cop and I shouldn't be, but the other question for me, and I hate to bring up, what's that? In the Marconia Kessie situation, where he was taken off of the property of the hospital, where was that categorized? Was that use of force in what we have online? So I would be interested to see if there's kind of an audit of those situations. Like, is this a self-reporting, IAB's examining it with body cam footage? Like, are we cat in the chicken house situation, or do we have a very transparent system for auditing those reporting systems, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Can everybody hear that? Auditing the reporting systems.
Right, the use of force that's reported in the system. It goes through the entire chain of command. Generally, sometimes the line officer their line supervisor may review body camera from those events of whatever it was. Then it goes on through, and every person could review it all the way up till it goes to internal affairs. Internal affairs gets it, runs through it. Was it proper based on our policy and everything? If not, or if they think there's any questions about it, or if we've had any complaints, then they'll bring it to me and determine, hey, do you want me to open an investigation on this? What do you want us to do here?
Okay. So I met with city manager last week, and I had some concerns. Gosh, I just want to take this off. I had some concerns about what I wanted to see with the body cams and how that was uploaded, where it went, how it was investigated, who it went to, and transparency. I was pleased to hear, and I'd like to hear maybe a little bit more about it for the crowd here, because we have people very concerned about that, that it goes to the cloud, mystery cloud, and okay, if I'm wrong, then, can you tell me how that then? I won't
Okay.
tell you my version.
They'll record whatever they record, and then they tag their video on their system once that recording's done. Based on what it's tagged on, it will download to our system. We did not go on a cloud-based system because we wanted to have control of our data.
Okay,
If you send it out to the cloud, they charge you every time it comes back and forth. And then if you decide to go with somebody else, then you're paying them to get all your data back and all your recordings back.
so do we have a server here?
We
that-
have a server here, and it's a software system where there's limited access to it, and it logs everything that happens within the system. It's the same with our internal affairs system. It logs everything when anything is accessed within the system, and it's limited on who can even access it.
And then I was told, and I want to verify that the internal affairs periodically checks that system.
Yeah,
Like, they check the videos, so we're not depending on somebody reporting every situation. We're able to see that stuff internally as well?
yes, able to see it internally, and the supervisors from their officers will review 3 to 5 incidents probably each quarter, each counseling quarter. We counsel them every quarter. So they review them also.
For
and then
each
Internal Affairs
officer?
has it also, yeah,
For each officer?
yes.
And then, I am not familiar with the IAB process, or even how those are managed within our department or within departments nationally. So does our IAB report their data to another agency, or is this just IAB is talking to you, you're talking to IAB?
It's just ours,
It's just us?
yeah.
Is there such a thing in the world at this point that you know of?
No,
Outside sources? Because that's something I would like to see, is some outside, input. I just think that's, for every situation, a good thing. And then I have one other question that's about unions. So, do you feel that our union impedes the investigation process? They protect the officers unduly in any situation, or keep us from having a transparent department in those contract negotiation times?
no, I
know
don't.
that's
I think that, and currently, they have worked with us extremely well on getting good outcomes that doesn't go to arbitration, even with them going to talk to the officer, when the officer, because they have prepaid legal. I mean, they can grieve anything they want to at any time and take it to court and take it as far as it can go. But the FOP has interceded on several of those where they was going to do that and prevented them from going to those arbitrations, telling them, yeah, dude, you were wrong. You need to just own it and move on.
Okay.
So I think they have helped us.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bierman.
Chief, on the slide about the training at the academy, which of those 8 bullet points does handling or communicating with people with mental illness fall into? Might be multiple, might be none, I
Well,
want to know.
I think it's just multiple on the community policing and the ethics. And then just when the community groups come in and talk with us, then this is human relations. There is other mental health training specifically that they also have
Okay.
within the academy.
And that's what I wanted to know,
Yeah,
because
and you're
often,
required 2 of the 25 hours that CLEAT requires every year, 2 of those hours are required to be in mental health.
okay, that was going to be my next question, was whether or not that bullet point, what that meant in terms of 2 hours mental health related. I wasn't sure if that was,
That's annually required by the Council on Law Enforcement Education and Training.
thank you. I would like to see some additional training specific to that, a core topic specifically about that, especially when you're dealing with people with mental illness. They may or may not always act in a way that a reasonable or rational person would. And, I think we see a lot of these situations escalate because what they are doing seems unusual or potentially violent when maybe it isn't. And there are ways to, either get through to that person or, de-escalate it. And having some very specific mental health training, I think, would be really important in that. But I would also like to ask about the annual in-service training. You list, it seems like kind of somewhat individual topics per year. Is that the only, so in 2018, the entire department went through right training, but that was the only one they did?
No, that was during our in-service. That was the human relations training for that year that we did here on our in-service. Our officers probably get way more training than is mandatory. Our in-service is meant to try to meet their mandatory training that's by CLEAT. So that's what we've done on our in-service. They may go to other training outside of there,
So that's part of their 25 hours?
yes.
Okay. And then how many years between? So since 2018, they haven't taken right training?
No, they haven't had any right training since then.
And prior to 2018, when was the last time they took right training?
They didn't have right training before that. That's
Okay.
when it first came into our department.
Because I think all of these different types of training are really important, and I would like to see them done as close to annually as possible. These are things that kind of phase out. I mean, everyone only has a certain amount of bandwidth. Everyone only has a certain amount of room to hold all of this important training in their heads, and I think it's really important to refresh it as often as possible. And I've done some looking into the right training, and it's a pretty good one, and I would like to see it be done more often than once. So I'd like to see us continue with that. But I would also like to ask, other than in the hiring process, how often are officers evaluated for their own mental health? We've done a lot to destigmatize PTSD and service-related mental illness in the military, and it's really important that we recognize the role in doing that also with our police officers. Everyone is different. Everyone handles the stress and the rigors of the job differently. And I'd like to know when, if at all, after they are hired, are they evaluated?
They're evaluated after critical incidents when we require it, and we suggest it after other critical incidents. That can be an incident with a child. It can be a car accident that they have to work, various things. We also have a PSR, sort of a group of officers that will talk to them individually to make sure that they're doing okay, and recommend or refer them to other professional assistance that they may need. But I 100% agree with you that more of that would be better.
Well, I think it's really important that it happens before these critical instances occur, because that usually means something very significant and traumatic has happened either to that officer or to a victim or both. And so that's something that I'd really like us to look into as a council body, what it's going to cost to evaluate annually, and then what it would cost to provide these officers with the treatment that they would need to rebalance themselves or kind of get back on good footing. Because again, we do this with the military, and it's taken a long time, but we do a very good job of destigmatizing that and getting members of the military the help that they need. And I think it's important that we do that with police officers too. So that's something that I'm going to be hopefully talking about in next month's oversight committee meeting, just kind of get the ball rolling on it, and do some fact finding. What is it going to cost? What would a program like that look like? We are very lucky to have an organization like Norman Regional in this community that I think could provide some excellent insight, if not play a role in that. So I think that that's something we need to do to be able to provide police officers with the evaluation to help protect them and the community at large. And so I'm gonna turn this, I have one other question. Talk to me about assignment of shifts. Who gets put on the overnight shifts on patrol?
One, when we do shifts, shift assignments, they can put in for which shift they want to go to. Now, we balance that out with teams of, you have crisis intervention trained officers, you have bike team members, accident investigation officers, and the seniority levels. We try not to stack it all in one area, so we divide it up like that. Pretty much annually, when they put in for what shift they want, a large majority of them get their first or second choice for their shift.
So how often would someone, let's say, be working the overnight shift on their particular team? Do they rotate through that? So if you're a rookie with low seniority and you got the short straw, how long are you going to be working the night shift until you age
you
into
could be there until you put in get off at night shift. And some of those people that don't put in to get off, we move them off just because it's night shift and you shouldn't stay there that long. But they have an opportunity every year when we do this to move off of that. And it's like I tell you, we don't just stack it where, you know, all the senior guys are on days because they want days and all the junior guys are on nights. We try to balance that out some.
But I think it really needs to be. You know, working the overnight shift, especially for a long duration of time, can have a very significant impact on any person's ability to do their job well and not be crotchety when they do it. I know that when I have to work nights or work early in the morning, I'm definitely not the same person after doing that for 3 or 6 months, let alone a year or 2 or 5 until I get the seniority. So I'd like to make sure that we have policies in place that provide rotation in that area. And, you know, the night shift is, I would imagine, one of the tougher shifts to work.
There are 10 years.
Especially on Friday and Saturday nights, I'm sure. So, yeah, that's the kind of thing that I think could really help minimize the likelihood of some of these situations where you have officers who've been working the night shift for a really long time, and, you know, things can happen. So I think we need to be sure that we have some regular rotation in that area and that it's not always the least seasoned officers who end up on those shifts. And at this point, I have more budget-related questions for later in the evening, but for now, I'm going to turn it over to others who I know have questions as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Patron.
Hi, thank you for coming out tonight and being willing to answer a lot of random questions, I'm sure. But I guess the first question that I had that was, I talked to Mr. Francisco earlier about, is I was wondering, and it was probably a little late, so if you could give us kind of a ballpark estimate on what the police department spends annually on the first 2 slides, which were described as general community partnerships, the programs that you listed in those first 2.
Do we want to wait for the budget part?
That's
If
a
you want
tough
to,
question.
I can give you a few minutes, then when we go to the budget part, then I'll revisit that if you want to have a little while to think about it, but.
You know, we can ballpark that, you know.
Okay.
A lot of stuff that we use within these, like the Police Athletics League, the Explorers, a lot of that is through donations that we run these systems on, or different programs on. Some of them is out of our budget, such as the Homeless Resource Expo, and then we funded the $40,000 for the warming shelter this last year.
Yeah, that came out of the civil asset forfeiture account.
Yes, came out of the
It's not-
forfeiture account. The other things that we may do is for cookouts, different things like that that are for groups. We may put funds in on that, but a lot of times even on that, we get donations. The businesses here in Norman are super great. They work well with us. They're very supportive of programs that reach out in the community. So we get a lot of donations on those.
Okay, well, maybe we can talk about ballparking it during the budget part, but, okay, the list here, so, back on the neck holds and choke holds, on your slide, it says that we do allow for the use of properly applied car-toy control holds under limited and reasonable circumstances by officers who have completed training and demonstrated proficiency. Are all officers trained how to properly, and are they proficient? Are all officers trained how to use
Yes,
this?
and they have ongoing training refreshers.
Okay, in 2017, the FOP co-authored a paper saying that they believe that all neck holds should be banned entirely. Or, I don't know if you're aware of that and what you might think about that, but I would wonder, you know, there are a lot of cities right now that are banning them, and I would wonder what the circumstances would be when it would be a reasonable circumstance, because the ones that are keeping them are using a much higher threshold. They're saying that the officer believes they're an imminent.
Right, the deadly force, right before
yeah,
deadly
they're
force.
right before deadly force.
I think when you get to an excited delirium, when you're, you know, people on certain things that seem to have superhuman strength and just so much energy that getting them under control and getting some medication, I guess, administered that can bring them down off whatever they're on is critical, because sometimes they'll die of excited delirium if we don't do something before we can get them any other help. So to get that medicine administered, I think you're at that point. But I understand where you're coming from, and we're open to the discussion about whether we even keep this or not.
I appreciate it.
Maybe 3 times a year that we use it right now.
That was going to be my next question. You think, and are those incidents logged as a
Yeah.
use of force?
Yeah, they'd have to be reported as use of force.
Okay, I think that members of the community, no matter where they fall on police funding, I've received literally hundreds of emails. That is one, there are some areas that there seems to be agreement on, and that one's a large concern amongst, regardless where you fall in the continuum of this conversation. That one's a point of major contention.
It came from our advisory board too, to do away with that, so.
Tell me about, under the use of force, it wasn't on your slides, but I've heard the magic words, "I feared for my life." What does that mean?
Well, I guess it means what they're saying. They fear for
Legally
their life.
speaking? I'm sure that as in the officer's world, I was listening to the Senate hearings today over this very same topic, and what they were, again, this was being spoken on both sides. A lot of them were frustrated that has become buzzwords to get them out of trouble. Like perhaps they shouldn't have pulled that trigger when they did. But if they just say those 5 magic words, then who's to say? You can't argue that point. Do you feel that that's also a issue?
Well, I understand what they're talking about, and there is one issue that it came up on that it seemed a pretty simplistic only defense in that case when you have 5 other officers that were there. So I think you judge the event on the entire situation and the totality of the circumstances that are there. But I think it is something, and it does win credibility. Now, whether people's telling the truth or not, that's up to somebody else to judge. Or we can look at that and weigh, are they being honest with us? Is this what they were thinking? Or did they fear for their life? It's hard to say. And I think that's why the Supreme Court has ruled sometimes the way they have on what is reasonable and what, going back to judge what's in the officer's mind at the time is a tough thing to do.
The example that they used today was the female officer in Dallas who shot the man who was eating ice cream on his couch, and she said that she feared for her life because she couldn't see his hands. And so that was kind of the
Right.
impetus for that question. I remembered that today, and it's an appalling case, but
She was convicted, right?
I don't think she was fully convicted. I think she stepped down.
She's in prison.
I don't know what happened with it. Anyway. Okay, the 1.44 officers per 1,000, we talked about OUPD, did that include OUPD's 40?
That doesn't include OUPD.
Okay, and are those 1.44 officers per 1,000 all on patrol and answering calls, or are some of them like more desk administrative?
Some of them may not be in patrol. It's line level officers that could take calls for service.
Okay. And the crime, 31.2 per 1,000 residents. Can you tell us what the percentage is that are solved?
Out of Part 1 crimes, I don't know. It would be in the benchmark city stuff, I think.
It is?
What we do.
Okay, well, we can look back at that then. No knock warrants, are those legal in the city of Norman?
Those are legal. A judge has to sign off on that.
On the no knock aspect of it?
Yes.
Okay, again, that's an area where I'm seeing, especially with you know, we have a lot of people that are gun owners in Norman, so I'm seeing across the span of ideologies here that they want that banned. They're saying, I can't, you know, somebody
Scary on
kicked
both
my
sides
door
of that
open.
deal. So that's a scary situation, and that's definitely something I would consider, because I don't want my guys going out there on a no-knock warrant. It's high risk.
It definitely is. I mean, I know my husband heard somebody kick the door open, that they're probably gonna
Right.
act the same way Breonna Taylor's boyfriend did.
It's crazy. I don't want to put them in any more risk than I have to.
So you would be open to an ordinance banning no-knock warrants in Norman?
I mean, we could do that here. I'd just say we wouldn't do any. It would be more of a policy, I think.
You mentioned the no-shoot simulators, and how often are officers tested on shoot, don't shoot?
It varies depending on year. We have annual firearms training on, and there's a range of it. I would say at least every other year they're getting shoot, don't shoot scenarios.
Okay, are these simulators, is that,
Sometimes we have live fire. I mean, not live fire, but it's like
right?
paintball situations.
When Mr. Brooks, Rashard Brooks, in Atlanta, do you feel like that was a proper use of discharging a firearm
It's just the most recent one with the
in Atlanta? Yes.
taser. That's a hard, you have to investigate that thing. I don't, when somebody turns around in a heat of a fight and he turns around with something and all you hear is the pop when a taser goes off, and what you may think that is and what it is two different things, and you still haven't got him in custody where you've searched that person, that's concerning. So I think that needs to be looked at closely.
If the officers knew that it was a taser?
That was a taser.
It was, yes, I mean,
but-
he knew his taser was stolen, just for the sake of a theoretical. If
One
the
of-
officers knew that it was a taser that was fired, is it a proper use of firing deadly force?
It's what's in his mind, just like we was talking about earlier. When somebody shoots at you, when you're in the heat of a battle and you hear that pop, you're thinking somebody shot at you, whether you know what it is that he has in his hand or not, and how far you are away from him. And he's got a taser, even, and he's not trained on what it is, so, hitting your eye up high, different things like that. It's something you would have to look at the totality of the circumstances, just like every incident.
In Norman, do we consider a taser a deadly use of force?
So less lethal.
And I understand that even a pipe could be a deadly use of force if you hit somebody enough times over the head or whatever, just what it fell under. I promise we're getting closer. Councilmember Wilson mentioned the FOP's role in officer discipline, and across the board again, bad apples is something that everybody says, I'm really proud of Norman PD, but I want these bad apples, if there are any, removed. Are there any impediments at all to officer discipline that come as a result of the FOP?
No, they use due process, something that could assist there if it was changed. Right now, you go to an arbitrator, and one arbitrator may rule that this officer gets his job back. The other arbitrator may rule that he doesn't. So it's a flip of a coin on what you get when you go to arbitration. Something that may be good is to have a panel that's of people that know about police work some and what goes on. And that group hears every one of those. So the discipline is consistent and the rulings are consistent when you get to an arbitration point. Sure, that's going to take some doing and some negotiating or some changes in laws, but that would be helpful to make things more consistent.
Okay. And transparency, recently there was a case with the KKK email situation, and the public wanted to know the outcome of the disciplinary action. Can you tell the public right now why they didn't ever know the outcome?
The discipline that's administered there was something that falls in an area that is considered confidential for his personnel file. And that's why. If he wanted to release that information, he could. You know, the advisory board recommended some time on probation and a letter of reprimand and some additional training.
Okay.
And I took that in consideration when I administered that discipline.
Okay. Do officers work on a contract with the city of Norman every year? They have an
Yes,
employment contract?
FOP negotiates a contract every year.
We haven't discussed SROs, but just for my own, just for me to know, what is the primary job of an SRO? I've gotten a lot of emails saying different things that is the function of an SRO, and it seems like it's hard to know what their job is.
One, they're there for safety concerns, but it's a bigger role than that. It's a role in connecting with the kids that are there and letting them see a police officer in a positive light as much as we can. The other thing is when you make those connections with the students, it's more likely that you're going to get information that's being passed around either through Snapchat or whatever, that somebody has said they're done with this and they're going to do something here or there. So we know about it in advance, and we can head those things off before they happen that we've seen around the nation. So that's the big part of the SRO program.
Is there a policy manual for SROs online as well?
It probably has SROs in the policy, but they would have more of a procedural manual what they would work under.
Okay, well, I think that just so the public understands their role, later I would encourage, if it fits in either another study session or something, that just because, like I say, the emails I've gotten have really spanned the gamut on what they believe that SROs are doing. So, and I know that I thought my personal, just what I knew of them, I believed that their primary function was for school shooters. I thought that they stood up front, like the DADS program at the elementary schools do, to make sure that when students were coming in an active shooter type situation, you know, that they would be the first, like there was a wall there, you're not getting past the SRO. And my understanding now is that that's not necessarily the case because they're all over the building. So
Right, and there's
that's
several entrances.
not their primary function.
Or places people could get in. Somebody lets them in or whatever. Or once something's inside, it's just, yeah, they don't just stand at the front door.
Okay, well, I think that would be important for everybody to understand what they do, because I've said several times during the last week of these conversations that not everybody's singing from the same sheet music on whether they defund police, that standing to the next. You're hearing a lot of different things. I think SROs is another example of that, to where I think it's important that Norman PD, tell the public, not that they're not trying to tell the public, but that everybody understands what it is that SROs are doing in the schools. Kate mentioned mental illness and the 2 hours of CLEAT. You brought that up. I would also ask that we look into non-neurotypical, on the spectrum of autism, for example, behaviors that it's really important that officers are able to, I'm not going to say immediately be able to detect someone that's non-neurotypical, but I don't think that falls under mental illness. So
Right, and the incident that we talked about on a home invasion, that was somebody that falls into that category, and the officer recognized it. That was stimming that was happening there in the kitchen, and we handled it appropriately without any criminal charges.
yeah, and I was very
Kept
happy.
him safe.
I actually was really happy with that example that you gave. My thought was, well, what if it was somebody else on the force that didn't have the same amount of training or intuition in that area? So I just would really encourage you to continue training in that area.
And we have other programs to help identify and work in those areas.
Okay, I'm going to let somebody else talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Scanlon.
Not questions, more comments, observations, and full disclosure. I've spent a lot of time over the last few years volunteering and participating in various police programs. And so it's from that perspective that I'm going to comment. With regard to the community partnerships, a good number of the things listed are not only police programs, but there are a lot of volunteers that participate as well. Anywhere from volunteers helping the police with the Citizens Police Academy, but PAL and crime-free multi-housing and so on. It's not just a police affair. Volunteers help as well. One of the things you left out that I thought as you were going through the slides with regard to partnerships is you have a cop at Mary Abbott, and I think that's a super big deal in terms of working with kids that have come Mary Abbott's way with the problems that they have. I think that's vital, and I wish you had included it on the list. I heard Councilmember Bierman talk about continuing evaluation and help. I think that's a great idea. Because I think that our force faces a lot of stuff, and maybe we evaluate post-event, but that stuff can be cumulative too, and I think that's what was your point. And so I would certainly support more often, more frequent evaluations and that help being there. With regard to crisis intervention, that is another big deal. Lieutenant Kerry Bryant is the man. I've seen some of his training of fellow officers. I also know that he meets monthly with the state and county mental health people discussing issues and how we can interface, what we can do better. I think that's very positive. Got to put on my glasses. Diversity, which is part of why we're all here tonight. You mentioned that that's a part of training. I've taken the trouble to sit in on your training, not just hours, but days. And when Lieutenant Carl Pendleton comes in the first day of a multi-day block of diversity training, and he says to the Police Academy cadets, this is going to be the hardest day of your life. You're going to talk about stuff you don't want to talk about, and you're going to be very, very uncomfortable. He meant it. I was uncomfortable. And having spent 27 years in the Air Force, I've had more than my share of diversity training. But what Norman does is rough and tumble, and it must be. I credit Pendleton. I credit the force. Can we do more? I'm sure we can. But it's not for lack of trying. When we were talking about use of force and escalating scenarios and so on, I thought of a couple of personal experiences. One of them, while I was going through the Citizens Police Academy, one of the graduation exercises, if you will, is just that. You put into a scenario, and mine was as follows. You have a call for service. There's an abandoned house, but there's been a report of somebody there. What do? Well, you go. You announce yourself. The place is dark. The power's out. You hear a noise upstairs, so you creep up the stairs, again, announcing yourself. You get to the top of the stairs, and you see a shadow in the corner. And once again, you announce yourself, and the shadow begins to move, and the shadow stands, and the shadow turns around with something in his hand. What do? Well, I know it's an exercise, and my anxiety level is here. But that's the kind of thing that cops potentially face every day. In my particular scenario, it was a cell phone. I didn't shoot the guy, though I had a gun in my hand, chalk pellets for bullets. But that our cops go through that kind of training continually. I've also, not only my personal experience, but in this last police academy, I participated in several exercises of various scenarios of use of force and how you escalate and how far you can go and that kind of thing. Again, can we do more? I'm sure we can, but I have to credit the police, at least in my experience, in what I've seen, is doing a good job. And it's a really on the spot, as the chief was saying a while ago. It's a decision you have to make right then, and you hope you make the right decision, and most often we do. But the training is there, and the training needs to continue, and I would fight any kind of attempt to cut out that kind of training. I'll shut up after I talk about SROs. I know all of them. I have gone into the schools and seen them interact with the kids. It is a positive role model mentoring relationship. It is not a cop with a badge standing there threatening or anything else. It is far from that. Yes, they're ready if there's some kind of school invasion. They're trained for that. But primarily, they're dealing with the kids. And I'll give you one specific example. A guy named Joel Formby, who happens to be at Alcott now. He was at Whittier. Formby, on his own time, after school, on Wednesdays, has a get-together. If you're a kid and you want to come and talk to Formby, you can come. And he'll have bought pizza for you, because he does that every week. And kids love the guy. I have seen this personally. He's open to them, they're open to him. And they talk about things, and over and above pizza, if they have a medical appointment that they've got to make and mom can't pick them up, Formby takes them. I mean, it's just that kind of a positive mentoring relationship. And I think that's more or less true of all of our SROs. And so I encourage you all to talk to the teachers, talk to the administrators. I know that if the superintendent of schools was here tonight, he'd say the same thing. These people are not monsters. They play a very significant role in the lives of the kids. And I'm happy that they're there, and I want it to continue. So with that, I will shut up.
All right, I'm going to ask, please, no clapping in the chambers. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Scott.
Hi, Chief. I will try to keep it brief, as always. Most of my comments will come during tonight's budget session. I have a couple of questions. Hopefully they can be pretty quick. When was the 8 Can't Wait implemented, instituted?
Those are just our responses that we've had that stuff for a long time. That's on the 8 Can't Wait on the responses that we have on here.
Uh-huh.
I was just answering them because I seen that on the internet, that it was questions that people were asking.
Okay, I asked because it feels like in 2018, again, to bring up the Marconi-Akesi case, it feels like the duty to intervene as well as the use of force continuum were both violated, which is why I asked when they may have been implemented. I have a question about disciplinary procedure. I'm not sure if you have time to answer that, so for now I'll move on to the next one, which also may pertain more to the budget. But how is police overtime handled? What's the process? And what is the transparency and accountability regarding police overtime?
On overtime, the process is it's approved by a supervisor, and it can be various things. You know, some of it's reimbursed through the university, through grants and various things that we get. Some of it is not. And could be court-related. It could be a late call. There's various things or events where we have to bring officers in to work.
The events make sense. I feel like I was looking at the budget, obviously. The events make sense. It's some of the patrol overtime that didn't quite, I don't understand.
Yeah. We had overlaps to try to eliminate some of that, but still, if an officer gets involved in a situation toward the end of their shift, it's going to go long.
Sure.
And by their contract, they get paid as they go on into that time past their time that they're supposed to work.
Yes, and I want to point out, I did have a conversation with our finance director who said that you have been pretty proactive as far as overtime goes since your tenure began last, summer? So I appreciate that. And just to move on, since that's kind of a budgetary discussion that may come up again later, I would like to ask a couple of other questions regarding the Citizens Advisory Board. How often, do you support it? Does the FOP communicate with them? The Fraternity of Police, the Fraternal Order of Police, that's the FOP. Who reports to them? How often do they meet? Do they get reported to? In what circumstances? So I know that's a lot of questions. And then I have one question following that.
Okay. The Citizens Advisory Board is our own board that we had somebody from the Department of Justice come up here and help us organize that and set it up. Every month, the months that they don't have the public meetings, we run internal affairs cases through them to get their feedback on those cases. I may also run policy by them on decisions that I'm contemplating or
Like the
what we might-
disciplinary action recently, you said that they had some recommendations,
Yes,
correct?
we
Okay.
ran that case by them and they made recommendations and they sent that to me in writing. And on that one, I sent it out on what was recommended. But that's sort of how it works, and I'm the one that communicates with them and my internal affairs people.
And they meet monthly, is that correct?
So what?
They meet monthly?
Yes,
Okay, who appoints folks to that committee, or that board?
they do.
They do? Okay. How often does that happen? And I'm sorry, I said I had one question,
I
but,
think they have their own, their bylaws are online too,
okay,
but I'm thinking that their tenure, like 2 years or something like that. And members may roll off. There's other people that have applied, and then they bring their own members on.
okay. And how many members? And then I
Right
promise.
now, it's 9.
Okay, thank you. So do you support community policing?
Yes,
Okay. And then I heard you say Snapchat earlier as kind of a role of the SROs, the student resource officers. Does that mean like kids come to the school resource officer with, a screenshot of something said on Snapchat? Or is that a violation of their privacy that is somehow intercepted?
no, the kids.
The kids come
the
to-
officers with the
okay.
information.
Just curious because I
And it
know
may
that.
not even be a picture, sorry, it may not be a
Yeah.
picture of anything, or a picture of the screen even. Some of them will have that. Some of them may just be telling them, hey, this is what I've heard, this is what I've seen.
I just asked because I know with the blackface incident at OU, I want to say, I don't know if that was, I think that was 2019, early spring. That was a Snapchat video of someone in a sorority who did that. And that was leaked. That wasn't, intercepted. But I do know that some FCC guidelines are pretty loose and our privacy is pretty, let's say, easily violated. So I was just kind of wanting to follow up on that because I just think that's an interesting from a technical background and a privacy background. So I appreciate being able to.
Nothing we intercept.
Okay, thank you. And then the rest of my questions will come later. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
Chief Foster, thank you, and thank you for all the information that you've provided to us tonight. We've covered a lot of territory, and I've had a lot of questions that I had answered. But the one thing I did want to go back to, because I know we're very short on time, I've had so many questions across the spectrum about the use of body cameras. So does every officer have a body camera when they're
Every
on?
officer that goes out on patrol
Okay.
will have a body camera.
And how is the decision made to turn it on or turn it off? What is the policy?
By policy, it's any time that they're in contact, handling a call, anytime they're on a call, anytime even when they start a conversation, if they feel something is going on beyond just a normal conversation. Like if I'd see you on the street and go, hey, how's it going? And something starts to progress there or events start to happen, they should turn it on also. It's the majority of the time they're supposed to turn it on. The thing that prevents you from just saying, hey, just turn it on and leave it on is, well, they go to the restroom, and just the battery life of them will go down if you continually leave them on like that. But most of the time, they're supposed to have them on when they're in contacts, on calls, traffic, different things like that.
Yeah, that was my next question. So even on what would be considered a routine traffic stop,
Yes,
the body camera goes on?
yes,
Yeah. Do our school resource officers have body cameras?
yes.
And when are they required to turn them on and off?
Same type of incidents.
Okay. The other thing that I think has been a big source of confusion is the role of the school resource officer. So I think we've learned a lot about that program this week. I've also learned that not all school resource officer programs across the country are the same. And so we probably should be really focused on what our program is in Norman. And my understanding from talking to the school side is when this program was implemented, it was made very clear from the beginning that the school discipline portion of, when it involves a school discipline issue, the school resource officer is not involved in that at all. Is that
Yes.
correct?
I think that's in a memorandum of understanding with them, yeah.
Okay. Well, I see we're just about out of time, so that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I guess, Councilmember Bierman, you have one more question. I would like to
Yes.
make it quick so we can actually at least go through the budget slides, and then we're obviously going to have a more detailed, do you want to wait on that? Okay, then we'll save that for the special session since we are out of time. Councilmember Bierman.
So I just have one quick point to make, because as you know, Chief, there are a lot of conflicting views here tonight about the police department and the role of it. And I think it really speaks to the concern from some members of this community when they talk about demilitarizing the police. I think a perfect example of that, and I'm gonna say this with love, is when terms are used like in the heat of battle. It's not battle. It's not battle. It very rarely is. And especially with what happened in Atlanta, when you have someone who is simply sleeping in their car in a Wendy's drive-thru, and the police officers talk with him for 30 minutes, search him before things escalate. I think it's really important that we choose our words intentionally and refrain from using terms like in the heat of battle, because I do think that leads to a different sense of what the police department is than what I think you want it to be. I don't think that you want to see your officers as members of the military, and I don't think you want to have your officers see members of the public as, enemy combatants. So I just wanted to point that out before we move into the budget discussion, because it struck me in a particular way, and it really put it into context for me what so many people are saying when they want to demilitarize the police. So I just wanted to put that out there in a timely manner instead of trying to wait until a budget discussion to try and fit that in. So thank you, Mayor Clark. Thank you, Chief Foster.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, that will conclude our study session. We will take a 10-minute break before beginning our special session.
Mike's maybe. All right, y'all, Christina Owen brought us snacks.
see her anywhere?
Nope. No, I just texted him.
No, Councilman Bierman.
Oh, she was out in the hallway a minute ago.
She was waiting for Kevin outside my door, she said.
It would be nice if Fire Marshal miraculously declared our city hall was cross capacity. There she is, okay. Good evening, and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority special session meeting of June 16th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman? Here. Councilmember Carter?
Here.
Councilmember Patron? Here. Councilmember Hall? Here. Councilmember Wilson? Here. Councilmember Scanlon?
Here.
Councilmember Holman? Here. Councilmember Scott? Here. Mayor Clark?
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This special session was called because we have to legally pass a budget tonight, and that involves both our Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau budget and the city budget. We covered these earlier, and I would like to cover them again. Diverse opinions are welcome and respected in the Norman City Hall. Remarks should be addressed to council as a whole, and personal attacks will not be tolerated. Members of the audience should refrain from outbursts of applause. Please listen respectfully to speakers who may have opinions which differ from your own. And citizens should abide by time limits as announced by the chair. Because so many people want to speak on this topic, we will have a 3-minute time limit, and you will only be permitted to speak once. There will be no signs permitted in the chambers. And for those of you that are standing, I would ask that you sit, because there were people there before you were, and you're not actually in chairs. It's a walking pathway. So I would request that you do that so everyone can participate.
Mayor, since we have masks on, why do we have to abide by the social distance?
Because we're in a pandemic, sir. Also, if you would still like a mask, there are free ones by that helpful gentleman, and I also have some up here. Please. Thank you. All right, I appreciate you all. Let's begin. Item 3, adoption of the FYE 2020 City of Norman proposed operating and capital budgets and the Norman Convention and Visitor Bureau Incorporated budget with the detailed annual plan of work. I will entertain a motion to adopt the Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau FYE 2020 budget and detailed annual plan of work.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from members of the public regarding this motion? Seeing none, are there any final comments from council regarding this motion? Okay. Councilmember Patron.
Madam Mayor, because some people may not fully be accustomed to Robert's rules, was that your invitation for them to talk to the council about the budget and in its entirety? And
As I said, the Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau.
oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
It's okay.
I mean,
Better to clarify than not. Okay.
I
thank you.
actually do have, but I'm not,
Continue.
well, because it's so busy tonight over, obviously other topics, I would like at another point, when we pass the Norman Convention, budget tonight, that we revisit later on down the road, as a council, what, the future looks like for Norman Convention Euro budget.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from council regarding the Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau FYE 2020 budget and detailed plan of work? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau FYE 2020 21 budget and detailed annual plan of work. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast on the motion to adopt the Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau budget and detailed annual plan of work passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There is currently a motion on the floor from the previous meeting to adopt the FYE 2021 City of Norman operating and capital budgets. Several proposed amendments were read at the council meeting of June 9th, 2020. Council questions and public comments were taken at that time on those amendments, not the whole budget. Once the amendments are completed, each additional public comments will be taken on the budget as amended. Are there any further comments from council regarding the proposed amendments? Councilmember Scott.
Hi, thank you. So you all have received a copy of an additional amendment from me. And I just want to be very clear about what we're going to be voting on right now.
Thank you for that question. We're going to go from the original 11 amendments one by one, and once individually, not voted on as a whole. And so once we conclude that, that would be the time to make your amendment.
Okay, so of these amendments, follow-up question, of these amendments, because I feel like people here are here for a very specific reason, which ones pertain specifically to the police department or to the public safety sales tax?
The last one.
Okay, and then as well as this additional number 12
Correct.
item. Okay, so we have reordered. The first one is now amendment number 11. So 1 through 10 is not pertaining to, and so any comments regarding those amendments should be pertaining to 1 through 10 from last week. Correct?
We also had comment on 11 as well.
11 as well. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scanlon for the First Amendment.
I move to add $5,100,000 in projected Federal Transit Administration grant revenue provided in the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act to the Transportation and Parking Fund. I further move that the grant reimbursement revenues be appropriated and allocated in the Capital Improvement Projects Fund for the Fire/Transit Maintenance Facility Project.
Do I have a second? The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to add $5,100,000 in projected Federal Transit Administration grant revenue provided by the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act to the Transportation and Parking Fund and appropriate grant reimbursement revenues to be allocated in the Capital Improvement Projects Fund for the Fire Transit Maintenance Facility Project. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Wilson for the next amendment.
Okay, I move to increase citywide allocations for health and dental benefit insurance contributions by $683,940. Excuse me. I further move an offsetting increase in risk management fund internal service revenue and employee contributions. Can I have a second?
The motion of the floor is to amend the budget to increase citywide allocations for health and dental benefit insurance contributions by $683,940. I further move an offsetting increase in risk management fund internal service revenue and employee contributions. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion to amend the budget passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to recognize Councilmember Carter for the next amendment.
I move that capital improvement project fund allocation in the street maintenance category be decreased by $1,805,377.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to decrease capital improvement project fund allocations in the street maintenance category by $1,805,377. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to recognize Councilmember Holman for the next amendment.
I move that capital improvement project fund allocations be increased by $850,000 to fund a public transit transfer facility.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase capital improvement project fund allocations by $850,000 to fund a public transit transfer facility. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to recognize Councilmember Scanlon for the next amendment.
I move that the capital improvement project fund allocations be increased by $250,000 to fund a strategic housing study.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase the capital improvement project fund allocations by $250,000 to fund a strategic housing study. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and that amendment passes unanimously.
I would like to recognize Councilmember Hall for the next amendment.
I move that capital improvement project fund allocations be increased by $184,000 to expand the school and arterial road sidewalk program.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase capital improvement project fund allocations by $184,000 to expand the school and arterial road sidewalk program. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and that amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scott for the next amendment.
I move that grammatical and typographical corrections to the budget documents with no financial impact be made as necessary.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to make grammatical and typographical corrections to the budget documents with no financial impact to be made as necessary. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and that amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to recognize Councilmember Bierman for the next amendment.
I move that transportation and parking fund allocations be increased by $24,377 for public transit-related personnel services. I further move an offsetting increase to the general fund transfer to the transportation and parking fund.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget increase allocations to the transportation and parking fund by $24,377 for public transit-related personnel services and the offsetting increase to the general fund transfer to the transportation and parking fund. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to recognize Councilmember Petrone for the next amendment.
I move that Community Development Block Grant Fund allocations be increased by $55,072 for additional personnel for homeless services provision.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase allocation to the Community Development Block Grant Fund by $55,072 for additional personnel for homeless services provisions. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will be making the next amendment. I'd like to make a motion to amend the budget to increase general fund allocations to the city manager department by $5,014 for an expansion of city diversity and equity programs.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase general fund allocations to the city manager department by $5,014 for an expansion of city diversity and equity programs. Council members, you may cast your votes. I would take a moment to, I would take a moment to clarify that that amendment was not just $5,014 for our city diversity and equity programs. That is in regards to the diversity and equity officer that we are now in the process of hiring. The only reason why it needed the small amount of $5,000 is the city manager has dedicated an existing position that will not be filled, so those funds will go directly to this position, just to clarify that. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Hall for the next amendment.
I move to reduce projected sales tax revenue in the general fund by $1,007,474, in the public safety sales tax fund by $309,814, and in the capital improvement funds project by $304,064. I further move an offsetting increase to the general fund transfer to the public safety sales tax fund.
Do I have a second?
Second.
The motion on the floor is to amend the budget to reduce projected sales tax revenue in the general fund by $1,007,474, in the public safety sales tax fund by $309,814, and in the capital improvement projects fund by $304,064, with an offsetting increase to the general fund transfer to the public safety sales tax fund. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll make another amendment. I would like to motion to amend the budget to increase the Norman Forward Fund by $3,420,000 to partially fund a senior citizen center to be constructed in Reeves Park, and to increase allocations in the Norman Forward Fund by $80,000 to make lease payments to the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health for the Griffin Park Soccer Complex site. Do I have a second?
Second.
What is that? Where'd that one come from?
Anthony, could you come to the podium? Anthony Francis. Could you come to the podium for a moment? We may have not needed to include that.
I just read what's in the script, man.
Was that a mistake on my part?
I haven't seen this, can I?
Okay. Then that was a mistake on the clerk's office's department. We'll remove that amendment and strike it.
That motion has been stricken.
My apologies.
All right, and just checking in, those are all the amendments at this point,
Except for Alex.
but of the ones, all
Yeah.
right. One more thing down. All right, now we are done with those amendments. Councilmember Scott.
I move to reduce the salaries and benefits in the police department in the general fund by $4.5 million and reapportion those funds to the following categories. $3.5 million to the public safety sales tax fund for the purposes of funding the reconstruction and relocation of Fire Station 5 in Ward 5, $715,000.
Scott, can I ask you to pause a minute? All right, I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, and I know you can hear me out there, and this is a very passionate topic. But remember, we do have a meeting to conduct, and we cannot hear. So if we need to shut the doors, we will, but I'm asking all of you, please, we do have business to conduct tonight, and we're happy to do it with you here, but we need to be able to hear each other. I apologize for interrupting. Councilmember Scott, will you please start over?
Yes. I move to reduce the salaries and benefits in the police department in the general fund by $4.5 million and reapportion those funds, safety sales tax fund, for the purposes of funding the reconstruction and relocation of Fire Station 5 in Ward 5, $715,000 to the capital fund for stormwater drainage and storm sewer systems projects, $235,000 for the implementation of an internal audit function, and $50,000 to the police department to provide funding for additional officer sensitivity training. Do you have a second?
Second.
We have a second? Yeah, this is Councilmember Holman. Okay, are there any comments from council regarding this amendment? Councilmember Wilson.
My first question would be, if we were to put $3.5 million in the PSST fund for Fire Station 5. That's actually already accounted for in that fund, right?
Yes, it is.
So what happens, Anthony? Do we just give that fund an extra $3.5 million?
I'm Anthony Francisco, the Finance Director. Councilmember Wilson, the effect of that would be to move forward the timing of Fire Station 5's reconstruction. Yes, the $3.5 million is in the critical capital needs plans, but there is no money budgeted for that in this current or proposed fiscal year, so it would be several years down the road.
Where would its natural life happen? Because how I understand it is that there's a project list, the voters voted for that, there's a project list, and we're going down that list and checking off projects, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's probably a 2-ish year, 3-ish year to be
I'm gonna
funded?
say it would probably be more like 4 to 5 years.
4 to 5?
You know, about the time we would pay off the debt on the Emergency Operations Center and the radio communication system.
Okay.
When there'd be available funds.
So then back to my question, thank you. Then back to my question, which is, effectively, are we just putting $3.5 million into that PSST account? Because you're freeing up those funds that would be on the backside, right?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay. Okay, so, while I completely support moving up that fire station, I also have some questions for Councilmember Scott, or actually probably City Manager. Thank you, Anthony. What would we do? What's the plan? I feel like we're kind of, what's the plan? How would we handle this cut in the police department?
Your Honor, if you were to reduce the salary and benefits lines in the police department budget by 4.5 million, that would equal roughly 64 sworn police officer positions. It could be made up of some combination of sworn and non-sworn personnel from a variety of cost centers, including patrol, investigations, SRO, communications. So there are several departments where that cut could be spread.
And 64 jobs lost, so 64 families, and I guess what I need to know, first of all, I'm talking, so stop it. I need to know, really? So I need to know what the plan would be with that 3.5 million plus, well, $4.5 million. How does this solve the problem? This is what I need to know. What are we doing to solve the problem with the $4.5 million?
If that problem solution lies in the potential acceleration of the reconstruction or relocation of Station 5 and stormwater projects, as well as an internal audit function, if the solution lies there, then we'll have to ferret that out and bring you back some solutions. The 50,000 in police department training, that one's the one the most apparent as to how to address the problems
Right,
at
so
hand.
I guess what I'm wanting to see, and I'm doing a lot of learning and understanding the issue, is I did feel like we had some problematic things that Chief Foster talked about earlier, but I don't think building a new fire station in Ward 5 is going to solve that. And I will let some other people ask questions, but I am not hearing in this cut a plan for solving the problem. So that's my concern, and I'll pass it to the next person.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Scott.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Wilson, for your comments. Like I said, Ward 5 is where that Fire Station 5 is at. It is, they are, as you know, tax-paying citizens who often speak about how they do not receive the same services This amendment basically cuts the salary and benefits of the police department in half. And while I don't expect it to pass, I do expect it to cause a conversation about those very things, about how we solve this problem. And so thank you. You're about to hear me. I don't always speak at length at the council meetings. I'm usually pretty concise, but I do want you guys to hear my perspective and my experience in the city of Norman. Beginning, and I saw on our slide earlier from the presentation from our chief that Grand Prairie, Texas was also on the slide. When I was in my senior year in Grand Prairie, I witnessed from the passenger seat of my friend's vehicle, a gun pulled on my friend in the driver's seat by an officer because he wouldn't give the officer his ID. In 2013, in Norman, Oklahoma, my friend's home was burglarized. They called the police. The officer proceeded to conduct a criminal interrogation on the victim, a black man, asking if he sold drugs and accusing them of such. Not only did that happen, was he dismissed, but there was also no follow-up on the investigation of his home, which was burglarized. In 2014, there was a rape outside of the establishment that I used to work at, not of me, but by my friend. There was no follow-up and no justice. In September of 2015, on the first day of the last semester of my senior year of my undergraduate degree, I was assaulted in the street by my home in the Miller District, Ward 4. I called the police and gave them details of the assault as well as the make, model, and license plate of the vehicle to search for, and the officer, after taking my report, proceeded to turn off his recording device and tell me that sex crimes are not treated as a priority in the city of Norman. Unless you deface property or try to pass a hot check, the case would not take priority. And there was no follow-up. When I was a teacher at Moore High School in 2016, there was a student who was clearly suffering from mental health issues that busted into my classroom, screaming and crying for help, as the student resource officer grabbed him and dragged him out my first period. In 2017, on April 20th, at Moore High School, when I was a teacher, one of my freshman Latinx students told me that the student resource officer stopped him and frisked him on his way back from lunch, suspecting that he had cannabis on him. He did not. That was my 5th hour of freshman. In 2018, Marconia Kessie was dragged, dehumanized, and his life was disregarded. And as I spoke earlier, this is a violation of those 8 can't wait, the duty to intervene by the police officer who witnessed the other one violate the use of force continuum. Kessie died in police custody, and this affects me personally as it affects our community. Here's 2020. I received a phone call from an Indigenous mother whose daughter was violently raped. Her 19-year-old daughter was disbelieved, disrespected, and disregarded by Officer Barber, who told her at Norman Regional Hospital that she shouldn't have been drinking. In 2020, during the pandemic, there was an email that circulated our Norman Police Department that displayed white supremacist and KKK imagery. I would, again, commend the officer that condemned this behavior and brought it to their attention so that it could be addressed by the department. The investigation was internal. And again, this is personal for me because it is personal for our community. And this is very personal, this next piece. I called the Norman Police Department in May, late May, due to a situation I was experiencing with a stalker. I called roughly 11:35 in the night on a Tuesday night, and 2 officers showed up pretty quickly, no masks until I asked, and then I told them my 6-week-long experience. They remained silent. I mentioned that I had a witness, but it wasn't until I called Major Jackson in the middle of the night that they began taking a report of the incident. When I asked them to ask my neighbor, when they blatantly disbelieved me on my doorstep about my experience as a victim and asked them to ask my neighbor, an eyewitness. They said, do you want us to wake her up in the middle of the night? And I said, yes. I mentioned overtime earlier. There were 2 officers who showed up on my doorstep and said, this is the MO of this person, of the person who I said I believed to be stalking me in the middle of the night. This is their MO. So they weren't going to take any action until I called their further supervisor, the Major Jackson, who did promptly speak to them, and they took a report then, and then sent Officer Vincent to my home, who did go indeed wake up my neighbor in the middle of the night. But when Officer Vincent showed up, he asked, is there anything, what's going on? And the officer said, we're about wrapped up here. He said, he asked me, he goes, counselor, how are you? Not good. Okay. And then, is there anything else? I said, yeah, I think these guys need some sensitivity training. Because before he got there, I asked, why do you think I'm frustrated? And they said, you don't like us. You don't like police. And I said, try again. And then he said, because you're being stalked and we didn't catch the guy. And that was very close. It was very close. So we did come, Officer Vincent did go and wake up my neighbor who gave a witness account to this experience that for weeks, that I had been stalked. And when we came back to my place, to my home, he told me that I would be well taken care of, and I appreciate that. I am a city councilor. I had to make it clear on my doorstep. I had to call the major in order for me to be taken seriously in a low-income, high-crime neighborhood, just to be believed by people that I pay and represent, frankly. And I, putting myself aside, pleaded with him that if it weren't me, if I weren't a white woman, if I weren't a white counselor, what would have happened? Who else is experiencing this? Who is being disbelieved? Who is being further endangered? I was endangered on my doorstep. And it wasn't until the next day that the major, again, thank you. I got a call from Detective Kelly. Thank you, by the way, Detective Kelly, for following up with me again weeks later, the first time I've been followed up with, when I have been assaulted on more than one occasion. Like I told you, in 2015, I was assaulted and there was no follow-up. But Officer Kelly followed up with me this time. The major and Officer Casillas, again, thank you. Officer Casillas came to my home and exposed all of the weak places in my house and accidentally also opened up my neighbor's window. So I bought her a window alarm as well. And Mayor Clark also immediately, when she found out, when I told her when I had to exit that council meeting, sent her husband over to my home to install lights so that I would be further protected. I'm in a very, very privileged position, and there are many who are not, who are experiencing this. And if I am being disbelieved, disregarded on my doorstep, then there is much worse going on. And that's why I made this amendment, is to have this conversation, because the purpose of our police is to protect and to serve. And if property is taking a higher priority than my body, then they are not upholding their pledge.
Come on, guys, come on.
So I'm willing to accept amendments.
Thank you, Councilmember. I know it is often hard to share personal stories, especially when you have hundreds of people looking at you and many cameras on you, but you are right. This is very much the beginning of a conversation, and I want to emphasize that. We can improve. There is always room for improvement, and we're glad you're here tonight, and we look forward to hearing from you. But for now, Councilmember Bierman.
So first, I think it's really important that we are vulnerable in this way and share these stories, because this is how things change. And what I want to see is change. And I don't know, I mean, I've had this language for all of I think it was sent at 3:30, but I didn't get it until I sat down here. So I've been looking at it for about an hour and a half. And while I think that the motivation is sound, and I share that motivation, what I don't see in this reapportionment is any way to fix those problems.
Part, at least one.
Yes, $50,000, which I don't know where the chief is, but these trainings are expensive and they also need to be ongoing. And so I think 50,000 is a start, but this is just a start. And so I want this conversation to continue, but I want to know what this is going to do to improve those services, because cutting officers, unless we're doing it on some kind of merit basis, which I don't even know how those cuts would happen, I want to see increased accountability. I want to see increased transparency. I want to see annual trainings that go above and beyond just this kind of sensitivity training. And I think that the accountability needs to come from us as a body. I think it needs to come from the community. And I think Chief Foster touched on a really important possibility that I think we all need to advocate for in the future, which is a state board to work on disciplinary actions, because we have seen wild discrepancies in how arbitrators handle cases, not just when it comes to disciplinary actions for police officers, but workers' comp cases and our annual contract negotiations that we go into with these unions. So I don't know that the answer is going to be found tonight. There are some really excellent models that other cities have implemented. In Eugene, Oregon, they have a team of trained specialists that respond to mental health, intoxication calls, and types of calls that are not crimes in progress. They bring in people with the specialized training. So instead of 4 armed police officers showing up for a welfare check because grandma hasn't answered the phone for 3 days, you can send someone else who has that specialized training. I mean, we have had a situation from a member of this dais where they called in a water leak and a police officer showed up. I mean, that's not something I want to pay overtime for. That's something that we should be able to send a non-commissioned police officer or another city employee to handle. So I think these are important conversations to solve. I don't think they get solved in 2 hours from this dais. Our budget conversation is a year-long process. And next month in the City Council Oversight Committee, we're going to start talking about some of these things, talking about what programs other cities have implemented properly to help handle some of these issues, to provide rape crisis counselors when someone calls in a rape, whether it's the day after or a week after or a month after, to be able to handle this in a way that they can liaise with the police department to actually get a resolution to this situation. But I don't know that just with less than 2 weeks' notice, taking a hatchet to the police department budget is going to get the outcome that we want. So that's kind of where I'm balancing with this. I do think that we need to reimagine what our police department does and figure out whether or not we need to have armed police officers responding to every single 911 or non-emergency call that comes in. And regardless of how you feel about the police department as an institution, or our police department more specifically, or any individual police officer, cutting 64 jobs with less than 2 weeks' notice, I think makes a statement for sure, but I don't believe that it actually solves the problem that so many people are here asking us to solve. So I know that there are other people who have things that they want to say. I'm still kind of trying to figure out where I land on this particular amendment, because I think the motivation behind it is true. And I think that we can get to this point where we draw down on the number of officers we have responding to not crimes in progress. And so I really appreciate Councilmember Scott starting this conversation. I don't know that all of you are going to be thrilled with how tonight turns out. We do have a lot of differences of opinion here, but regardless of what happens tonight, this conversation is not ending. And in fact, it's continuing in about 3 weeks at our Oversight Committee meeting, where we're going to start talking about these topics and figuring out what programs we want to implement. What does annual mental health evaluation for officers cost? What do some of these other programs look like? How are they implemented? How did they get these trained specialists in? So I'm going to cede it to someone else, but I want to thank Councilmember Scott for starting this conversation in this way, because I think sometimes you have to land with a big splash in order to get something started.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Scanlon.
I was having a conversation with a cop friend, a minority member, by the way. And somehow or other, the discussion went around to comments such as, well, I know how you feel. And that individual responded, when he hears that, how could you? You've never walked my walk. You've never experienced the things that I have. I'm unique. You can't know how I feel. I don't know. I can't second guess you, Alex. I really appreciate the story, and I accept every bit of it. I agree. Forgive my use of the term. What I'm trying to say is I accept that. And the question is, as we've heard from other speakers here, what do we do about it? We start a conversation. I agree that cutting police officer slots is not going to solve the problem. I agree that 50,000 for additional sensitivity training is not going to solve the problem. We talked about additional training. Councilmember Bierman said it's not enough, and I agree it's not enough. If we're looking to solve this problem, we do a couple of things. We plus up programs such as that. We expand the training, the sensitivity training, that whatever it takes. But whatever we do, we have conversations on how to solve these problems, continuing conversations. I went to the candlelight vigil last Thursday, and I will not pretend, just as I cannot speak for you, I can't speak for Black Lives Matter, but I can relate the conversation that I had with a couple of individuals there. And that comment was, what we want more than anything else is that conversation. We want people to hear us. We want some kind of reaction to our concerns, not just lip service about, oh, I know how you feel. That's just not good enough. It never was. So if we get nothing else out of this conversation tonight, it's the start of that dialogue where people will be accepted for their views and taken seriously. Instead of, oh, I know how you feel, and blowing it off. We don't know how you feel. You only know how you feel. We need to be more sympathetic to those feelings. And so as you said, you don't expect this amendment to be approved. I don't see how it could be, if for no other reason. Parts of it is not practical. The fire station in Ward 5 was supposed to be on the schedule for 2025, and I don't know if we could do the land acquisition and design work and all the rest of it. It's certainly not in the near term. It might not be as late as 2025, but it's not anything that's going to happen soon. So that's just, from a practical standpoint, doesn't work. I would love to see money put into stormwater. I have a personal history there, but I'm not sure how reasonable that is either. I think if we're plussing up something, we plus up in the areas that you emphasized, and that is the additional training. And I think the audit function has a role here as well, because that would be a check on the kinds of things that you're talking about. And if discipline is necessary because those concerns weren't paid attention to, then we have a check function to ensure that they are. I think that's really important. That part of it, I really like. I'm not sure about sourcing it from 64 jobs, but I really would like to see those things and even greater dollar numbers adopted. So I thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
Well, first of all, I want to acknowledge, I think, the pain that we feel from you, Councilmember Scott, and how sorry I am that you've had these experiences. Sorry. Anyway, I want to acknowledge that, and I think that it's very courageous for you to speak your truth and to also be speaking for so many other people who have not had the voice that you have and the microphone that you have. So thank you for that. And I think it really shines the light on why so many people are in this room tonight, because we have been made aware in so many ways, on so many levels, that we all have a very distinct lens that we look through. And we all have gotten hundreds of emails this week that cover the complete spectrum of this conversation. And I appreciate everyone's advocacy and their passion and their willingness to come out and let us know how they feel. And I think clearly we understand that we are in a moment and that this is a time to have these conversations, and that we are, should not be squandering our opportunity to have these conversations with everyone in our community, because I think in the end, we all embrace having an inclusive, safe, and equitable community. So I appreciate the fact that you brought this forward. Again, I think that a lot of things that we've heard this week are, if we're talking about redistributing funds, we want to talk about mental health services. We want to talk about social safety nets. We want to talk about all of the things that are chronically underfunded in our city and in our state. And I think that's an important conversation to have. The other thing that really struck me about this was the fact that what we're talking about doing is reducing salaries and benefits that literally translate into losing positions. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Your Honor.
We've had a really tough budget year, and it's been quite the roller coaster ride to know exactly where we stand at any particular time. But one of the commitments that this council made early on, I believe it was in January, is that if we had to make tough decisions about cutting our budget, the last place we wanted to look was personnel and to cut jobs. And so as important as it is to have a conversation about the role of policing in our community, I think we committed to our employees, including our police department, that we were going to do everything we could to not cut positions. So while I really appreciate you offering this amendment, and I think there's a lot for us to think about, those are just some of my thoughts. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Patron.
Councilmember Scott, thank you so much for sharing. That took some serious courage and guts, and I'm proud of you for doing that, but I know that at the same time you're reliving it, and that's what we heard last week, and I have a feeling we're going to hear it again this week. Is that I think that's something that we all need to keep in mind. As emotional as these conversations are, people relive incidents in their mind as they're telling their personal truth. It's not just a story. It's their life experience. So I wanted to say that right off the top. But one of the things that I thought that I had asked staff for prior to today was I wanted to see salary schedules for Norman PD. And I asked to see at the 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, and 20 years of service for salaries and benefits. And I assume that those charts are available now, and depending on what rank they are. So, Mr. Francisco, could you bring those?
To make the conversation shorter, we calculated the middle step, if you will, in the range. So this would be about a 5-year employee at each of these classifications. The information for the whole range of positions is available, but just to make a longer story short, in the police department. And I'll just give you the base salary. If you want the total compensation, which includes health benefits and those things, I can give you that as well. The base salary for the crime analyst at 5 years is $89,419,000. For a master police officer, it is $69,655. For a police captain, it is $109,007. For a police lieutenant, it is $90,383. For a police major, it is $112,753. For a police officer, it is $58,586.
What was that last one? I'm sorry.
For a police officer, and it'd be rare for an individual to be a police officer after 5 years. They would have usually advanced to master police officer. But it's $58,586. And for a police sergeant, it is $80,233.
And that was
And then
base salary,
that's
not
just-
inclusive of benefits.
That's correct.
Okay, and that was at the 5-year mark, and they typically retire, they're eligible for full retirement at 20?
At 20 years, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I guess I have a question for Chief Foster, please.
There he is. We'll go grab him.
Is he still here?
Yeah, he's dead.
Chief, he gave 7 different ranks. Does that encompass all of the ranks? With the exception of your job?
There'd be a police officer, master police officer, sergeant, I think are about the same thing, lieutenant, captain, major.
Okay. What of those ranks do not do patrol?
The major.
Majors do not do patrol. And that was the 112,753. How many majors do we have on the police force?
3.
Do they interact with the public in any other kind of way?
Yes. The majors are who handle the bureaus, and they would answer a lot of questions. They answer a lot of phone calls, and they solve a lot of disputes and complaints.
Okay. And then that's the level right below you, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the one right under that is the 109, I assume, just by looking
It's a
at his
captain.
name. Captain? And they do patrol?
Yeah, we have captains on patrol.
Okay, how many captains do we have?
You have 3 in patrol, then you have a captain over support, uniform support.
3 on patrol and 1 on support. Okay. Can you tell us how much sensitivity training typically might cost?
It just depends on who you get to come in.
What if we got the best?
Well, you may be paying $4,000 or $5,000 a day, and then depending on how long you want and how many days. Then if you're doing all of the department, they all can attend on the same day.
Right.
Like on in-service, we may have 8 or 9 different in-service dates to get them all through.
Mm-hmm.
So
Do
if
you think that your department would?
7 or 8.
Do you think that your department would benefit from every officer, whether they be patrol or not, having a full day of sensitivity training?
I think we benefit from all our training, and sensitivity training would be great, yes.
Okay. Council members, if you can have just 1 second. Councilmember Scott, on the internal audit, was that a position?
Yes, so our city attorney, and to answer the question immediately before this one regarding the sensitivity training, I believe it was $150 per officer was what was detailed. That's what we were speaking about, and that, I know. But the internal audit function would, yes, be a salaried position, and then with a support staff.
And can you give us an idea of what that person would do?
Yes. So that is, in my opinion, an accountability measure because, again, so I asked earlier about police overtime. And, it goes through a supervisor, and the supervisor signs off on that. But there, in my opinion, is not a whole lot of transparency. Special events make sense, and patrolling doesn't make as much sense to me. I understand if they get on a long call at the end of the night, there needs to be an explanation for that, but that's not something that I believe that we have adequate accountability and transparency for at this time. So that is why, and we have also spoken about an auditor position on this council, I want to say while you were with us, but possibly.
My predecessor was
I
a
feel like
big
it's
champion
been,
of that
I've been on
position.
here for 2 centuries now, so, but I want, yeah, your predecessor was the one who mentioned the internal audit function, and we obviously were having a budget shortfall. It was one of our unfunded positions. But this allows for that amount of money would allow for an auditor as well as a support staff for them to ensure that accountability in our
And
departments.
would that position answer to council, or would that be a city manager, regular employee position? My understanding is that my predecessor
Wanted it to be a council,
Council
to report directly to council. That is what I understood as well from what our discussions were.
That's,
Go,
if I
sorry.
may, sorry. That is correct. That was the idea at the time it was first introduced. It was added to the Charter Review Commission's list of items to consider because that would require a charter amendment. And I believe they submitted a recommendation on that maybe January or so to council, and they didn't recommend that it move forward at this time. And at that time, we were already in a frozen position with all of our open positions, so it didn't move forward from then.
Okay. And when you came up with the number for the 235 or whatever for it was, that was something that was researched out as that's what it would cost?
Right. That's the budget estimate from when we added that to the budget last year.
Okay. Another item that has been, and it's closely related, and maybe Mr. Francisco would want to answer this, was we've tossed around the idea of a full forensic audit of the city's budget, every dollar spent, because quite often we hear allegations that, council's wasting money or that whatever happened to XYZ dollars. So I would wonder how much that would cost to have a full forensic audit of the entire city budget by an outside party. And I'm not talking about police department, I'm talking about everything.
I guess it would depend, Councilmember, on how you define full forensic audit, but I suspected it would be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. When we do our annual financial audit, it is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and to do the sort of review that you're talking about, de novo, holistically, it would be expensive. The independence that I think you seek could be done both by an internal audit function that reports to council or by an outside auditor, but just understand that the contract audit would only be for a one-year term, so that they wouldn't have the ability to have a historical knowledge of things that council may be interested in doing, but it could certainly be done, but it would be expensive.
Okay, so Mr. Francisco, with your extensive body of knowledge in accounting, do you believe that the internal auditor position would be just as effective as spending a bunch of money on a private audit, assuming that that auditor, isn't fireable tomorrow? I know you're huffing over there.
Yeah, in my opinion, if council wanted to get into that sort of a program, it would best to do so on an ongoing basis.
Right.
As opposed to hiring a contractor to do it on a one-time basis. But again, we'd be talking, and let's say that the $235,000 figure is correct for the internal audit function that reports to council. That would be an annual $235,000 as opposed to what you might do if you had just one thing you wanted to look at. Let's say that you wanted to just hire somebody to look at police overtime. yes, you might be able to do that one thing for a lesser amount of money. But on an ongoing basis, if there were things on an ongoing basis you wanted to, this year we're looking at police overtime, next year we're looking at council waste, next year we're looking at what's going on in the finance department, that would call for an ongoing audit function.
So a recent example, when council was needing to come up with money for the bills, we went back and looked at some old projects that haven't had any activity on them, like construction projects that haven't had any activity on them in quite some time, but they still had money, that was associated with that project. That's something that an internal auditor would be able to have access to understand those types of dollars and cents, correct?
That particular thing I consider to be a function of our office. That's a management and budget office function. When I hear you say forensic, I am thinking that you're looking for something of a more independent look from the outside, that you suspect some wrongdoing or some waste that you want to investigate that you may think would not be adequately investigated from within the department or within the city staff. So that's how I defined your use of the term forensic. But I could be obviously wrong.
But
we were looking for money for that one thing. And within our capital budget function, that was an assignment that we gave to our capital budget function. Go through the capital budget, scrub it down, and we need to find $600,000. And yes, we did go through and close out a bunch of projects that had been not used for a period of years, and I think that's our job. That's not an external forensic function, as I would see it.
Right, and so I guess what I was saying is the internal auditor, if we were to hire an employee that did that, they would also have access to that kind of information as well as,
yes.
Okay. So, like I say, my predecessor was a big champion of this position, and I completely agree with him. So, I am interested in getting that position filled, and to my knowledge, it's not filled in it's not budgeted for in any other way for next year, but, okay, and then the mental health evaluation, I guess this is Chief Foster again. Okay, again, I think it's very useful to try to find in all of these emails that I have received, that has been across the board, very popular concept, is making sure that our officers are getting the help that they need should they, it's a taxing job as well. I mean, this is something that over the course of time, I would think no different than military that gets PTSD, that you can only see so many child abuse cases and so many whatever before it starts to take its toll as well. So I am wondering what you would ballpark if we were to, maybe we wouldn't have the policies and procedures in place yet as far as how repeating it every single year, but just to get the program off the ground, what if we were to put a placeholder funding on it, how much do you think that would be to have a outside party be able to give these officers a mental health evaluation every year?
It's hard for me to judge that. I'm not a psychologist or anything like that. But when we send them for evaluation, sometimes I think the cost is between $300 to $500 per visit, and there may be multiple visits. If you're looking at an evaluation of some type, I would think that's some type of testing or some type, which that also costs, just like in our hiring process when we do them. We pay per test there, so
How much is it in the hiring process?
I don't know how much them MPIs, there are different things we do in there are, but I'm guessing $100 a person or something like that.
Okay.
And then you pay for them to go visit the psychologist
Sure.
on the results.
Okay, and is that covered under their medical insurance plan for benefits?
They do have some of those covered under their medical.
Okay, I mean, I would hope that we would be expanding that eligibility for them. I mean, if they need to see somebody to talk to them, I wouldn't want them taking, food off their table to treat
Is
something
we-
like trauma.
If we were sending them, we would pay for it, the first visit or two, or whatever we're requiring them to go to. And then the insurance would take over when they continue to visit, but with their insurance, they would still have deductibles or whatever they may have to pay.
Mhm. Okay, so, Councilmember Bierman, it might be helpful to have a placeholder, so that you do have some capital that you're able to work with, once you hear from the residents on what's important. I do think that that's something, otherwise you're not gonna have any capital to treat whatever. And then my, last question, would be for, Chief King. Is he around? He what? Oh, okay, hi, Chief. Okay, I don't know, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this is Fire Chief King. There was some discussion about Fire Station number 5, and I didn't understand the answer exactly. So if 3.5 million was allocated to Fire Station 5, would that fully budget the ability for Fire Station 5 to start construction?
Yeah, so that amount of money would be, I would have to refer back to Anthony Francisco, though, the timing of that as voted on in the public safety sales tax was to do it at the end of the capital budget. That was out there at that time. So apparatus replacement, and then the radio and the EOC projects. And so I would have to defer to Mr. Francisco on how much money, or how much time it would take to replenish and be able to build that. But, so I hope that answers your question.
Perhaps. I guess a follow-up to that would be, I know that Councilmember Wilson has, and people have come up to the mic many times speaking about the need for MSTAT station in Ward 5, saying sometimes the service calls are like 20 minutes. Are MSTAT stations customarily put into the fire stations now?
No, ma'am, they are not. But we have worked on plans, so just to kind of take what we've done out of our east fire stations, we have now respond in our brush bumpers, which is a smaller vehicle, but we can respond to medical calls faster. We also have our a program in place where our firefighters can respond to the level of their certifications. Paramedics out there that can provide higher levels of care quicker while we're waiting on MSTAT. And I've also talked to both Dr. Cody, who's our medical director, and Eddie Sims, who is the head of MSTAT operations, about if they wanted to partner up at some point whenever we do build a station someday, if they wanted to add a bay or add a bay living quarters, something to that, where they can have a station out there as well. We've also talked about maybe a hybrid approach where we could start transporting in a minor role out there in those stations to a rendezvous point where we need an extent. Yes, there are plans out there to help us get better at transport. Ultimately, it's a large budget to improve service out there. Ultimately, I would like to see in the next several years, several new fire stations, one of which would be out to help improve response times. But definitely, we could be all on board, partnering with MSTAT or doing whatever it takes to get the best service possible out there. And I feel like right now, with what we have, we are doing everything we can to maximize that.
Okay, well, if it wasn't the full 3.5 million, Councilmember Wilson, can you maybe share what would be like the best bang for the buck to get the answer to that quicker than?
To help out there. Well, I feel like this is kind of a Sophie's choice for Ward 5 because we've been pushing for extra officers. So to cut 64 officers to give us a fire station, it's kind of like, which one of my kids do I love the best?
I don't think, I'm not I'm not going to be supportive of cutting 64 officers. I think that, I'm just trying to have a discussion on what would be. if
We
that-
need more fire stations, and you're barking up the right tree there with MSTAT. Yes, we need more faster times on our emergency services. You know, and I've pushed for better or more robust, what I'm calling safety corridors, which there's a whole lot of legality there with stop signs and stripes and what have you to make our roads safer out there. But we have a pretty significant crime situation in some of the areas too. So the thought of cutting officers, it's different than the urban environment. So I guess, am I answering your question?
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, say it was 500,000. Chief King, with 500,000, would we be able to increase response time on emergency calls out there for saving lives? What amount of money would the residents out there be able to see the difference? Because
Yes, ma'am. So the purpose on the relocate of Station 5 was to relocate it near the higher populations of the Station 5 district. So we talked about from 168 Highway 9 to currently Station 5 is moving that somewhere near the Blue Bay entrance to Highway 9. So that would help a certain segment of the population out there. If we want, the desire is to increase or decrease response times in Ward 5. Quite frankly, it's going to take more fire stations, not just a relocate of 5. So relocate of 5 helps in that effort for a certain part, but I don't know that 500,000 is going to. I mean, it's not going to. It's definitely not going to build a new fire station, and I don't know what else we could do with that to increase capabilities out there.
so you'd mentioned that, I'm sorry to interrupt, you'd mentioned the pumper truck or whatever. So I guess I was trying to value what that would be to add something else like that you're responding with, that's maybe not in a whole brick and mortar building, but more capability that's servicing that area.
No, I totally do really appreciate that. So what we've done out there is we've added cover tanker trucks that are engines on the front half and they carry 3,000 gallons of water on the back half. And then what we did was, and the cost of those is around $650,000, $680,000. We'll get one in service here in the next few weeks that we're just getting on board at Station 5. We put one in service last year at Station 6. What we wanted to do is to increase the service life on those. It's a big unit, so they're not as fast or as nimble as other units. So we designed a grass rig. So that's say a Ford pickup truck, an F550 Ford pickup truck with an extended cab that can carry 3 firefighters with a full complement of medical equipment. And that unit now is what we're using to respond to medical calls at stations 5 and 6. So by using that at $90,000 apparatus versus a nearly $700,000 apparatus, I'd rather wear out a lot cheaper apparatus than that. That actually can maneuver quicker and get to things a little faster. And then on board, like I said earlier, we now have we really focus on trying to get folks with elevated certifications in the medical field. So hopefully that's at least an advanced or a paramedic. And get on scene, hopefully in that 8 to 9 minute range, and while we're waiting on OSAP. And so that's what we've done to maximize the capability of what we have. And I will be fully implemented in service within the next several weeks to a month at most. And we're really seeing a good benefit out of that. I really think it's a life-saving thing that we've implemented. And so both of that plan will be in play at both stations 5 and 6, which are the stations out there in Ward 5. 72nd East Alameda Station 6, and 168 Highway 9 for Station 5. And then, so I hope that gives a clear picture of what we're doing. And then as far as the relocated Station 5, that's moving that one station to an area that has a little higher population base in that district. That station is also very old, it's very tight quarters, it's not very efficient.
Okay.
So once we move out of that, that's the other purpose of doing this, is to get the community center out there more, so the community has the facilities there, they can expand those operations in the parks and rec department out there. But we got to be careful when we move that, because going around the east side of the lake and back north to the border of our territory, the farther you move that station west, the longer response time you have back going that way. So we kind of have to leave it there. And I think that location at 168, I'm sorry, at 38, is meets that. So I hope I gave you a clear picture of what's going on.
Yeah, you did, and Councilmember Scanlon brought up whether or not we had acquired the land to make that happen. Have we done that?
No, there is no land acquisition. What have done is I have reached out to the Bureau of Reclamation, and I've also talked to Ken Comiskey over utilities. So where some of that land and some of those assets are being given up, and because of the end of that lease, and that's kind of out of my lane a little bit to talk about that. But what my hope is to gain several acres of land at a really strategic spot out there and put that fire station. So that is kind of working with those federal and state entities to try to get land acquisition. And we have looked into it. I've talked to the realtor, and then working through the other channels that we may have available to us in the city, Bureau, and those assets. So that's where we are right now.
All right, thank you, Chief King. Point of information for city legal. Land acquisitions are a subject for executive session. So I know that I can't ask what that dollar amount would be, nor would I want to, because obviously there's negotiating that happens with land, and so if you talk about it in public, then the price goes up, because people are like, oh, they want my land, I'm gonna charge them twice. So I guess, would that, whatever that land ends up being for acquiring it, is it coming out of public safety sales tax dollars?
Yes, I believe that project in the Public Safety Sales Tax Fund would include the acquisition as well as design and construction.
Okay, so if council wanted to, depending on, I'm gonna defer on Councilmember Wilson as far as her ward and how this whole thing works, but if we wanted to put placeholder dollars into public safety sales tax to try to move this further along, wouldn't be $3.5 million, but we have heard this complaint many times that people are losing loved ones out there because they are not getting the medical help that they need. Would we be able to transfer money into public safety sales tax account with the intent, and I guess Mr. Francisco could put a note like it's a placeholder for it to go to that?
Well, don't we already have a place?
Yes, we already have a project in the capital budget in the Public Safety Sales Tax Fund for the Fire Station 5 reconstruction and relocation. So it'd be a transfer of funds into that project account. I think the bigger question is probably where do those funds come from?
Right, but it's possible to where it's sequestered into the that savings account for fire.
Yes, you could transfer it into that project account.
Okay, for right now, that's the questions that I have. I'm gonna have to do some math and think about what makes, I don't know. I'm not sure where I'm going with it at the moment, but I'm gonna pass.
It's my understanding Councilmember Scott would like to make a friendly amendment to her current proposed amendment.
Yes, I will, if accepted by Councilmember Holman, or friendly amendment, it'll all be one thing. Because it sounds to me, based on hearing the comments from my counterparts, and I know we haven't finished theirs, and I will wait to make my amendment if we'd like to continue comments from the remaining counselors. But ultimately, it sounds to me like I don't have support for 3.5 to the Public Safety Sales Tax Fund, nor the 715,000 to the stormwater drainage, but it does sound like that the audit function as well as the sensitivity training is something people are interested in. So if it is acceptable, I would reduce, I would amend the 4.5 million to 285,000 to apply to those 2 points, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Math is hard, but I think that's how that works.
Can we,
If you would like to go through, I'll wait. If it has to fail, that's fine. Sorry, I know, sorry, Brenda.
point of information? Can, well, no, it's good, never mind.
Councilmember Holman?
Oh, yes. We can talk about it, yes.
Is this like, huh? I mean, is this in parliamentary, if it has to fail so that we can come back and re-amend the budget at 285,000 reduction, then we can do that. And that way they can complete their comments, go to public comment, come back. It'll fail, most likely, and then I'll re-amend.
My only concern is I don't want to take away the opportunity for the public to speak on it.
Yeah, which would be like the 4.5 million is what we're talking about now.
But if you're going to amend it anyways, it would seem superfluous to have them speak on something that is going to be changed.
But the difference is instead of 4.5 million, it would be 285,000.
No, I agree, which I'd still like to hear comment on.
Okay, so then we can have comment on both. So then we continue with this amendment. Sorry for the confusion. But as we proceed, then 4.5 million. The original amendment? Is it 8:30? 8:15?
All right. So we don't get too confused. Let's go ahead and finish what's on the table. We currently, Councilmember Trone, are you done with what's on the table?
I would ask about what a placeholder would look like from Councilmember Bierman on the mental health evaluations, because I wouldn't want to get, if you cut all the funding out of it, then there's not going to.
Well, this isn't include, mental health evaluations aren't included in this amendment.
So.
Sensitivity training is, and an audit function is, but mental health
Yeah, this just
is
looks like
not.
and then whether or not the 3.5 million would be.
Correct.
Reduced down to something that. Okay, I don't know where to go from here. I'm getting a little confused. I'm going to ask whoever wants to talk next.
Councilmember Wilson, you were next. Do you still want to speak?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure what I'm speaking to now, though. No, it's okay. See, all you guys are learning so much about what we go through up here. My concern, I guess, is back to the PSST fund, fire station number 5, which, by the way, I love that we're all fighting for Ward 5's fire station. Oh! If we, Catherine, or Anthony, I'm not sure. Try not to hyperventilate under my mask. If we were to do that, which sounds like we're probably not going to, but I just want to understand it anyway since it's come to my brain. And I think I asked it earlier, but we will free up $3.5 million in that fund anyways, right? Because we would have eventually, 2025, funded that fire station. So my concern is for the activists that I know are really wanting to see this happen, we're basically, with that $3.5 million, moving it from over here to over there, still being used for police department. So I would prefer to see functions. PSST is a police department funding. I know, but that $3.5 million that was already going to go to that, that's already dedicated to that fund, it will be though, on the backside. Huh? Okay, so my point is, that I would not want there to be a slush fund of $3.5 million. Not that it's necessarily a slush fund, Anthony, I see your eyeballs. But we aren't solving the problem. The PSST fund can be used on public safety, right? And I'm just making sure I understand this. If we were to free up that $3.5 million by funding it tonight with the general fund dollars, which I understand probably isn't going to happen, we still keep putting money into that PSST fund, right? And eventually we catch up to where that fire station was supposed to be. We have extra money sitting over there in that fund. Am I chainsaw weddings situation here like I did before? Confused everybody?
No, you're perfectly clear to me, Councilmember, but just understand that on the backside, as you say, what would actually happen is that the subsidy from the general fund to the public safety sales tax fund would be reduced. Because if you have taken money out of the general fund and put it into the public safety sales tax fund, over time, as the public safety sales tax fund continues to have to be supported by the general fund, that's where the money would be freed up. Because you would no longer, like right now, we're subsidizing $900,000 a year. That will continue to increase each year. Okay, so by the time we would have freed up the funds to build Fire Station 5, that subsidy is going to be greater. So that $3.5 million that you freed up in the general fund to move over there this year would have come from the general fund on the back side.
Some other point, anyways, okay. Then I have one other question for you while you're up here. To outfit that station with implements, and I wasn't paying attention, so you might have answered this a minute ago, but to outfit that station with implements and people, the people part is the part that we have to ongoing
That's
fund.
the difference between a new fire station, as Chief King was talking about, and the relocation. The people would just move from
that one to the other one?
Yeah, but if you're adding a new station, yeah,
Okay.
you have to staff it, and that's $1 million or more per year.
Okay, thank you. Which part's the north south side? Yeah. Okay. I don't know what I understand now, but that's it. I'm good.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Before the mask, people already couldn't hear me talk very well most of the time, my entire life. So I've got to remove it just for this because I've been told a lot of people outside cannot hear me at all. So that first, I do really just want to extend my appreciation to my colleague for sharing that experience. And sometimes this microphone can be the only or most powerful tool that we have to use to talk about important issues. Sometimes we can't, even our vote can't address an issue, but we can use this microphone, and it's extremely powerful. And I'm really going to miss sitting next to you. I just want to let you know that. It's difficult to talk about stuff like that in front of a crowd, especially as the mayor mentioned. So I did have a question about, Councilmember Wilson did ask about the staffing part. So if Chief King is still on the line, would the new fire station number 5 be bigger than the current fire station number 5? Would it have more people? How many people staff a fire station? And Anthony already answered how much it costs to staff one. So those two questions: will the new fire station 5 be bigger than the current one? So therefore, will it need more staffing than the current one? And how many per shift? I think it was.
No, sir. It is assumed that the staffing would be the same. The staff would just move from the current location at 168th to the Clear Blade area as Chief King described. The physical building, however, is proposed to be larger, yes, because I think the chief was describing how it's inadequate at its current size. So yes, the same number of people in a larger station.
Okay, thank you.
The last part of your question, again, I think he might correct me, but I think it's about 15, 18 people per station.
5 per shift.
Chief King is also still here if we'd like to hear from him.
Sure.
Yeah, I really have to respond, but thank you for that question. Station 5 currently 3 shifts, 4 personnel. So there's 12 people. Sorry, Brenda, I did a lot.
On break.
If you could hold on just a moment, Chief King.
Okay.
Okay, try to start over.
Okay. Yeah, that's better. Sort of.
Well, let me see if there's any other lights I can check out. Okay, yours and my mic are the other ones open, so try again.
Okay. So at Station 5, there's 3 shifts there, 4 personnel each. So at that station, about 12 people is what minimum capacity for that station. So, yeah, as Anthony said, that's about somewhere $1 million or north of $1 million annually to staff the fire station. And when we go to relocate, it would be a bigger building. Stations today, just the square footage required is larger because you have the way they're designed, how you need the bedroom to be your truck room, need certain rooms for your gear now because of the precision effect, you have washrooms to properly clean the gear. A lot of the things that are needed today are not in the current station. So it would be bigger, but we don't foresee adding any more personnel to the relocate. And then we already got the equipment, which is still in great shape as of today.
Thank you, Chief King. I appreciate that information. That is very helpful. I guess my comments about the amendment is I second this amendment because I believe strongly this is a very important discussion that we have tonight for the public and for all of us. We've already had quite a few very good questions and some detailed answers I think we needed. So I do appreciate this amendment being put forward. This is my 7th budget process to go through up here. And that process does start in November every year. And this is the most people we've had come to a budget hearing since I've been on council. It's usually about 3 or 4 people. 1 or 2 of them will ask a question or 2, and that'll be it. We literally beg for people to come down here and be a part of this discussion. But I would just say that this tonight is the very end of the budget process. It's the deadline literally before we have to, by state law, pass a balanced budget. State law requires that cities pass a balanced budget every year. So this is really a year-long conversation that the council has to have, that the community has to have. And we really do need more people in this community to be involved in that entire process. The beginning is quite a bit easier to be involved in, actually, because they are smaller committee meetings in the boardroom where you can come and get some very detailed information about what we're proposing to spend money on. And so cutting this much from the general fund and redistributing it to these other things, which every single thing on here is something we really need. Stormwater is a desperate need in this city. Absolutely. Stormwater problem is not getting any better. It's getting worse. It's getting extremely more expensive to fix every year that it goes by that we aren't able to adequately address it. We have failed from up here to put forward a plan that our citizens were willing to support. So, that's been on us, and we've got to do better. But that is a major need that this city has to address. And the internal audit function, I also was very supportive of that position, along with Councilmember Castleberry and several other colleagues, of a position that I think we talked about answering to the council, or answering directly to the council. I think we had talked about the city attorney and the city auditor, in addition to the city manager answering to the council. So I think that is a very important thing, and I agree with Anthony Francisco that it does have to be something that is ongoing. It really can't just be a one-time, we hired a firm this year to do it, but it really needs to be an ongoing function of the city government, I think. I'm not sure if $235,000 is enough or too much for that department and how many people would be in it, but I do support that. And then additional funding for officer sensitivity training. I don't know if 50,000 is enough, or if I think there are probably a wide range of programs and training that I think we need to be talking about that we would be interested in our police department being a part of, if they aren't already. So I think these are all great things that would be worthy of reallocating this funding to, but I do think that this is such a significant amount that 2 weeks or a week is not enough time for us to make this kind of cut and properly decide how we're going to reallocate them. But I do think we need to be talking about these very things over the next budget process, and how the next city budget could be different from this one in regard to what we're proposing to spend these resources on. As many people have pointed out, it's no secret, the police department is our largest city expenditure, singular, our largest funded department. It is also one of only 3 departments that have a dedicated funding source in a sales tax, our newest one being transit. But police, fire, and transit are only city departments that have outside dedicated funding source, separate from the general fund. So that's something we've got to be considerate of too. The PSST, when I was on council, when it was passed, when it was made permanent in 2014, I had been on council for a year, and it was never intended, at least that I can recall, that the general fund would subsidize it for any long period of time. We did know that with the big capital expenditures that the PSST was going to be making in the first few years, like the radio system, which was over a $15 million system. I know it's crazy to think about how a radio system could cost that much, but it's a radio system not just for the police, but for the entire city, all city services, police and fire, road maintenance, line maintenance, all that stuff. And so the old system was extremely old, and there were large areas of the city limits of Norman where there is actually no radio coverage at all. So a police officer, a firefighter, or someone could be in a more rural area of Ward 5 and have no radio communication for backup, things like that. So updating that system was a really big deal, but it cost a lot of money, like I said, over $15 million. And we've done that, so that's been a big expense in the last few years. The Emergency Operations Center is a big expense. Constructing fire stations is a big expense. We bought I can't remember how much it was, but it was over $1 million fire truck in the last 3 or 4 years to replace a fire truck that was, I think, 20-something years old. So those vehicles are extremely expensive. Most people wouldn't think that a fire truck can cost over $1 million, that a trash truck costs $500,000. So the PSST has been trying to get those voter-mandated projects done, and in addition to that, sales tax revenue has been down. Construction costs have gone up, as we're experiencing with Norman Forward projects as well. And so I think there's some valid reasons to point to why the PSST is not self-funding right now. But it is something we really need to talk about, because for other departments, you could say there's a fairness issue to say, why is the general fund subsidizing these departments when they already have a dedicated funding source that we don't have? And we need extra people. We need, these things. So that is just part of the overall big budget process that we've really, this council and the members that will be coming on, Councilmember Perry that will be coming on, and if my colleague Bill Scanlon or Elizabeth Foreman, whichever is here, this council is going to have to be having these really serious and hard discussions about where we spend our city dollars. And so I do think unfortunately, it's a little bit late to make these significant changes today, but the budgets going forward, I think, have to reflect these type of changes. I think that's what our community is saying. So that's what I have, and I look forward to hearing from the public on this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. I'm truly inspired by it. I'm proud of everyone. Something's happening tonight. Change is happening. Norman's not the biggest city in Oklahoma, but it is where change happens in Oklahoma. And I think it's beginning tonight. We're having a discussion, and the most important part of a discussion is listening. And I'm very thankful how everyone is listening tonight. Councilmember Scott, 2 decades ago, 2 centuries ago, we came onto council together, and I'm very proud of you and what you've done tonight, because I think what you have done is set the course of a discussion that needs to continue to occur. Councilmember Bertrand and I were just saying, she was saying, why has some of this not happened already, which are great questions. And it is the 11th hour, as Councilmember Holman says, and all of these other amendments that we have tonight, they've been heavily vetted over the last several months. We've talked about them. We've looked at any unforeseen consequences by enacting them. They've been poured over by staff. So I won't be supporting your amendment tonight because of those reasons, but we do have the opportunity for mid-year adjustments to do all the things that are being talked about tonight. And with the proper vetting, I'm sure, and the help of all of the people in this room, we'll find some answers to a lot of these problems. But on a note of optimism, I know that when you came on to council, I remember having a discussion with you, and we both had a shared passion and a shared interest in crime, mental health, substance abuse, homelessness. These things kind of have a tangled weave that come together that I know this whole council was very passionate about. And, I believe that, and this is me talking, that the state of Oklahoma fundamentally made a mistake many years ago when they made a bad policy decision to not fund mental health, substance abuse, these types of things. And in doing so, what it did, in my opinion, is that it turned the jails into mental health and substance abuse facilities. That is not their role. That is not their role. But we as a state, the people in this room, did something a few years ago, and they passed State Question 780 and 781. And I spoke to Representative Andrew Fugate from Del City, who's an expert on this subject, and I want to read 780 decriminalized and started moving people from prisons back into society. And in doing so, it created savings for the state of Oklahoma. That was the point of State Question 781. State Question 781, and I'll read, it was to implement criminal justice reforms that focus on treating the root causes of crime by increasing funding for rehabilitation services like drug and mental health treatment, job training, and education programs. We have saved $100 million since 2017. The state of Oklahoma has not increased funding for these areas at all, not $1, according to Representative Fugate. That has got to change. I think that's changes in this room starting tonight. And I thank you for what your amendment does. That's going to be part of the impetus to get that done, in my opinion. But we as a city and this council have done some things on a local level. And just in the amendments that we have tonight, we have full-time staffing for another homelessness person. We also have a $250,000 budget line item to fund a homelessness study. I'm going to ask the city manager, can you expand on those just briefly?
You bet, Your Honor. In the budget is the price tag to cover the homeless strategic plan, which will provide overreaching analysis of our homeless response system, our current strengths, our current weaknesses, to focus on service gaps and the overall safety net, the examination of a possible build solution for permanent overnight sheltering, a day shelter and resource center, and the exploration of the feasibility of a housing first community-wide strategy towards homelessness. So our CDBG staff work on this full-time. That is their passion. If you've met these particular staff members, they recognize this tool as being their roadmap for the next 5 to 10 years, and it will also provide the needed service delivery plan for the Homeless Resource Center question that'll appear on the ballot in August.
Which was going to be my next, our unhoused population. We are addressing that in August, are we not, with a bond issue?
Pull your phones out and mark your calendars for August 25th, a local election. That will be very important.
We need you
for
to
your
help us.
community.
We need the people in this room to spread the word and help us, because in that bond issue, we have $5 million to help our unhoused members of our population. Can you expand on that? And what I think this study does lead into that. Is that correct?
Absolutely. One of the things the police chief mentioned is the department periodically throughout every fiscal year provides opportunities to meet with our homeless population and help them identify what issues they have in receiving benefits they most likely already qualify for. Whether it's I need a driver's license, or I need access to a post office box, or a social security card copy. I know my number, but I don't have a card. We do that kind of sporadically. In this facility, we'll have a place to provide that service Monday through Friday, and also the opportunity for the warming shelter space that we were able to take advantage of a vacant former central library over this past winter. And in working with some of our service partners here in town, the folks at Norman Regional, as part of their overall campus remodel in Porter, they recognize the transitions of care team that they're putting together to help people transition from homelessness to housing, or from hospital care back into housing. So we've got lots of qualified service providers looking for that opportunity. And they said they'd also like to look at buildings on the Porter campus for sobering center facilities, as well as drug and alcohol rehabilitation, and the addition of between 48 and 50 additional behavioral health beds, which are desperately needed here in Norman.
County's partnering with the sobering center as well.
Oh, absolutely. That conversation was actually initiated by our former sheriff, and those conversations will continue as we transition through this next election and a new sheriff.
I want to elaborate on that, because I know, I think Council Members Scanlon and Wilson and Petrone are very involved in the homeless task force, and this whole concept of the homeless resource expos. How many people are homeless in this town just because they don't have access to their identification was just, it just amazed me. And how we were able, our police department, as Chief Foster expanded on that, spearheaded that. And that's something I'm very proud of, that they were able to do. And so, and then wasn't it, it was just this last fall, a few months ago, where this council passed a plan by the Norman Regional Health Complex for a $250 million bond issuance to do all the things that you've just talked about. 50 additional beds for mental health that's dedicated to people from the city of Norman. There's no other city in this state. Oklahoma City won't have that. Tulsa won't have that. Norman will be the leader. We're going to have a clinic that's dedicated to those without insurance, moving people that are unhealthy to get healthy. These are things that we have done as a city, and they're things that we should be very proud of, I think. And so, as Chief Foster, I have one quick question for him.
He is here.
Ran to the bathroom?
In just seconds.
Well,
While he's stepping to the podium, mark your calendars for
we've got
June
another
30th.
vote we need help with, and that's State Question 802, where we expand Medicaid, Medicaid, Medicare, and that's going to provide very needed income to the health system, in not only in Norman, but throughout the state of Oklahoma. And so we've got a lot of good things going, and a lot of good energy. Thanks, Chief Foster. And I want to just kind of go over, I think there's a little bit of analogy in what we're doing with some of these facilities. We also have on our bond issue in August, I think it's going to, for me just a little bit.
Yes, when the municipal court moves out, it will remodel that part in the front, this municipal court, to allow us to expand into that area for a little more room at the police department. It also allows us at the EOC and Emergency Communications Center to build out the way it was originally designed. It's a hardened structure. Right now, as it's designed to fit within the budget, you can only have a part of that building that's hardened, which wouldn't include communications. If there was any type of storm or something coming, communications would have to go in a shelter area away from the communications equipment, so there wouldn't be any communications during that time. So that would be a big plus to be able to build that as a complete hardened structure and make it the way we first designed it, with both an EOC, the dispatch center, and a traffic management center.
Yeah, I think the awkwardness of going to court through, I think Councilmember Holman has just elaborated on this time and time again about how it's just not an ideal setup the way we have it now. And the improved functions, I think, of the police department that you said, that if we are able to make these facility changes, will be a very positive impact.
Yeah.
And so my point in all of that is it goes back to, we have a little bit of a long track history with the animal shelter together. What's that?
You're talking about her amendment, clarification.
And so we go back many years, and the animal shelter was 15 years ago. Can you kind of describe the state of the animal shelter?
Excuse me, is this not off topic? We're talking about the amendment, aren't we?
Can you briefly answer that?
Yes, the animal shelter was in terrible condition before our first remodel.
And you were part of the leadership team there that saw dramatic change in the facility there that has now led that department. I believe our release rate is an adoption rate is the highest in the state of Oklahoma.
Yes, 95%.
Profound changes. And so I believe that with these facility changes that we're seeing, with the 50 additional beds, the municipal complex renovations, the unhoused members of our society of our city having additional space, and the collaborative effort with your team, I think leads to brighter days. And I'm excited about what's happening, and I'm excited about our future, and I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Wilson.
Oh, I remember now. God, you guys talk a long time. City manager, can we put on the calendar a 90-day review of this budget from this point?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I needed to ask. Thank you. Because I want to revisit this. I don't want people to think that this is the end of the discussion.
I'm confident it won't be. With that, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding Councilmember Scott's amendment. I remind you that we will limit our comments to 3 minutes to have an opportune time and chance for everyone to speak. I would also remind that there will be comments that you may not agree with, and that is okay, but we will be respectful of each other.
Can we set our timers at the same time so I know when we're on the same track?
3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much. All right, I just want to get us back on
Track because I felt like there was a lot of detraction from what the actual amendment was. Oh, sorry, let me introduce myself. My name is Madison Lovell, Ward 7. Again, a lot of distraction from the actual amendment at charge. So here's what I want to bring attention with Chief Foster, the 8 can't wait. Minneapolis served 7 of the 8 amendments of the 8 can't wait, and still people die unjustly. So that proves that these transitions to new trainings will do nothing but continue to allow people to die. Consider the accountability. So long as qualified immunity exists, there will be no accountability. So long as police are under the FOP, we will have no accountability. So long as police are in charge of their own reviews, they cannot hold themselves accountable. It is within their own favor to report themselves favorably. So it shows an inherent issue. Even if there was an issue with an individual police officer officer under arbitration laws, under the FOP, that police officer can get rehired. This was highlighted to me with John Steege and the previous police chief, Chief Humphrey. Consider Marconia Kese. No de-escalation training could have prevented that. It was clear bias from Norman Regional and Norman PD. Even if Chief Foster pointed out that cops must stop each other, yet there were 2 cops with Marconia Kese, both hurling insults. At the end of the day, we need to rethink public safety. According to Angela Davis, is it about shifting public funds to new services and new institutions? Mental health counselors who can respect people who are in crisis without arms. It is about shifting funding to education, to housing. All of these help to create security and safety. It is about learning that safety safeguarded by violence is not safety. Let me say that again because I don't think you heard me. Safety safeguarded by violence is not safety. Briefly about the SRO. If the police cannot de-escalate children, then no way am I going to trust them with adults. If we does not engage in the ongoing work when such a moment arises, we cannot take advantage of the opportunities to change. You talk about a conversation because you can wait for more people to die. I can't. So now I want you to vote on something. Don't say and thank don't thank and make comments about Councilwoman Scott and say thank you whenever your questions are about the fire station and not the police department and not the consequences of the police officers that she talked about. That shows me that everyone in the city council has missed the mark entirely of this conversation. I worked with the NCAB. I helped create that constitution, and I am wholly disappointed in it because it does nothing. It realized something that the Norman PD fails to realize. This is not about public perception of cops are changing the culture from within. This is about addressing systematic racism inherent in the policing system. And until then, we cannot fund the police. You must vote in favor of Councilmember Scott's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm all for applause. Maybe we could do like the Zoom applause thing so we can continue going and I don't have to gavel each time because again, that does cut into our time tonight. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Alex Regiers, Ward 4. I am a teacher at Longfellow Middle School. And I started teaching in Norman Public Schools in 2016. And I just want to say that these are my views and my views only. So I know there's a lot of issues. I want to talk to you about the SRO program and potentially cutting that program, because I know you're going to hear from a lot of people tonight talking about their positive experiences with SROs. And I'll be the first to say that I've had some really amazing experiences with SROs, including the one at Longfellow, Officer Hannah. He's amazing. I really respect him as a person. But whenever you hear people use those positive experiences with SROs to justify having police in our schools, I just want you to remember that this is not about the individual job performance of any one officer, that it's actually missing the point of this conversation to talk about how great they are in this situation, because it's actually a question of job fit. So it's true that good SROs like Officer Hannah provide mentorship, friendship, and care for our students from time to time. However, I want everyone in this room, not just the city council, to ask themselves if those qualities that we love about our SROs could not instead be provided by social workers or trained mental health care professionals. So in other words, is placing a police officer in the role of a trained counselor or social worker the right fit? It's also a question of educational philosophy. I spoke out at a school board meeting when the board unanimously voted to drug test our students. And I'm going to say what I said then, I'm going to say it here. Schools should be as least like prisons as possible. When students arrive at school, they should not be met with suspicion and surveillance. Doing so feeds into the school-to-prison pipeline. A study conducted by Brady Balmer in Phoenix found that police presence in schools did not improve behavior overall. Additionally, a 2013 study in Justice Quarterly found that when schools introduce police, they record more crimes against those police and more drug crimes, and non-serious violent offenses against those police get turned into criminal records. So this is the school-to-prison pipeline that we are talking about, not improving the behavior while simultaneously creating permanent criminal records for mainly children of color in instances where schools should be given the disciplinary discretion instead. Since Columbine, over 10,000 police officers were placed in schools across the country, but not only have they not prevented even one school shooting, they've arrested countless children for routine behavior violations. It is not the fault of the police, not only the fault of the police in the schools, for writing those criminal reports on behavior violations. It's the fault of city councils and boards of education for putting them in that position. So instead of giving that power back to the school to discipline the students without permanently altering the student's future and setting them on a path to prison. So please, I'm asking you to not only consider the varying personal experiences you're going to hear today, but also look at the big picture and consider the data and the research which has been done that corroborate the findings that police and schools do more harm than good. Again, as a teacher in ATS, I've had many positive interactions with SROs, but this is a question of what we want our schools to look like. It's a decision that's going to send a message to every student in our schools one way or the other.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That's very good. Let's rotate, so you came from that side, correct? All right, let's go this way. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, I'm Adrienne Johnson. My kids have been here since 2011. I just want to say one thing about the resource officers in the school. I do not agree with that. I have a 5-year-old son that was, the police was called on him in elementary to come to de-escalate his temper tantrums. Never have I ever saw this before. I've seen it on the news before, but he's devastated by it. He does not like police officers, but his first thought is, am I in trouble every time that one comes by him? And I feel like that in school, kids should not be met with a police officer because they're having a temper tantrum. I also feel like that the sensitivity training is bullcrap. If you are a police officer, you should not need sensitivity training. I'm pretty sure when you had a baby or you have a daughter and her boyfriend or her husband treats her the way that you do the citizens, you would not like it. And I also believe that every single time that you are met with a citizen of Norman or anybody else, you don't without your uniform on, you don't automatically tell them, I'm gonna give you disciplinary actions because of the way you look. I also think you guys need to take accountability for your actions and the people that are in your department and the things that they do to the residents that don't look like you. And I just want to touch on one more thing with resource officers in the school. It's not everybody, and I'm not going to say that it's everybody, but what I can say is that a lot of kids in the Norman Public School District have been racially profiled by a lot of your officers. And I can't name every name or name the names of everybody that has, because it's been that many. You guys need to take accountability for this. This is a real issue, and police officers in schools do nothing for our children. You want to put some money towards somewhere else, put it towards my son. He has to get therapy now ever since then. And he has been fighting with a lot of anxiety, and he's going to be fighting with more. So you want to put money towards sensitivity training for these officers to be sensitive towards residents of their community. Put it towards all the brown and black children that are devastated by all the things that they do and the way that they handle them in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Malone. I've been a Norman resident for greater than 20 years. I currently reside in Norman's Ward 3. I primarily wanted to talk about something that was addressed very initially in regards to when the city manager was addressed for the $4.5 million, the initial amendment that was stated. It was then stated that 64 officers would then be required to, my apologies, lose their job. We would have to reduce them from the personnel. Is that correct? When I look at the overall general budget for 2018, I do see that the public safety sales tax almost represents 30% of what appears to be the personnel force in regards to investigators, patrolmen, things of that nature. So is the only method that the council members on the dais believe to essentially defund or demilitarize the police, as several, including myself, wish to see, the only method of doing that, as we understand it on the general budget, is just remove 64 personnel? Is that correct?
In reading the language of the motion, that was the motion.
Okay, understood. That was primarily my point. I suppose it's the final point as I use the rest of my time. In regards to SROs, I know it sounds incredibly anecdotal to simply talk about how we see individuals of minority natures persecuted, essentially, by SROs. The truth of the matter is that the Norman City actually provides those numbers themselves. And we do see a large amount of minority individuals being persecuted as a result of that. So it's not a matter of anecdotal evidence as to whether or not we have this racial problem or bias in Norman. It is a truth, and so I'm glad to stand with these people here today. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm Allison Williams. I messed up my word last time. I'm in Ward 1. Yeah. I'm back. And, well, thank you. I'm a bit disappointed myself. Just in the fact that I heard one of the questions that a council member asked earlier to the public school system about the officers being involved in most of these school affairs. And the response was no, and that is a complete lie, I would just like to say, because I've had personal experience myself. So if they want to sit here and call me a liar, I can tell you the stories in detail if you like, but I don't have enough time to do that since we only have 3 minutes. So I just like to say, I am completely sick and tired of having to waste, I feel like I'm wasting my breath up here most of the time because my voice just goes through one ear, not the other. But I would like to say that why can't one of these 64 jobs be the people that have had multiple complaints by these people that have had too much force? Why can't one of these 64 officers be the person that spout hate during an email talking about white supremacy and the KKK? Why can't that be one of the jobs that are taken? But instead you are still putting money in his pocket. That is the problem today. You did not hold him accountable for his actions. You are still putting money in his pockets. So why can't the jobs be for one of these people that obviously have a racial bias towards the Caucasian race and are still out here, have the job to protect and serve, and they have weapons. They have weapons, but at the same time, they have racial bias, and that is a danger. Not only to me, but to everybody around me that is a person of color. That is a danger. You might not realize that because you might not have my skin tone and you might not have the fear running through your head like I do. Okay, but I'm scared. I am terrified most of my days. I can't even see a cop car drive by and imagine me dying because of the color of my skin. And I feel like that is what most of you do not understand. Most of you do not understand the fear of everybody around here. And that's the problem. That's why people don't want to vote for what she's saying. She's a white woman, and they still will not believe her whenever they say that, or whenever she says that she feels like she's in danger. So how do you think the rest of us feel? I'm done.
Thank you.
Soraya, I'm in Ward 4. Hi. I would like to take this opportunity to ask my city council members a few questions. Have you ever been called a racial slur or racist nickname by an authority figure or a school official? Because I have. Have you ever had to attend school with the same SRO officer who shot and killed someone you love? Have you ever been harassed or followed in a public space like a grocery store or a parking lot because of your race? Has your citizenship ever been questioned in a classroom because you, quote, look like the type? Have you ever been asked by an employer to change your name so that it would be easier to pronounce? When you attended school, did a majority of your teachers, professors, and administrators share your same race? Until you are all able to recognize and acknowledge that your proximity to whiteness provides access to power, which enables unjust systems to persist, you will not be able to represent the people of Norman who experience racism every day. You cannot provide an equity lens for the city. We need more than half-hearted apologies and empty proclamations. We need accountability now. We need justice now. We need to feel safe now. We need action now. I would now like to talk about Richard Lee Sanchez. In 2005, Officer Chad Vincent shot and killed Richard Lee Sanchez. Richard Lee Sanchez was a 17-year-old who was shot 13 times in the back. The coroner's report said that the final bullets entered his body in an angle implying that he was already face down on the ground. Chad Vincent went on to become the architect for the Norman Public Schools Resource Officer Program. The SRO program has been proven to disproportionately target and arrest Black and brown children. The The SRO program is unnecessary. The SRO program is upholding systemic racism in our city and is feeding the school to prison pipeline. We deserve to feel safe in school. SRO officers who have refused to let students know of their rights before drug testing them do not make us feel safe. SRO officers who have forcefully handcuffed 12 and 13-year-olds do not make us feel safe. SRO officers who have slammed high school students to the ground when facing a mental health crisis do not make us feel safe. Police officers who have murdered unarmed citizens are being protected by a system that favors racism. The SRO program is unnecessary and it is unacceptable.
Thank you.
My name is Jess Eddy, and I'm the man who exposed David Bourne's criminal misconduct at OU. Now, many people know that it wasn't the University of Oklahoma Police Department that received that first criminal report. In fact, it was me meeting with the lieutenant here in the Norman Police Department. And while I'm vehemently opposed and am an abolitionist of modern-day policing, I will myself admit that the conduct by Lieutenant Clement, the treatment and professional courtesy she gave me was exemplary. And so while I know that all Norman cops are bad, when I hear a proposal to cut the budget in half, I know that that's needed. You may be familiar with the studies that show that approximately 40% of police officers nationally are accused by family members of domestic violence. And if you think Norman's an exception to that national statistic, you've got another thing coming. Police departments in this nation attract individuals with a proclivity for violence. And when all this discussion has gone on about trainings and things of this nature, diversity and inclusion, I think someone mentioned the University of Oklahoma, the most racist university in the nation, as to someone that could help you. I mean, not one training have I heard to talk about how you make somebody who has an intention to commit violence nonviolent. And that's why we're talking about cutting this police department in half. I've never seen in a long time a greater exhibition of white privilege than all the white men and women on this board, with the exception of Councilman Scott, who have laughed, complimented themselves. Apparently, you don't have to worry about dying on your way home tonight. It's outrageous that you speak with authority on matters of this community when you're all white. This is a protest, this is a national movement about cops killing black and brown people. You have no authority. You should be listening. These actions, these are requests, and you compliment yourself on conversation, discussion. Where's the action? If there's no action, there's no compliment. These people are here because their friends, their family, their loved one, their children are being killed by police. My first time to witness police violence was a school resource officer putting his foot on the throat of a black classmate of mine who was 12 years old. Okay? My second experience, personal police violence, was being assaulted and brutalized by Norman Police Department on Crawford when I was walking home drunk in college, charged with public intoxication. But when I lawyered up, like most white people can, those charges were dropped. But we know if that was a black man or woman, they would have been charged with everything in the book. That's what happened in America.
Thank you for sharing that.
Hi, my name is Elisa Velasco. I'm in Ward 4. I would like to say a name today. Martin Sanchez Juarez, also known by his family members and loved ones as Isaac. On December 14th in 2014, his wife called 911 because Isaac had lost his memory and was having a mental illness episode while walking on Main Street. Instead of someone who is trained specifically to deal with people with mental health issues, Officer Heather Glazier was called to the scene. She approached Isaac and he went towards her. She used unnecessary deadly force and shot Isaac 3 times, twice first in the legs and then in the head, killing him while he was 25 feet away from her. I spoke with Isaac's wife this morning, and she talked to me and my mom about what it was like witnessing the murder of her husband. She spoke about how when she heard the shots, she wanted to run out for her husband, but was afraid that the officer would shoot her as well. While trying to get justice for her husband, she was told by the police department that the body camera videos were not available and that the camera footage by the store by which the scene happened was also not available. So tell me now, where was the transparency in this investigation? Where was the accountability? Where was the justice for yet another person of color killed by the police? And not only is Officer Glazer still working for the city, but she is currently working as an SRO at Norman High, the same high school where Esop's daughter attends school and where his son will be in 2 years. Can you imagine, for one, the pain this family must feel knowing that the officer that killed their loved one is still roaming the streets, and two, that the same officer is now placed in an atmosphere where children are supposed to learn and grow? When talking to Isaac's wife today, she expressed to me how hard it has been for her 15-year-old daughter to go to school and have to see every day the person that murdered her father. Nothing about this situation is okay. The fact that Officer Glazer was called to handle a situation with a person with severe mental health issues. The fact that Officer Glazer was not fired and that the police department and the city covered up the evidence. And the fact that now that officer is working in a high school with the student whose father she murdered. I am here today not only to call for the defunding of the police department as a whole and reallocation of those funds to support our community, but specifically for the city to fire Officer Glazer, because I know for a fact that no one in this room would be comfortable with an officer who killed their loved one working in a school. I'm calling for the end of the SRO program that disproportionately hurts Black and brown students in schools. And it is appalling to me that we would rather invest in police officers in our school than counselors and social workers and more education resources. And most of all, I'm calling for justice for the Sanchez-Juarez family because no one should have to go through that amount of pain because of
Thank you. Okay. All right, we're going to pause a moment just because our feed battery is about to die, and I don't want people to think and miss out on the conversation, so give us just 1 second, please. For your patience, we will resume public comment, and again, I ask that you all be respectful Thank you, ma'am. Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, I'm Stacy Bruce. I reside in Ward 3. I work in Ward 8. I just wanted to say I totally, completely understand the stories and the experiences that have been shared tonight. I'd also like to share that I work with homeless teenagers professionally, and I have seen another side of an SRO program that hasn't been mentioned tonight. I've seen an SRO, we've been able to reach out to one after being able to connect them with the resource officer to provide safety. I've also been sitting on a floor at my place of employment with a student that was having a mental health concern, and myself, the social worker, and the counselor from their school were unable to get this person settled down, and it was a police officer that was able to do that. I also want to say that we've had students that we have bikes that get donated to our students, which is amazing. And you'd be surprised that some people don't know how to ride a bike in high school. And officers have reached out to help them learn how to ride a bike. So there is another side. But I also want to say that I serve on the NCAB, part of the Norman Citizens Advisory Board, that was created out of President Obama's community policing since his 21st century policing program. Chief Foster created it, and Chief Humphreys created it, and I decided to serve on it and apply for it because I wanted to bridge the gap between underprivileged, underserved teenagers in our community and the police department. I now serve as the chairperson. We have been in session for, let's say, 18, maybe 19 months now. We have quarterly community listening sessions, which means we've had 5, and 0 people have attended our listening sessions. So what I'm excited about is to see that people are passionate about things that we exist to address in our community with our police department. The one concern, one person came to our meeting by accident. They meant to come to a planning session and they came to our meeting and they talked about lime or bird scooters being placed in the center of a sidewalk. That's what we've been able to deal with because no one has brought us issues that they would like for us to look at and review for our police department. A lot of questions were asked tonight about the police department. Let me suggest the Citizens Police Academy for city council members as well as community members. It's just informational. It's great to understand that side of things. I still have opinions that differ from the police department, but at least I have an understanding. Does that make sense? So I really just want you to know we are not window drapings for the police department, nor do we want to be that for you guys to hide behind. Please come talk to us.
Thank you.
Quick bang the gavel on.
Hello, I was here last Tuesday as well. I'm from Ward 1. My name is Madison Molitor. I am a disappointed Norman citizen, and I think a lot of you guys need to be voted out. I think we need to see more people of color. I think we need more women of color. I think we need more young people. There have been a couple of problematic statements made about what the problem is. What is the solution to the problem? That's the discourse that is the problem. When we say, how does this amendment solve the problem? We need to say, how does this solve police violence? How do we stop the criminalization of our students, of our homeless population? I think the discourse needs to change tonight. I think that going forward, when we say how are we going to fix this problem, how are we going to fix police violence? I think that 67 or 60-something police officers off the force. Have you seen our public schools? Have you seen the budgets? Have you seen our classrooms? Have you seen what's going on? Do you think that we need more police officers to stop crime, or do you think that we need to be educating our society, our community? Do you think we need to be focusing on the source of the crime? In Ward 5, you don't need more officers. You need better community nonviolent outreach. More officers are going to cause that crime rate to do what? Skyrocket. That's what happens when we look at our community and we start to address the real issues and we change the discourse that we start to have. That's when we see the solutions. We need to change the way we talk about this. You know, defunding the police is like this dog whistle for everybody to come forward with their opinions, but defunding the police means that we're taking a step back as an all-white city council. Like I told the news last time, we're a bunch of white people. You don't face the violence, you don't face the violence, we don't face the violence that 14-year-old girl just came up here and talked about. We don't face the violence because we're not indigenous, we're not brown, we're not black. And we need to listen to them. And I'm disappointed listening to the conversations up here. I thought that last Tuesday that I felt like maybe one of you guys had a casserole that was burning and you wanted us out of here. You know, like, it's really frustrating as a citizen to just kind of be told, oh, like next week, or oh, we can't talk about that right now. Do you know how many times a young person, a young woman, don't talk about that right now? Next week, tomorrow, next year, in November when we start this process again. Who cares if it's due tonight? I don't. We sure don't care if your budget is due tonight. Let's break the law and let's make a change. You know? Let's stand up and make some change, because I'm tired of following orders and procedural things that are just perpetuating the same broken system. We're sitting here orderly, point of order, this and that, when we should actually be making change. Not one of you should have said, no, we should not defund the police. You should go, you know what, maybe we shouldn't do that now. Maybe we should continue to think.
My name is Carla Blumenthal. I'm in Ward 2. I had a brief email sharing with Dr. Carter this morning. Number one, I'd like to extend my understanding to Councilmember Scott. I've been in her position before. It's not a good position. You can't talk about it. You don't understand, as Councilmember Scanlon said, you do not understand what somebody has gone through unless you've walked in their shoes. Don't say you understand. I train negotiators at our job. I tell them, do not tell our clients that you understand, because you don't know. I am a police officer's family member. My brother was a police officer. He's now deceased. I have 3 nephews that are on the Oklahoma City Police Department. Forgive me for being here and not having a family member on the Norman Police Department. I have been around law enforcement and law since I was born. I've been a family member of a police officer since I was 14. Does anybody recognize what family members of police officers go through? What wives have to go through? I'm an ex-wife of a police officer, but I still stand by him. And I sent what I'm getting ready to read to a couple of my friends who are married to police officers. And forgive me for reading it straight from what I wrote, but I just wrote, hey, I want to make sure you're okay. People forget what the wives and family members of police officers go through. We aren't allowed to worry. We aren't allowed, nor do we have time, to have a meltdown. We have to be alert. We have to be super moms that never shed a tear over worrying about our officer returning home after trying to do their job. People don't understand that we have to listen to what that officer went through for his debriefing or her debriefing. We smile through all the bad while it's really taking a toll on us. We are the ones that promises the family that yes, he or she is very well trained, so there's no need to worry. They will return to us safely, although we aren't actually secure in that statement. So I write this because as a family member to 5 of the most wonderful cops I've ever known, I know what you're going through. I love each and every one of you, and I'm here if you need a place to sit quietly or to talk. I'm sorry. I then read on Facebook a post. It wasn't written by me, but it talks about what the badge means.
I'm sorry, ma'am. If you would like to share the post with us via email, I'm sure we'd like to review it.
I can send you a copy.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Taylor Gamble. I live in Ward 1, and like many of you,
military.
Okay.
Don't go after Miss Scott.
Civil conversation, civil discourse. Get him out. All right. Thank you, everyone. All right, please. Please continue, sir.
Sorry, my name is Taylor Gamble. I'm from Ward 1, and just like all of you, I'm here in a position of privilege. I'm not here for myself. I could not be here, not be part of this conversation. It wouldn't make a difference in my life, but it does make a big difference in a lot of people's lives, and that's why I feel like I have the need to take this position of privilege and speak to you today. When the foundation of something is broken, you have to tear it down. And the police department, the foundation of it is broken. It's systematically broken. And we don't understand that as white people because it's not broken towards us, but it's causing problems. And, you know, our country says that we hold these truths to be self-evident: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Our police department is not upholding those truths. It's not doing that. It's not helping. It's hurting these people. It's taking away their opportunity for happiness. I have a friend who years ago was in a parking lot and somebody else was getting arrested, and he was talking to that person, leaning into the police car, and he was taken from leaning into the police car, talking to that person, thrown on the ground, handcuffed, processed. But he was charged with resisting arrest with violence. When he showed up to be like processed at the jail, a friend of his was working the counter and said, "What are you doing here, man?" Told him the story, got him out of there. He went to his court date and the police officer didn't show up, probably because of what his friend did. But if his friend wasn't there, how would his life be different? It'd be completely different. He would have been one of those people that goes through, and if we wait until next year, how many people are going to go through that experience? How many people's lives are going to be ruined? So I sound like Madison when I say, we can't wait. Like, if we have to, do this next week or what, like, this needs to happen now, because a whole nother year of this is not going to be okay. We're talking about people's lives that are going to be lost, that are going to be ruined, people that are going to be, it's not okay. And we need to do something about it. And, it's not about us, it's about them, and we need to listen to them. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Chris. I live in Ward 5 now, out east. I was a Los Angeles Police Department officer for 8.5 years before coming to Oklahoma to pursue other endeavors, okay? So I'll kind of preface it with this. I know we talked about the battle, the chief's verbiage. Sometimes it is. I've worked with people involved in the North Hollywood shootout. I've worked with officers that have been stabbed and shot. Sometimes it is a battle. I'm going to say that. Please don't make all departments and officers bear the cross of what happened. Everybody's on the same page. It's horrible, it's disgusting, and it's despicable. Police work can be inherently violent, but when it goes wrong at the fault of the officer, things are handled, they're charged, and oftentimes they're thrown in prison as they should. Cutting 1/3 of the Norman Police Department and their service to the community is not the answer for what happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in a different time zone.
It's the answer for our community.
I'm speaking. As for counselors responding to violent people in mental crisis, they need help. But my wife, the social worker, does not need to be the one who responds when she's hurt or killed trying to help because she isn't equipped to do the job. This police department bends over backwards for its community members. I see it every day, and I have personal experience in Los Angeles. They do a ton for the community members here. And even some city council members who need the police department's assistance, I know that they've helped. Cutting 1/3 of the police department won't help response time, and all this training, you cannot pay people in pixie dust to provide it. It needs to be funded. I'm not sure what you're gonna demilitarize about the police department. They weren't out there with riot shields and helmets when people peacefully came to the police department. There was no show of force. It was handled professionally and courteously as it should have been. As for everyone else who disagrees, NPD is always going to be hiring, like the sir said, once a year. Come down, be a part of the change yourself, and bring that energy with you. Minneapolis is going to learn a very painful lesson themselves with disbanding their police department. Please, I beg you, do not let the citizens of Norman learn the same lesson. Please.
Hi, my name is Colin Riggert, and I live in Ward 1. In the 5 years since I moved to Norman, I've come to love the city and the people who live here. For me, it has become home. But all is not well in this home. Norman, for all its progressive posturing, is not immune to the disease of racism and white supremacy that poisons our entire nation. From the brutal death of Martonia Kessie to the use of KKK imagery in Officer McDonough's email correspondence, the Norman Police Department has failed the community, just as the institution of policing itself has failed George Floyd in Minneapolis, Breonna Taylor in Louisville, and countless others in this nation's history. I thus urge you, members of the City Council, to use your power to fix this home. Listen to the Defund the Police speakers tonight and the calls for justice ringing throughout all 50 states. Defund NPD and move the cut funds to programs that enrich and elevate the people of our community, instead of crushing them under the thumb of excessive policing. Create systems with true transparency for overseeing the department. Remove SROs and end the school-to-prison pipeline. And finally, demilitarize the police and end the warrior mentality that only encourages further escalation of violence. Finally, the question of how much crime is actually solved was brought up in the study session and not answered. I would like to answer that using statistics the NPD has submitted to the FBI from 2008 to 2019 under the Uniform Crime Reporting requirements. Only 23% of property crimes were cleared. Only 64% of violent crimes were cleared. But you are 14.5 times more likely in Norman to experience a property crime, meaning that the total Part 1 crime clearance rate is only 25%. That is a failing grade. We spend 27% of our budget on a product that only works a quarter of the time. Is that fiscally responsible? Is that the best way to spend our money to serve the people of Norman? The problem is not reform. And the long-term answer is not more training or more oversight or more regulations that have already failed to save the lives of countless citizens across this country. The problem is policing itself, and we as voters have given you the power to solve it. Use it. Support Councilmember Scott's amendment and investigate further avenues of allocation of police funding for next year's budget. It doesn't stop here. This is an ongoing process, and the best way to ensure progress is definite action tonight. And next time, when a man is in a hospital having a health emergency, send in the doctors, not the damn cavalry. Justice for Martonia Kessie.
Good evening, Mayor Clark and council members. I will be reading my thoughts tonight as to stay on task. However, please don't let that lessen the strength of my words. My name is Gay Ryan. I live in Ward 6 and I've lived in Norman for 32 years. Mr. Scanlon's my council member. And I wanted to say thank you for your service. My son goes in the Air Force next month. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge your words, Councilmember Scott. And I would hope that your complaints were addressed and additional discussions and training occurred for the officers that you were in situations with, because just like I would be counseled if I made a poor choice as a nurse with a patient, I would hopefully gain some knowledge from that counseling from different situations, okay? And I'm very sorry that that happened to you. I would like to encourage all of the council members, going back to what I wanted to come and talk to you about. I would like to encourage all of the council members to spend time with our police officers, as Mr. Scanlon has done. I appreciate you doing that. He has personally spent time with our officers during their camps for at-risk youth in our community, so I know he understands the important impact they make on our children. I'm here to stand in support of our police department. I was honestly shocked to see the proposal sent out by the organization and the individuals that are here asking to defund our police. I have many personal friends who are outstanding officers. The MPD as a whole are a constant presence within our community, working to keep us safe and sound. And the student resource officers are hands down some of the most caring individuals of our children.
13 bullets isn't carried! 13 bullets isn't carried!
It is my understanding our police officers attend a 26-week police academy, receive psychological testing and background checks. For those of you who don't think they get a lot of education, they are trained to respond to any situation that may arise. It is also my understanding that our SROs receive an additional 40 hours of training in crisis intervention curriculum, which aims to reduce the risks of serious injury or death during an emergency interaction between persons with mental illness and police officers, as well as they are trained and certified through the National Association of School Resource Officers. As the registered nurse at Norman North, these are all just my own views. But I'm around these children. I watch these men and women take care of our students by guiding, encouraging, helping, and loving our kids. This absurd statement, school to prison pipeline, does not exist in our schools. Thank you, Ashley. If anything, our officers, counselors, principals, everybody in our works as a team to support the children in this community.
Point of order, building
Thank you. We need funds to be able to.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shonda Bishop, and I'm here from Oklahoma City once again. I just want to ask all the law enforcement agencies or officers that are standing here, have you ever heard of David Grossman? By show of hands, how many officers have heard of David Grossman? Yeah, so you know he has been teaching military tactics over 20 years to our law enforcement agencies. They have given him books, Bulletproof Mind, that train officers to kill. This is the training that, you know, our police are receiving while they're going to their police training camps. I think we need to remove that type of train of thought. Instead of using the words combat, can we use the words conflict? Instead of using the words lethal force, can we use the words subduing? What happened to subduing citizens instead of killing them? I mean, police, they pull a gun to subdue. In I believe it's 1985, a law had been passed where a fleeing felons law in Tennessee. They passed for all law enforcement. Where if a person is running from you and they present no threat, why would you pull a gun? Why would you shoot somebody? It's gotta be an intimate threat, like immediate, right there before you can pull your gun and use force against a citizen. But y'all not doing that. That's when we say we wanna defund the police. It's because y'all not following your rules, your policy, the things you're supposed to do in society while doing your jobs. Now, I want to go to another issue. How much money is spent on law enforcement training? To go to these David Grossman or Grossman's military camps and stuff. How much money do we spend there? Too much, exactly. We need to be spending money teaching these officers how to subdue us instead of kill us. You know, change that around. What happened to that? Y'all shooting to kill like it's nothing nowadays. And I don't say every one of y'all, not all of y'all, but y'all more inclined to be more negative towards us. Just, you know, when we meet y'all on the streets, if somebody calls an officer to come deal with me or deal with another African American or person of color, y'all gotta remember we innocent until proven guilty. Come deal with me as an innocent person. Don't come deal with me pulling your gun, thinking I'm already guilty when I'm not. Somebody just called you and assumed I could have stolen something, or called you and could assume that, you know, my light was out on my car. I've seen people on TV getting shot by the police because their tag lights is out. because their brakes failed, you know, stuff like that. Why are we pulling our guns on people in traffic stops?
Point of personal privilege. I would like you to require or ask that everyone covers their face. I know we're in a global pandemic, and I know.
Thank you, sir. I have asked that multiple times this evening. And as a reminder, there's some right there, should be behind that young lady in a basket, and I have some up
Tell
here.
the cops, Bria.
The
All your
officers are not
cops.
wearing masks.
Tell your cops.
The officers are not wearing masks.
Okay,
We have a
go
right
ahead.
not to.
Instead of them not wearing a mask,
I'm
they
sorry.
can leave their guns
Stupid
at
ass
home.
need to
Why
refuse not
are they
to.
not turning with guns?
All right, guys, we're trying to give an opportunity for everyone to speak tonight. Please.
My name's Cassie. I live in Ward 4. I'm really concerned with the overfunding of Norman Police Department, and that's why I urge you to vote yes on the amendment. When Norman became the first city in the state to give LGBT people real protection from discrimination, that's when I knew that this would be my home for a long time. And I know that a lot of people share with me the perspective that Norman is like a secret gem in Oklahoma, a progressive city on the hill. This budget is an opportunity for Norman to keep pushing for a more loving community, to keep being the first in the state to do the right thing. Divesting from traditional law enforcement and investing in community solutions is the future. So we can act now or we can be left behind. We know that people who commit crimes are not monsters in the closet. We are ready to invest in departments that treat community members like people, not problems to be disappeared. We're ready to invest in mental health solutions and addiction solutions for community members in crisis, resource solutions for community members in poverty, housing solutions for community members facing homelessness. Law enforcement officers have been given by the system weapons and weapons training more than anything. They've been given by the courts almost unlimited power and discretion. They're tasked with every community problem under the sun. This power and this violence created a climate where there are good guys and bad guys, and particularly a climate where implicit bias about who bad guys are has deadly consequences for Black and brown people. Norman PD does not have the tools to deal with our community members and their issues. They have the tools to use violence to remove community members from spaces where we have to see them through arrests and incarceration. We know this. We need to begin the process of divesting from law enforcement and creating a new system. The populace you are elected to serve is ready for divestment. This change can only start at the municipal level, so if you abdicate your responsibility for beginning the movement, the council is not only responsible for the abuse and violence and deaths like Marconia's that will continue at the hands of law enforcement, it's also responsible for blocking the opportunity for the community networks we can create. A Norman where we can safely and effectively call for city resources and engage with the community is possible. This pandemic has shown us that no structures in our society, no matter how long-standing or essential, are immune to alteration or reconstruction or revolution. Failing to act today to begin divestment can only be born of uncertainty or fear. I want to assure you that we wouldn't be the first in the US or the first in the world. There are well-vetted structures we can build and still be pushing the needle for Oklahoma and boldly putting our community first, but we can't start if you keep pouring a quarter of our budget into the police department. Divestment will be a process, but reduction in the police budget would be immediate harm reduction by limiting their spending resources and diverting funds to helpful and safe community resources. Studies have shown us that increased budget for training does not reduce police violence. It sounds good, but it just doesn't work. The institution is broken. Divestment is the solution. Studies show that increased police presence does not correlate.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mo Kay. I'm from Ward 7. Derek Scott was killed by Oklahoma City Police. Terrence Crutcher was killed by Tulsa Police Department. Isaiah Lewis was killed by Edmond Police Department. And Marconia Kese was killed by Norman Police Department. So don't say it doesn't happen here, that it happens far off in Minnesota, in Atlanta, in LA, in New York. It happens here. Don't say that our police are different. Don't say that we have the good police when our police are out there in the middle of a pandemic with no masks on, endangering people. We don't have the good police. The Norman Police Department receives the largest share of the city's funding, $22 million, which is 27% of the city's funding. Today we've had an amendment proposed by Councilperson Scott, who proposes to cut funding from the police department. I think we need to do that, and we need to go further. I think we need to end the amendment that's also going to be moving general funds to cover the taxpayer base, the amendment that we discussed last week. We need to consider voting no on that. For us to be transferring money from the city's general fund to the Norman Police Department when our social services are receiving pittances. It's ridiculous to transfer money from the general fund to the Norman Police Department. We're in the middle of a pandemic that is killing people and has caused historic unemployment. And it is absolutely ridiculous to transfer even more money from the city's general fund to the Norman Police Department when police in Oklahoma and in Norman and around this country are killing people. Derek Scott, Terrence Crutcher, Isaiah Lewis, Marconia Kese, and many more names spoken just here tonight. Don't add more names to this list. Make a change. Don't make us come back here to say another name. Don't make us come back here in 6 months or a year or 2 years or 5 years to say another person's name when the police kill another black person in our community. So I call for the Norman City Council, the Norman City Manager, the Norman Mayor to defund, disarm, dismantle, and abolish the Norman Police Department. You can start right now by voting yes on Councilperson Scott's amendment to defund the police by $4.5 million. And you can also do so by voting no on the amendment that transfers general funds to the police departments. Let's invest in our community, not in more racist killer cops. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bridget Burns. I'm a member of Ward 3. I have heard us dancing around what the issue is, and I want to remind everyone that the issue that all of us need to think about is white supremacy. And white supremacy is upheld by every single white person in this room, including Mayor Clark, including every member of council, and including myself. It is a poison that has made us normalize calling the cops on a 5-year-old little boy. It is a poison that has normalized police officers murdering teenagers, having a mental health crisis. It is a poison that has normalized putting a police officer who murdered a child's father in her high school. That's not normal. That shouldn't be normal. That is absurd. And we're sitting here acting like we still need to go through the same points of process. I understand that the people here supporting the blue are scared of change. I understand that losing privilege and losing power is scary. I understand that confronting demons inside yourself is scary, but we all need to do it because it is absolutely necessary. We can talk about trainings, we can talk about recruitment, but the fact is, every minority, every person who's been, every group that has been discriminated against has joined the police force in the United States, and that hasn't changed the system. It's still the same. It still looks exactly the same. We're still normalizing murder. And because of the Fraternal Order of Police Officers can murder with impunity. So we do need to take a step back. We do need to change the way that we are approaching this. We are at a turning point. As people have pointed out, we are in a global pandemic that has pointed out so many of the issues and structures that are broken in our society. And it is possible for us to build new solutions. It is possible for us to defund the Norman Police Department. It is possible for us to demilitarize the Norman Police Department. It is possible for us to have transparency and accountability. It is possible for us to seek justice for Marconia Kese and Richard B. Sanchez and all the victims in the Norman Police Department. And it is possible for us to take police officers out of our schools so they start targeting our children. Thank you. Hello, okay.
My name is Hannah Lord Elliott. I'm a resident of Ward 4. Today I'm going to talk about numbers. We've been talking a lot about ideology with the police force and the city of Norman and our community, but I'm going to talk about the numbers. So looking at our general fund, we've got 27% is dedicated to general expenditures for the public safety fund. That is $22,350,569 dedicated to the police budget and general public safety budget. However, the fire department represents 19% of that budget. So I thought, what would happen if we docked that 8%? That gives us an extra $1,788,045.52 to work with. That would be 1,090,272 school lunches. That's enough to feed every kid in a Norman public school for 70 days straight. Or 42 teachers, assuming we're still paying them very lowly. We could also give roughly 1,200 of all of them a $1,400 bonus to cover the expenses that they pay out of their pockets for their school supplies. We could even hire 35 new school counselors. That's 1 new counselor for every elementary school and 2 each for the junior highs and high schools. We could support our working parents too by providing after-school care for 750 kids 5 days a week for an entire school year. Now, if we want to focus on public safety, we could hire 65 new EMTs or 50 new paramedics, depending on how we'd like to pay them. Potentially the same number of mental health first responders. Heck, we could even buy, as Councilmember Holman said, a fancy new fire truck. But while we're talking about mental health, some clinics around the area offer mental health services for as low as $50 per hour. With our $1,788,045.52, that is 35,760 hours of mental health counseling. Some of the people who suffer most from lack of access to mental health care services are the unhoused. They are also among those who suffer from food insecurity. With this budget cut, we could provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 365 days a year for 816 people. Now, Norman only has an estimated household population of about 200, give or take on your sources, so we could feed all of them every day for 4 years, just by cutting the police budget once. Services, adolescent teen pregnancy services, and more, all for about half of that budget. With $1,788,045.52, we could spay or neuter and vaccinate 17,880 cats and dogs. Wouldn't that be a huge relief for our shelter? Really, any way you look at it, a little bit of money can go a long way if we really want to reduce crime, reduce health emergencies, and prevent substance and behavioral issues, and to improve the physical and mental health of our community. All we have to do is remove the 10 resource officers from schools, not buy 10 new cop cars, avoid replacing everyone's gun for a year, not buy any new riot gear, avoid getting 1 more police canine, not pay for overpriced and outdated training seminars, avoid hiring 10 new police, and not buy a fire cat. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tracy Williams. I live in Ward 3, and I am here to oppose defunding or decreasing, or whatever you want to call it, the police department. And I also oppose getting rid of our SRO officers, and here's why. I looked at the City of Norman website and got some statistics, and it looks like the City of Norman were allocated to have 180 police officers. I'm not sure if that's actually how many we have. And if we reduce them by half, I just don't see how that's feasible, because we have, according to the City of Norman website, we have almost 125,000 citizens. So if you break that down with the amount of police officers that were allocated, that would give us approximately 694 citizens for every 1 police officer. And that doesn't even reach the national statistic, which is 595. So we're not even close to the average. And regarding the SRO officers, I have, I guess, a kind of an experience with that. My daughter is in Norman Public Schools, and a couple of years ago there was a threat by a student to shoot and kill students. And my daughter was on his hit list, and simply because she wouldn't date him. So I am very opposed of removing the SRO officers, because it makes my daughter feel safe, like she can go to school. It makes me feel somewhat safe to send her to school.
So I just don't see how we could even consider that in this day and age with all of the, school shootings and all the threats and everything. And I asked my daughter how she felt about having the officers in school, and she said, it makes me feel safe, and she said they should watch the kids. So anyway, that's what I have to say about that. And I mean, if we're going to defund or reduce anything, maybe we could, reduce or defund the city council. Why not? Maybe we should consider that as well. So,
Thank you.
My name is Lauren Patton. I'm from Ward 4. I'd like to discuss some numbers that you guys gave to all of us in the budget. I can provide page numbers if you'd like me to email them to you. I'm going to discuss first, there were 98,000 911 calls made in 2019. 92,000 of these were resolved without an arrest. That means either an officer armed with a gun and a taser arrived to a scene where he deemed that it was a ticketable offense or not a crime, or other people dealt with this because it wasn't a crime. That meant that there were already other departments and resources that help public safety. Now, there were 2,000 criminal investigations in 2019, just under. Those investigations only resulted in 127 arrests, but officers managed to seize $185,000 worth of property that now sits in a fund for them to use, and I quote, on enforcement activity. For patrol officers in this budget, those officers receive an average of $105,000. I know there's a breakdown, but that is the average number based on personnel and the proposed salaries and budgets. For reference, our legal department, our city attorneys, average salary is only $20,000 higher. As a pre-law student, I personally am expected to pay for the entirety of my undergraduate and law school degrees before I'm even eligible for a job in which I will be paid less than some police officers. However, thankfully our legal department has employees. Your budget also reads that our Children's Right Commission has no employees, and the entirety of the budget is $176. It also shows that our Human Rights Commission has no employees, and its proposed budget is $230. Our juvenile programs, which is solely aimed at rehabilitation for our youth, has one part-time employee who will be paid $37,000. On a personal note, I have been sexually assaulted in Norman. I decided not to report. That is a decision I will have to live with for the rest of my life. But I made that decision because I know that I could live through the trauma of my rape, and I knew that I could not live through the trauma of reporting my rape to Norman PD. That is the norm. That is the norm for sexual assault to not be reported. I want each of you to ask yourself why, and who are we reporting our rape to? And when a number show us that police took $185,000 worth of property during investigations that only led to 127 arrests, what are we funding? When there were less than 6,000 total arrests last year, what are we funding? When we are funding police administration, investigations, and patrol alone, $16.7 million, that does not include the animal shelter, what are we funding? When the entirety of our juvenile rehabilitation programs only receive $50,000, what are we funding? I urge you to pass Councilwoman Scott's motion.
Hi, first off, I just want to let everybody know I'm not a public speaker, so if my face turns the color of my shirt, I apologize. First, I'd like to state that I've been a citizen my entire life. My friends and loved ones are here, and my highest priority is the safety and peace of this community. Today, I'm simply a trained citizen that is on the other end of the 911 call my fellow citizens make when they are frightened during a situation in which they feel they can't handle. My name is Officer Katie Monroe. I was employed at 2 smaller police agencies prior to having the opportunity to work here in Norman. I have seen and been to several other agencies throughout our state, and I can say with confidence and authority that Norman Police Department is one of the best. It has some of the best training opportunities and people
people who genuinely desire to protect their community. I encourage each of you, if change and understanding between law enforcement and the public is truly your goal, to go out and get to know your officers. Come talk to us. Come ride with us. These are opportunities for accountability available to each of our council members and citizens that are rarely taken advantage of but have been in place for several years. Come see what we do. To the council, I'd like to clarify on the carotid hold that my friend and coworker demonstrated earlier. The reason the carotid hold is a technique is that in order to gain control of a violent subject or individual in an excited delirium situation, more often than not, in these situations, officers have to go hands-on, which is very dangerous for all involved. The taser usually does not work on these individuals due to the effects of drugs or other factors. The neck restraint is one of the few less lethal tools we have to safely and quickly render an individual unconscious for a very short amount of time in order to safely restrain said individual and get them the help they need or transport them to jail depending on the situation. Each of our officers are trained on this technique and has had it applied on themselves, including me. When applied, the airway is not blocked and the person can still breathe. Instead, the two carotid arteries on either side of the neck are restricted to slow, not stop, the blood flow to the brain. There have been studies on this, and several agencies, including our Highway Patrol, implement it in their less lethal toolbox, giving them and us more options for us to have when it comes to taking a violent individual into custody safely. At 5'4", 150 pounds, I can apply this technique on bigger, violent individuals safely and effectively should I need to. If the issue is a lack of accountability, training, and insensitivity in law enforcement, then I would encourage, I would challenge the individuals making such decisions, each of you, to come do ride-alongs with us. Come visit with us, see what we do, how we do it, and why we do it. This will give you knowledge to speak confidently and gain perspective on the problems that we face, as well as the issues that need to be addressed.
Thank you. We have had a break requested, so look behind you, look in front of you in your lines. I don't want you to feel like you have to wait there. I'm sure someone has to use the restroom. We will resume momentarily.
said, well, sir, everybody else is. And he said, well, it's not required. And I just think that if you're protecting and serving, as we have an increased cases of COVID, the police should be required to wear masks.
Department of Public Safety.
Just saying. And as they're not going to listen to the people they're serving and protecting, maybe they'll listen to the people who pay them. Yeah, I do pay them. You're right. You're right. The people who say how much they get. Just saying.
Can anyone hear me? My name is Ashley. Ward 8.
Yeah.
The woman that came just before me invited us to go on a ride-along or a walk, and I want to take her a walk through my experience as a Black woman with a Black child with special needs. While attending Kennedy Elementary, my special needs child was severely targeted and bullied by peers. My cries for help for my 7-year-old son, who was being picked up and slammed to the ground and kicked in the head during recess by his aggressors, went ignored. In order to survive bullying, my child resorted to being hyper-defensive and was experiencing behavior challenges that went unremedied as staff constantly withheld IEP resources like scheduled snacks and breaks from him as a form of punishment. This is in Norman Public Schools. After years of IEP pushback by the IEP team, I transferred my special needs child to Madison Elementary. What began as optimism for the IEP staff there soon turned to dismay. As time passed, I saw that what I had seen time and time again at Kennedy Elementary. Staff that once seemed committed to supporting my child soon began hurtful words, pretending it was impossible to provide for his relatively basic education needs. They began to villainize him for his behavior challenges. My special needs son views the world from a unique perspective, but he is perceptive and able to recognize when he's being mistreated. On days when he felt mistreated, he would elope for people who aren't parents of autistic children. Eloping means running away, running from a building, running from a space. On days when he felt mistreated, he would elope, a common behavior among spectrum children. I was so desperate for IEP staff to follow my son's IEP plan and to be kind to him, so I resorted to being on call when staff got overwhelmed. That meant leaving my already unsecure job immediately if called by school staff to come help my son at school. What was supposed to be an emergency arrangement turned into a weekly excuse for staff who didn't feel like helping my son. I went to work every day feeling anxious about whether or not I would be called to Madison for an emergency. The next part of the story is so painful to recall. It's a memory I don't access often in an effort to self-preserve as a Black woman who has to constantly negotiate my existence and the existence of my children. That being said, please be receptive in the wake of footage of a grown Black man calling for his mama while being choked to death by a police officer. Sharing this as a Black mother is costing me quite a bit. One day while sitting at my desk at work, I got a phone call. Per usual, my heart started pounding when I saw it was Madison Elementary. I picked up the phone. The school staff told me that my son had eloped toward a nearby apartment complex and that they had called the police. I think I went deaf for a moment because my ears began to ring. I managed to say I'm on my way, grabbed my purse, ran off campus to my car, and took the longest drive of my life. I couldn't stop thinking of my Black special needs son, unable to manage his emotions, control his behavior, because that is difficult for spectrum children to do, in the presence of strangers with guns and tasers. I couldn't stop thinking about my baby being scared and needing his own mama. I'm gonna finish this. My baby just needs help. My baby being confused. My baby learning people being handcuffed. I couldn't stop thinking about my 7-year-old baby being shot by police. That last statement, my child's community was not POC parents. That's the reality of being a Black woman in a world that shoots Black boys for playing, for being too loud, for living. I love my children so fervently, and I think that's because of my love for them comes from deep desperation for my young Black children to survive this world long enough to become adults and to live full and happy lives. When I arrived on scene, 2 officers were standing near my child. My 7-year-old's eyes were wild with fear. No mother should ever have to see their child like that. I don't know how I got out of my car and approached the officers, but I did. I greeted them with the utmost propriety, and immediately noticed the officer closest to me had his hand resting on his belt near his gun. I don't know how I made it through that conversation. I listened to the others reduce my disabled son's needs to selfishness and disrespect in the form of shame. I verbally agreed with the officers and told my child some of the same words. I hope I received adequate karma for doing this. I said anything.
Go get your chair.
I will finish my story.
Let her finish.
I said anything to satisfy the officers so that they
We have to be fair on both sides.
You can have my time. You can have my time.
We have not been fair on both sides for a long time. Someone else to finish.
You can have my time. I said anything to satisfy the officers so they would get it back in their cars and get away from my child. After a bit more humiliation, they left. I don't remember when I told my son we got in the car and drove home. I think I picked up part of the story in a place in my memory that I could not find, likely for my own good.
I do remember that the officers had roadblocked the intersection of Eastlands and Street because my special needs baby had ran across a busy street trying to evade the police.
Order, Mayor!
My precious black baby tried to run away from the police.
Order,
I
Mayor!
don't know why my baby was not shot that day. I don't know why my baby was shot.
Because people can't respect each other.
I do know that police should not be policing non-police
Respect! It goes
They
both
should
ways.
not be policing
Okay.
Order, Mayor!
I've seen news of black
Order,
children
Mayor!
and being told and being
Order,
trained
Mayor!
by police.
Order, Mayor!
I see my time to her. Most of us have seen videos of busing crying black children in school. You think the cost of one dead black child would be enough to prohibit police that health institutions strategically designed to support racial equality for being insistent for children while carrying deadly weapons. I don't want to pay that cost. I don't want any of my poor black children to pay that cost. I don't care if it's just Norman. I don't care if this is in Chicago or Minneapolis. Just the fact that the shooting of children by police is a possibility is enough to conjure up everything in my power to make sure that that never happens to one of my children. That is why I ask you to support the ending of the MPS SRO program. No more policing of spaces where our children play, learn, and grow. Stop allowing professionals that are trained to use deadly force to react to non-criminal spaces. Support funding of behavioral specialists, occupational therapists, special needs professionals to service the needs of youth in Norman Public Schools.
I'm afraid to approach the podium.
Excuse me?
Come on up, please.
6-7 minutes.
People feed it's their time to hurt.
You're alive. Please begin, sir.
Thank you. My name's John. I live in Ward 8 with Ms. Scott, Ms. Scott's ward. I had a bunch of stuff written out, and I'm just gonna trash that because I've listened to a lot of people talk today. And you know, I have 2 daughters. I have a grandchild who's biracial. I have a brother-in-law who's black, nephews and nieces. I have a sister-in-law that's from Tonga Island. So, you know, they've encountered a lot of this stuff, and I've talked to them about it and everything like that. And I can see the points of some of these people. And some of them are valid. But what I would like to say is to defund the police department is not the answer, okay? Yes, there needs to be other systems in place, but when you take people off the streets, you're allowing people to come in and commit crime. Everybody talks about theories of numbers. I'm gonna give you this thing called the broken window theory. Broken windows in a house.
Broken windows kill people.
A broken window is on a house that is abandoned. It doesn't get fixed. Then the next house, it goes down. Now you have people coming in and creating more problems like graffiti. You have gangs, prostitutes, even.
We support sex workers.
Please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. So, you know, you have this theory that happens, you know, it continues, you let it go and it continues to grow and grow and grow until you can't catch up anymore. By defeating the police department, you're now making them a reactive police department and not a proactive police department. And I would like to think that this police department is very proactive. Okay? Yes, I do work for the police department. Okay? Yes, I do. But you know, I've never treated anybody any different than any other person. And it saddens me. And I do go home, okay? And I do cry because I get called a racist. I get called racist in front of my grandchild who's biracial. And she looks at me and says, Papa, why are they being mean to you? Okay? So, yes, there are problems out there. Yes, there are problems that need to be fixed. But people need to understand that we are people as well. My daughter, Miss Scott, I feel for you. If I could come over there and give you a hug, I would. But I don't have a mask on because I'm a big boy and I chose not to wear it.
I'm a big girl. She's available. Thank you.
I feel for you. I feel for you, and I apologize on behalf of all the other officers. I don't know which officers did that to you, but I'm embarrassed, and I'm sorry for that. My daughter, 6 years ago, was raped. She went to a party, she was 18, she went to a party. She was drinking, she got raped, okay? She was drinking. Now imagine me as a father. Imagine me as a father, not only a father but a police officer, what I wanted to do. This is my baby girl. So when I hear my name come from you about Officer Barber, which is actually Detective Barber, about that female, I would never in my life tell a victim, don't drink, because my daughter did the same thing. The videos of my interviews with this lady is there. I encourage you to come and see the videos. Not once did I ever. And I always told her, I believe you.
I believe Indigenous women. Indigenous women.
Okay.
And I have a cousin who was gang raped when she was drunk, and I don't disbelieve
I'm
her.
sorry
She's
for
an
that.
Indigenous woman.
I'm sorry for that.
And her father worked at the state penitentiary in Calais.
I'm sorry for that. But I did not say that.
Also, please wear your mask.
I'm a big boy. Thank you very much.
You didn't speak for your cousin.
Police officer there, Scott.
Put your mask on.
I'm a big boy. Thank you.
Go fight Corona.
Care about people.
Be a big boy at home.
Be a big one on the respirator.
Ashley McCrae, I'm a citizen of the absentee Shawnee tribe of Oklahoma. You drink the water off my dead ancestor's body and you are occupying my land. I am only speaking here because I am infuriated that the Blue Lives Matter folks that are here are antagonizing these people who are coming to you demanding that you see our humanity. I know you personally. I know you all personally, and I cannot believe that we are having these conversations over and over and over again. Ward 5, my people live there. We don't want more police out there because they target and harass us. And I will tell you, I have 2 master's degrees, PhD at the University of Oklahoma, a professor, a political person, and I have been targeted and harassed by Norman Police Department in Ward 5. I had myself pulled over because I had a tribal tag. They said they could not find it in their registry. They ripped my car apart because they said that it seemed like I was transporting drugs because I was coming from Shawnee to Norman for my PhD meeting. My people don't want more police in Ward 5. We are already racially discriminated against. We do not feel safe encountering these police officers. And I am telling you that as a very privileged Indigenous woman. We don't want them out there. That is an invalid conversation. As far as everybody else being afraid to do this, we do want to get rid of 64 police officers because that is 64 potential murderers who are antagonizing and brutalizing people who look like me, which none of you can even understand because none of you have my experience as an Indigenous woman living on my land, being occupied by you, telling me what you think is best for me and my people. I want to say I am insulted and upset to hear the mayor huffing when a black single woman is up here telling you that she's afraid that her baby is going to get murdered in the Northern Public School District. And I will tell you, I'm a mother also. My children are Indigenous boys. They are big boys. They are bigger than me. They have long hair. I pulled them out of Norman Public School because of the racism there. Living in Ward 4, I pulled my kids out of that school because I know that my children will be attacked by these school resource officers. almost strangled to death. I had to seek treatment in Shawnee Hospital. They tried to call Norman Police Department about the situation, and they cannot get a hold of them. So don't tell me these people are protecting and serving me. Don't tell me that these people need more resources that we are paying for to cause brutality and violence in our communities. We want you to defund the police because you are putting those resources into their pockets to cause harm to people who look like me. People, absentee Shawnee people who live in Ward 5. Black people who live on the east side. This is unacceptable. You can look at the PSST Oversight Committee records, and you can see how the Norman Police Department came into this chamber and bragged about working with apartment complexes on the east side to surveil, target, and harass Black, Indigenous, Brown, and low-income Norman residents. Unacceptable. Make that cut there. Defund the police. Yes, get rid of 64 officers. Yes, get rid of 64 officers. Thank you.
Put down that bum ass watch, bro. Put it down. Turn around. Fucking meathead.
All right.
Tired of y'all.
I know it's getting late. I know we're getting tired. I know emotions are. I'm not tired.
We'll be here all night.
Sorry, you're tired.
That's why you put his bum ass watch back on.
This is your job.
I have asked to abide by the 3 minutes. I have asked to abide by respecting people and not yelling across the room, and it goes both ways. We're trying to hear you. Please.
Michael Stevens, Ward 5. I'd like to thank council for being so patient and listening to the community. I think there's been a lot of good things brought about this meeting tonight, regardless of which opinion that you happen to have. I think Mr. Carter said it pretty plain when he said that substance abuse is, you know, when they get away with the state hospital over there, well, a lot of people end up in prison and kicked to the street. This is not just a local thing, this should be more of a state thing. And dismantling the police department, it's not the answer. We don't have enough police officers in Ward 5. If you're a police officer in Ward 5, wait for backup. Since you're gonna walk out there, like I just said, Councilman Coleman, we didn't even have a communication system out there. Half the time they couldn't even talk to each other. That was needed. It's not good out there. You know, EMS, fire department, there's a lot of stuff that's needed that money can be spent for. But I would like to remind council that the voters are the one that put them resource officers in the schools. That's what we wanted as a community. Everybody got in on that. We came down here and we voted on it too. It didn't just happen like that. So I ain't got all the answers, and I don't agree with what was right, the way that the guy was killing us, but I can tell you right now, Norman does not have bad police officers. They might have a few that needs a little bit of counseling, but you put yourself in that situation with 3 dead on Christmas Eve and go home to your family. I've heard a lot of stuff down here tonight, some real stories, and I believe every last one of them, because we got good and bad in all. Nobody's perfect. We're all people at the end of the day. And all lives matter, not just black lives.
But do Black Lives Matter? Yes.
My name is Katie Morgan, I'm in Ward 1, and I would like to highlight that when he said all lives matter, that includes black lives, right? You can't tell me that you can say all lives matter if you don't include black lives. And you told me blue lives matter? Blue is a job. Black is a life. 64 jobs doesn't allocate to 64 lives, right? Anyways, I am a black woman of color, you know what I mean? And I have a mental disorder and I am bipolar. I've had many incidents where I have gotten excited, gotten angry, and I had to be de-escalated. And I do not, in any instance that I am not able to de-escalate myself, want someone who has an armed weapon to pointing at me with lethal force today to de-escalate. We've proven in this very room that de-escalation works on both sides. Having a civil conversation works on both sides. Just over there was people who are having a disagreement. They didn't need a gun pointed to their head to make them stop talking. They just needed to understand that there is a respect on both levels. But lives do not outweigh the jobs. That is the solid answer. And I do think that we need to tag out the resource student resource officers, because that is the place where people are developing. The brain they're developing, you did not develop your brain until you were 25, so why would you put someone in there who is an authority figure that can punish that person who is trying to develop? They can't grow when you're punishing them. We need people in there who can help them understand what's going on in their brain. We need people who understand how to deal with mental disorders and any types of escalations properly without lethal force. Thank you.
That was really good, and I don't feel very prepared, but my name is Harry Cooper. I'm from Ward 2, I'm 19, and I've been a citizen of Norman my whole life. I heard many of you guys say tonight that now is the time for starting conversation and talking about racism. But the conversation has been going on for longer than I've been alive. And if I've picked up anything from listening and participating in the conversation, it's that the citizens that you represent, it's that the citizens that you all represent are scared for their lives. As a white man, Councilperson Scott's amendment does not personally affect me, and as a result of this privilege, I owe it to those who do not have the voice I do to say that we do not want conversation. We want change, and we want it now. This isn't about the budget or the order of bureaucracy. This is about protecting citizens and putting money in places that will help people rather than commit injustices against them. And I could give examples of these injustices, but I bet you've heard them all before, and I know for a fact that you've heard them all tonight. Everyone says that the best way to change the world is to vote, but that vote doesn't really mean much when the people who cast their votes show up and beg not just for change, but for the safety of themselves and their family, and are turned down. I know that tonight's meeting has not been as orderly or as quiet as most meetings, but I hope that doesn't deter you from the truth and moving stories told tonight. Because tonight, you not only have a chance to help the people of Norman, as I'm sure you've done your whole careers, but you have a chance to save the people of Norman.
Thank you.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6, and I have been witnessing police brutality, racial injustices against people of colors since I was 10 years old. I am now 68. The time has come to take the stand, to make the changes that's needed. People, if you listen to what the police said this evening, they're overwhelmed. They're asked to do things they're not trying to do, so why are we funding this? Why are we not putting money in counseling? Why are we not putting money in aid for children? Why are we not putting money in after-school programs that would also satisfy a mentorship or tutors? Why are we not doing that? Why are we not taking care of mental health? You guys have the ability to make the change. I think pretty much everyone is in accordance. Maybe it's time we do something. I'm sorry.
Amy Bradshaw, Ward 2. 3 points as I begin, and forgive me for reading off of notes. First, systems of white supremacy benefit us white folk, whether we want them to or not, whether we recognize it or not, and whether we think of ourselves as good people or not. Second point, impact matters more than intent. Third point, racist systems are maintained and sustained by good people. I'm an educator. I focus on training and curriculum development, so I know a little thing or two about training. At its best, training is a response to an identified gap in an existing structure that fills that gap and thus reinforces the system. Over and over, we see that policing benefits the white and or wealthy and disproportionately harms black and brown people. A system that produces differential impacts that correlate with race is, by definition, racist. A racist system won't be substantively changed by adding a module on sensitivity training. The core system will, in fact, be reinforced. Instead of asking what a racist system could look like if it were just a little more sensitive, what it would look like if it were to move beyond feel-good words like sensitivity, diversity, inclusion, why don't we imagine what it would look like to have an anti-racist system? What would it take for the city of Norman to not be merely sensitive or diverse or inclusive if we really were those things? What if we focused on what would it take for Norman to be anti-racist? What would it take not to focus on the number of police officers, but to ensure that the police officers we have are acting intentionally anti-racist, not just not racist, and that our systems are anti-racist? How would we measure that? Listen to the people who are disproportionately harmed rather than continuously siding with power. By continuously siding with power, you are actively maintaining and sustaining white supremacy.
Thank you. Johnson, I'm from Ward 5. All my life, I've been taught to fear the police because of my skin color. My skin color is not a shirt. I can't take it off. The blue one is, and they can. Giving them more money so they can just keep putting the fear in us is not okay. Every day I leave my house, I don't know if I'm coming back. My mama shouldn't have to worry about her little girl not coming back. And I keep seeing people coming up here. And what I've noticed, none of the people advocating for Black Lives Matter is under the age of 25. We are children telling you what's happening, that we are dying because the decisions of cops that are feeling threatened by our skin color is taking our lives. I am 20 years old. I turned 20 last Monday. I was born in 2000. I'm a child. And me and my family, we've been screaming for help for a long time. And it has yet to come. You guys have had plenty of time to give them all the money and resources they need to become better cops, to have that sensitivity training, to have anything they need. It's 2020. Where is that now? We're tired of screaming. We're tired of crying. We're tired. We've been fighting this fight for a long time. It is time to act now. Because we are tired. And how many of us more have to die for y'all to make the right decision? They have plenty of money to kill us with. Why give them more? If you, 64 jobs is a measly compensation for the thousands of lives lost. Brought to you by those cops. You guys say that we have good cops too, but where are they when we're on the streets dying? Where are they when that bad cop is coming and torturing us? Where are they? Silence. Silence is completion. The more you're silent, the more you're saying this is okay. But it's not okay. Lives are being lost. Do something about it, because we're tired of waiting.
Hi. So that was a political statement up here on the podium, by the way. Somebody running for office. My name is Michael Graff. I'm in Ward 6, and I sent a letter in already, and I'm going to go off script, which is never safe. We have seen some really tragic things happen nationwide, and we want to believe that that didn't occur here, but it clearly does. We've heard stories, we've heard witness accounts of what happened. We want to talk about incremental reform. We think it's scary to stop something suddenly and change. But that's a narrative that is cast by the people that are in power. That is a narrative that is cast by the people who have the control over the city by saying, nice city you got there. Shame if something would happen to it if we all quit and stopped policing. Wouldn't that be horrible? Well, you know, I heard the story about the windows. Windows aren't fixed by guns. Windows are fixed by people with hammers to go out and fix the community. We need to have people fighting for the community, fighting for individual rights, fighting for individual safety. That does not involve violence. That is the only answer is, I have a gun and everything's a target. You got a hammer, everything's a nail. We all understand this sort of behavior. This is the problem we have. We need to demilitarize. We need to take a step back and find out what services actually help people, and find out what services in the police school is going to go and de-escalate somebody with a shotgun. That's not going to happen. But we don't need 300 police officers to go take care of these situations because they just don't happen that regularly. What we do have are people that are constantly having mental health issues and being treated like criminals. We have people who are homeless and being treated like criminals because we can't figure out what to do with them. As we stated earlier, a small amount of money for the police department is a huge budget for something else. And right now we're spending money on enforcement rather than prevention. So, I don't know how much time I have, but I do have some comments that were made. Body cameras, hey, I think they're great. Why is there such a high failure rate? And why do they seem to always die at the same time? Outcomes of internal investigations aren't released. Why the hell not? We're paying for this. The irony of showing up at a budget meeting and not being able to answer line item budget information as the first presenter is very ironic. I think they did choose their words very carefully when they said battle. I keep hearing ride with us. How about you guys all go spend a day in a school? How about you guys all go spend a day in a hospital and see how mental people are taking care of themselves? There are good cops. We know that. But where are they when the bad cops are out there causing problems? They're in a system that's designed to protect and defend the police officers, not to defend and protect the citizens. And also, I just want to say the irony of saying we're going to keep you guys safe, and then not wearing masks is not lost.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sierra Osborne. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I am not a good public speaker, so sorry.
That's okay. You got it.
So, I want to get two stories out real quick. One, my brother, when he was a freshman in high school, had one of the wonderful SROs that we've been talking about tonight. He's a very well-known one, Officer Buchanan, also known by many students as Shadow.
Why do you know his name? We know.
My brother was walking home from school, and apparently there was a bank robbery nearby. My brother had just walked past Officer Buchanan in the hallway. Officer Buchanan came out and started questioning him because he fit the description. He knew he hadn't been able to rob the bank. He had just been in school. Anyways, my second story. In 2009, I was brutally raped by my ex-boyfriend, so much so to the point that I had to go to the emergency room. There was no denying what had happened. His DNA was there. The officer asked me, whenever we were discussing whether or not I should press charges, his one question for me was, do you really want to ruin this kid's life?
Yes.
That was Detective Flint of the Norman Police Department. I understand that the system is working really well for some people, but I would just like to remind you that if it's not working for everyone, it's not working.
My name is Laura Turner. I'm a
35-year-old woman who has lived in Norman for 30 years of my life. I own a home in a town that my parents could not live in for half of their lives. I don't play respectability politics, but I presume there are a few of you who do. And I'm here to tell you, I pay my taxes, and you're going to hear me. Now, you guys keep talking about how you were not prepared for these changes to need to be made within our budget. That's because the system is operating the way it was supposed to. Do you know the origins of the police department in this country? They're bounty hunters and Klansmen. That's how they started, and there's still several of them within those. Why are we so attached to this antiquated system that does not work? If I don't do my job, I get fired. But you guys won't fire these murderers, these people that you tell us don't ruin their lives when they rape and beat us. You don't take them out of their positions. You don't have to be a cop 24/7. Okay. These people choose to, and you don't hold them accountable. It's disgusting.
Blue lives are a choice.
I need a moment, just.
You got this, sister.
Now, you guys did plan on slipping this budget through without hearing a word. What you didn't plan on was a national pandemic that actually allows your citizens the time and energy needed to participate in our government. That's what you didn't expect. Okay? You expected everything besides that. And to everyone here, don't give up. Keep showing up. They said we were going a year thinking this budget. Let's show up. Yeah. I want to see you all here because I will be more often. And let me tell you about these schools. Where do I start? I have a child, and he is my world. And he is kind, and he is gentle, and he is none of the things that any of these officers should be placed in these schools are. But you know, I'm not even going to get into that. I'm not going to give you facts about all of those things because you know it. I've heard lots of people come up here and say, well, what you don't understand is, no, what I understand is that you guys are all intelligent people. You know how to read books. You understand facts. You know this system is hurting us. It was built to be that way, and you're fine with it. The last time I was here, I was pleading for you to change DeBar Street, named after a Ku Klux Klan member, right? And you all sat in our faces and scoffed and laughed just like the police officers and all the Blue Lives Matter people have today. How the hell do you sit in the faces of people who are begging for their lives and laugh in their faces? I'm sick of it.
Ward 8. I want you to know that your budget discussions are toothless and mean nothing. This system kills people like me who are big and brown and deemed threatening. You don't know what it's like growing up brown in Oklahoma. We're taught that routine traffic stops can be deadly to us. White kids down the street, they say, oh, police officers, those are the only strangers you can trust. Not us. What do we get? We get brutalized, we get beaten in schools, we get guns pointed at our heads for trying to go and get an education? What is that? This budget nonsense, you have the luxury to wait a year. We don't. This is a crisis for us, and it might not be for you, but it is for us. You should be listening to your constituents, not rolling your eyes and scoffing whenever we're coming to you with our problems. We voted you in, we gave you power. We can take it away too.
That is right. Don't forget.
You serve us. The police are supposed to serve us. They're supposed to protect us. They're not supposed to be killing us. They're not supposed to be throwing us in jail for nothing. You need to think about history. You need to be on the right side.
Yep.
And my name is Gary, and I'm from Ward 8. As a man of uncertain multi-ethnic heritage, I cannot empathize.
3 minutes. Please.
Yeah, that's right, I really don't know. Okay?
We got it for you.
But I cannot empathize, Councilor Scott, with your experiences as a white woman. I cannot, and I will not pretend to do so. I will not pretend to share the experiences that anybody else has either. Allow me to share a moment of mine. In 1978, I was 15 and a half years old at the original Oklahoma Jam. Intoxicated and under the influence of other substances, I thought I should attack the police. Within seconds after spitting on them and throwing things at them, my arm was contorted across my back and I was thrown face down on the ground. Shortly thereafter, many batons were pounded into my chest and my gut, and my face was forcibly slammed. Shortly thereafter, batons were pounded into my chest and gut, and my face was forcibly thrown into the patrol car hood. I continued to fight and somehow broke loose of the handcuffs. Then they forced me to the ground again and put a second pair on. I carry a scar right here on my wrist, still to this day, as a result of that experience.
Why they didn't pull that gun?
It's nice to have the respect of those other people in the room.
You had no respect for us, huh?
Every time. Then, in 1996, a Norman cop stalked me for months because I had in the past dated his girlfriend. Every time he saw me, it was, one of these days, you're gonna F up, and I'm gonna be there to make sure it happens. Eventually, he pulled me over and was able to charge me because a passenger in my car had paraphernalia. I was not under the influence. I was not in possession of anything. He was later charged 6 months later for the sexual assault of his 11-year-old girlfriend's daughter. I was still charged with that paraphernalia, and I still have it on my record today. Do I hold the actions of these officers against such good officers like Officer Owen, Officer Steege, Officer Hopkins, or Officer Mosby? No, I don't. I don't hold any ill will to any of those fine officers that serve for the Norman Police Department. Not any. Do we defund because of some officers' actions? I oppose the defunding of the police. And I know that one of you guys have shared police training, but I know that all of you have been invited to participate in the Community Police Academy. I don't think any of you have. So unless you've walked in their shoes, I would ask you to seriously consider opposing Councilor Scott's amendment. Walk in their shoes. Attend that.
Next.
Also, several of you have mentioned you thought that the SRO program had to
Why is
do
his
with
mic
school
still on?
shootings. Had to do with school shootings. All right, now, what happened was you have
Order, Mayor, 3 minutes.
a lady who served for 2 years as PTA council president. She knows the effectiveness of the SRO program.
Oh, does she?
She knows full well.
Uh-huh.
And the rest of you that don't know, have you had a conversation with our mayor? I think not. And my partner started a program called the Kitchen Project to help homeless women get white privilege. It was not funded by you guys. It was not participated by any of you guys.
Taking our lives. No one seated you time.
And there's because homelessness and the need is not a
No one seated you there at their time. No one seated you their time. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Order, Mayor.
Order, Mayor. No one seated them their time.
Thank you. So we
Thank you. Time's up.
Indian Road, Joseph Leon Love,
on,
and
Mayor.
Mark Davis.
Mayor, point of
These
order.
are
3
just
minutes.
3 of the Norman teachers charged with sexual abuse and sexual assault of their students.
You tried to silence a
In
black
just the
mother.
past 5 years.
We have let
Do we
multiple people
defund education?
You tried to pause public commenting when I went over.
Bring their children in Norman public schools.
Our children are dying. Our children are dying. Indigenous people are dying.
So we don't defund police because
3
the actions
minutes.
of 3 or 4 cops.
We're dying. Where's the police at that, huh? We're dying.
Did you guys just see this? Hey, she's up.
Get a 14-year-old bawling her eyes out. Not the police.
Not the police. Actually, the police have not done their job at all tonight. They've had to escort 3 people out on the community's behalf. They are not doing their job. There are armed officers here who are in plain clothes, who are off duty. This is unacceptable. Get your shit together.
And they're not even wearing masks.
They're not.
How are they protecting
You
us?
still haven't said anything.
Without masks?
Why do we spend money on undercover work?
We have quorums.
They can be sneaky and conniving.
I would like to address the council, please. My name is Judy Dixon. I am Ward 3, however, my letter is from Chris Nanny, who is in Ward 1, and I would like to read that for her, please. She says, "Good evening, Mayor Clark and City Council members. I cannot be present at tonight's council meeting due to COVID. I am a high-risk group and have high-risk family members dependent upon me. My heart goes out to everyone at this time, Norman citizens and police officers alike. Our nation is hurting, and we are searching for ways to heal our society, hear everyone's concerns, and meet everyone's needs. First of all, I would like to highlight our Norman Police Department's many successful programs. We do not live in Minneapolis or LA or Atlanta. Here in Norman, our police department has specialized culturally sensitive training, a community policing philosophy, and many youth programs, just to name a few, that enrich our community and protect all of its citizens. I admire the years of effort by our NPD to connect to our Norman neighborhoods through community-oriented policing. I believe that we need to bring to the forefront the success of programs like the Citizens Police Academy, the crime-free multi-housing programs for apartment complexes, the school resource officers, National Night Out, partnerships with many organizations and other positive police initiatives, especially for our youth that have made Norman a safer, more caring, and inclusive community. At the same time, we need to be compassionate toward these citizens who are struggling and hurting. They are our neighbors, and we hear their anger and frustrations. They feel alone and unheard. The COVID-19 situation and other national events have brought their worries, concerns, and frustrations to the boiling point. Their pain is real, and they need this opportunity to be heard. It is my hope that we can invite our concerned citizens, city government staff, and the Norman Police to form an All Lives Matter task force.
Come on.
Black lives matter.
Amen.
All lives.
There you go.
I'm reading this communication to the city council. To acknowledge everyone's experiences, to listen and to take an honest look at the PSST, our city budget, our police services, and our public safety programs. We can decide to fund what is working well and to defund what is ineffectual. Together, we can build our strengths and make amends with our hurting brothers and sisters, all while showing support to our Norman Police Department. We can find ways to augment successful programs and to improve social services for all citizens. Let's begin with honest, constructive discussion and go confidently forward. I know we will do our best to unite our community and find ways to improve our Norman Police Department and city government and to address the needs and concerns of our fellow Norman citizens. Thank you, Chris and Mark Nanny.
Thank you.
My name is Brandy Sutherland, Ward 1. I want to just say first that we've been protesting peacefully for the last few weeks, and it's not until tonight when you have blue lives that are here antagonizing us that you see this kind of violence. Secondly, yes, I'm going to stand up for my daughter, just like all of you should, and I will stand up for any person of color whenever I see an asshole or a cop treating them like crap. I will put myself in harm's way. I promise you that. I came here with a lot of points, and I feel like at this point it's pointless because I feel like all of you have came here with a rehearsed speech of why you can't propose any budget amendment. We've waited too long to come forward. We've been talking about these same issues for hundreds and hundreds of years. How much more time do you possibly need to affect change in our community? The superintendent released a statement that the SRO officers are not going anywhere and that we need to go talk to them. I've talked to the police, I've talked to the administrators, I've called the superintendent's office. Do you think I've gotten a call back? Hell no! And whenever I ask for videotapes to see shit to prove what my daughter has been accused of, I'm not allowed to see any of it because it can put other students in jeopardy. What kind of bullshit is this?
Yes, Mama. All right, Mama. All right.
Why can't you make some type of amendment tonight? Why can't you defund those school officers and use that for other resources? You want to spend $250,000 to figure out the homeless population and what's going on? Come out with me and these girls that volunteer to feed the homeless every week. Come on, sit down and talk to these homeless people and you might get your own idea. You don't need a committee to do that. You don't need if you want to pay somebody $250,000, pay me and these girls that go out because we feed them. We'll use the money to feed them and to clothe them and to have real conversations. Do you know what it's like to be a drug addict and homeless and then have the cops come and mess with you constantly? Do you have any idea what that's like? Do you have any idea what it's like to have to fight for your child because her skin is a different color than yours? All of you are white.
Let 'em
You have
know.
no reason or right to talk about any of this shit, but you're making decisions for us. We voted you in here. We did. Make decisions for us. Not the white people, but the people that actually are being harassed.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you.
I'm just taking a minute, taking my breath. I'm gonna let that sink in. Looks like I deleted what I was gonna read, so I'm just gonna have to do this.
You got this, sis.
I want to talk a little bit about accountability. I, like most of you, all of you, was raised to be able to follow the rules of white supremacy. And so, when we bang gavels, when we call things to order, when we follow rules, when we follow procedures, when we do these budgets, we're used to being accountable and comfortable being accountable to the systems of white supremacy. What is different about tonight is that, guess what? We're in a global pandemic. All of us are experiencing precarity, and we're here. For the first time, you have black and brown people that live here holding you accountable. And that is, I see how profoundly uncomfortable that is. I have a question for all of you. How many of you were endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police? How many of you? I want to talk about accountability because this is not personal. This is not about individuals. This is not about individual cops. This is about who you are accountable to. You are comfortable being accountable to developers. You are comfortable being accountable to the west side and not to the east side. Right. You are comfortable being accountable to settlers like my ancestors who stole land from people that are here tonight. And that is how they built their wealth. People, black and brown people in this community, were not allowed to build generational wealth. They don't have the safety nets that everyone else has. The police serve the people in this community have generational wealth. And I'm sorry, but you can't both sides an argument if one side is saying we should keep killing them, and the other side is saying
Yes! 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 Yes!
I'm begging you, because people that I love have been brutalized by the Norman Police Department. People that I love have been brutalized with our tax dollars, with my tax dollars, and I'm begging you to find whatever courage that you have to listen to the people who, for the first time, because we're unemployed, we can be here.
Yes! You got all the time in the world.
We can be here and ask you for the love of God to save people's lives.
Yes.
Because I'll tell you what, in Oklahoma we have the highest rates of incarceration in the world. What does that mean? We have well-oiled machines that channel people through jails and prisons. Those jails and prisons right now with COVID are death camps. You could have a death sentence because you can't pay your bill. We lock people up for being poor. That's what we do.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mariah Smith, born and raised here in Norman, Ward 1, I think. And there's been a lot of talk about respect tonight. But I don't think it's very respectful to say it on land that was stolen from the indigenous people. So I need to start this speech by acknowledging that we are an occupying force on sovereign peoples that have the absolute right to their land, but we took it anyway. And that's not very respectful. And I heard something tonight from one of y'all, I don't remember which, but it disgusted me. One of y'all said it's too late. It's not too late until the session's over. That's right. It's happening right now. It is not too late. And there's been a lot of talk about good cops, people who have family that are cops. And you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say some of them might be good people. They might serve their communities, their white communities. They might protect and serve. But it's not about the individual people. It is about a system that upholds white supremacy. And I'd like to have a little conversation about a man named Adrian Schoolcraft. He was a New York City police officer who was committed to a mental institution for reporting corruption in his unit. So, all this talk about good cops, we institutionalize the good cops. We harass them, we ostracize them, we put them on desk duty. So, frankly, I don't give a shit when I hear good cops. Because if they really are good cops, they're going to be thrown out by tomorrow. It's disgusting. The same NYPD that killed, murdered Eric Garner, the same NYPD that ran over protesters, the same NYPD that had stop and frisk policies to harass and arrest men of color. It's disgusting. The same systematic racism that informs the NYPD informs the NPD. It is the same all over this country. So I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of hearing next year, next month, next meeting. You have the power to do it now. That's right. I hear that time.
Hello, my name is David John. I'm a horse and I haven't hardly been talking. I don't know why. David John, I'm from Ward 3. I'm glad to be here. I thought I'd start off with mentioning some words from the testimony of George Floyd's brother, his family. He gave testimony for Congress, I think, as we know, just a few days ago. And first of all, some comments that were made by, or for the Floyd family by their attorney was that, and I quote, "The push to defund police departments has not come from Philonise Floyd's families, George Floyd's brother, or anybody working with us. So they do not push for defunding police departments." I think that's very important. The people who are closest to this tragedy that we are dealing with right now are not putting forth that police department should be defunded. And the words specifically from George Floyd's brother was, what I would like is for all police around America to get their jobs and do them the right way, the correct way. Innocent people shouldn't have to die. You can do your job and still maintain respect for others. George Floyd's brother also sees not to defund the police, but to work with them. And I think we've heard this, we did earlier this evening, a need for conversation. I think absolutely, nothing's perfect about the police department, things need to change, but talking is what we need to do, not yelling at each other. Something else I would like to make a point of, it seems that here that the Norman Police Department is on trial, but yet they have really no representative. Where is the jurisprudence? Where is their fair justice? That they can come and they can give account to what they have done. The good things. There are many good things that this department has done. I appreciate the department that we have here. The police officers are even here, they can't come and give testimony. That's self-serving. But they are left out of due process in that regard. This is totally one-sided. So I ask you please, in your consideration, yes, the comments on both sides, but the comments that need to come from the police officers and their experience, they put their lives on the line every day. We've heard a little bit about how it impacts them and their families. It's a very difficult job. That there are many, many stories from police officers, wonderful police officers we have here in Norman that were not told tonight. I wish I could tell them. I wish I knew more police officers personally, but there are a lot of stories here that were not told tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to start by urging everyone to please vote for Councilmember Scott's amendment. And I would also like to bring up the question, yes, sorry, I'm Getty Hess. I'm currently in Ward 2, I'm moving to Ward 4. I think this is something that comes across to my mother, and I think that if anything will come across to my Trump supporting mother, then I think this is something that has the possibility of making people who might, back the blue and support the blue, the one line thing, listen, which is that we're asking the police to do a lot of things that they're not trained in, that they're not supposed to do. What makes a police officer is not a healthcare worker. A police officer is not a mental health professional or a social worker, and their training is not sufficient to be able to do those jobs. And so when we send a police officer to do so many of the things that they do, we're asking them to do things that they're not trained to do, and we're asking them to respond to a situation that requires years and years and years of training and skills that they don't have, and we give them a gun and half a year of training and tell them to solve it. And what do we expect when we do that? What happens is that people die. People get killed by these officers. And so when people say defund the police, I say we should, because we need to fund those other things. We need to fund mental health professionals. We need to fund social workers. We need to spend the money that we're spending to make police officers do those jobs on people who are actually equipped to do those jobs. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Miguel Yamada. I live in Ward 4, and I'm reading a statement that is partially the words of my father, can't be here tonight because of illness, and partially my own. I would like to identify for the council members the silent partner to white supremacy in the room tonight: structural racism. Structural racism is the fraternal order of police contract that prevents police officers from being held to account for their actions by an independent civilian oversight board. Structural racism urges you to increase the budget for training for police officers rather than seeking alternatives to policing. Structural racism values enforcement over prevention. Structural racism values property over human life. Structural racism is the complicated budget process that allows you to ignore the comments made tonight by young people, people like myself, that are stories of hurt and fear because you are too far along in the process to do anything. Structural racism is the system that allows you, an all-white city council, to make decisions governing a community as diverse as the people that you see before you. Yes. Structural racism. When you get home tonight, structural racism will be the one to pat you on the back and tell you, you did your best, council member. You tried your hardest. There was nothing you could do because of all these unfortunate roadblocks in your way. You really are a good person for trying. I urge you today to step outside of your racist comfort zone and make a decision that will benefit the people of North. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I am Foster. I am a resident of Ward 7. While I am not a BIPOC person, I hope that you will listen to my neighbors that are sharing their personal stories instead of looking down at your phones or talking to other members. Now, as a bylaws person, in fact, that's something that I bonded with Councilperson Scott tonight after I mentioned that, I hope to point out just 3 small inconsistencies that the police department has shown you all tonight that will hopefully help you make the correct decision and vote in favor of this amendment. First, according to the Norman Police Department Policy Manual, policy number 424, section 4, quote, prior to going into service, if available, each uniformed member will be responsible for making sure that he or she is equipped with a portable recorder. So why was Chief of Police Foster wearing a shirt with the MPD logo and a gun on his belt with no body camera inside? How is he supposed to turn on his camera if something goes wrong when he doesn't even have one? Second, why do I see multiple uniformed and non-uniformed police not wearing masks in and out of this chamber? Now, I understand that this does not pertain to the amendment, but I also do understand that we are in a global pandemic. Shame on you for trying to tout that you are protecting and serving when you are endangering everybody in this room and outside in the hallway. And third, being a bylaws person, I know how to recognize when parliamentary procedure is used against the minority. That is exactly what you all did last week while I was here, to silence my neighbors that are calling for police to answer to their wrongs. What have you done in the past week after you tabled this budget, except for Councilperson Scott's amendment? Councilperson Scott is the only person who has come forward with another amendment, and apparently, thank you all so much, but apparently, you guys didn't even take it into consideration because you focused on everything except for the police after an hour of talking about a new fire department. Now, clearly these few examples show that the police hide their own wrongdoing, and you guys are just adding to it. I would like to once again convey to you all to do the right thing, acknowledge your privilege, and pass this amendment. Thank you, Councilman.
Hello, my name is Elle Barnhart. I am from Ward 4. I am autistic, and being here is very overwhelming, but I'm here because this is important. I have experienced the abuse of power from police. The first time I was in a cop car, I was 13 and having a psychotic episode. I've had the cops called on me multiple times over my life. I've had cops come who are not trained in any way to assist with mental health issues. They are not psychologists. They are not mental health specialists. They should never be called to assist a mentally ill person, nor should they be called on for those with drug addiction. I can only speak from my experience and I will never understand the experiences of people of color, but I stand here and I support people of color and Indigenous people. I hear them and I believe them. Firstly, money from the police should not be going towards fire and water. The money being taken from police should be going to the people. Mental health and addiction resources are badly needed here in Norman. Secondly, we should not have to give sensitivity training to officers. If they need to be trained on how to treat people properly, then they need to choose a different job. Blue lives do not matter because blue lives do not exist. Say it. Being a police officer is a job and a choice. You can get a new job, but Black people cannot take off their skin, and mentally ill and disabled people cannot change their mental state. And if the police are here to protect, why are they not wearing masks during a global pandemic? I asked an officer here earlier who approached me. I said, "Sir, can you please put a mask on? You're within 6 feet of me and I feel uncomfortable." To which he responded, "You can move." Sir, he's not here anymore, but if he was, you're a shame. A big one. I'm calling on you to defund Norman PD now and to hold officers accountable. Not tomorrow, not during the next budget meeting. Change needed to happen decades ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susie. I was at Ward 4, and I wasn't planning on speaking tonight at all because I'm here in solidarity with the members of the Black and Indigenous community who are clearly the victims of the atrocities that we've heard tonight, much more disproportionately. And I hope that even though you are of white, able-bodied, neurotypical privilege like I am, you have also been moved by the stories that you've been hearing, like I have been, and that maybe something called empathy will help you see that you do need to gut things like the SRO and the police department in general. I know that because of a state law, you do have a timeline that you need to pass a budget by, and it needs to be balanced. It seems like that's something a lot of you want to use as an excuse to silence the voices that we've been hearing. So if you need some suggestions, you could make friendly to Councilmember Scott's original amendment, which I think was a good start about slashing the police department's funding. And if you need some ideas on where that could go, one of my peers pointed out that the Human Rights Commission has 0 employees, the Children's Rights Commission has 0 employees, the juvenile program has 1 part-time employee. You could start by making them a full-time employee, expanding the juvenile court, having teen programs, getting those students who you are claiming to support with law enforcement, you could get them actually involved in their community and not just police in their schools where they're supposed to feel safe. I've also heard some people mention tonight that the school to prison pipeline does or does not exist. I think it's pretty obvious that there are people here who are speaking to their own personal experiences, that it is very much a real thing. And if you can't see that, I'm not really sure if you've been at the same meeting that I've been at for the past few hours. I would also like to point out that based on the stories that I've been hearing tonight, there are obviously quite a few officers who probably have complaints filed against them. And if you're looking for, oh no, where can we slash their budget of salaries? We can't just fire people randomly. Maybe you could look into an audit of those complaints and, you know, fire the people who have multiple complaints against them. That seems like a pretty logical follow-up. Also, I've been hearing the word internal audit, and that should be something that's externally done the FOP already exists to help its internal members, and so that if we're trying to solve that problem, it should come from some kind of committee outside of that. I think that's pretty obvious.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hannah Smith. I have recently learned that I live in Ward 1. So what we're talking about today, this amendment, is I understand that government is used to moving slow. I have a master's in public administration, trust me. They told me over and over again, government moves slowly. But the thing is, you have a historic opportunity. And what we're asking for is not precisely for Councilmember Scott's amendment. What we're asking for is for you to change the norm. If the police need all of this money, make them fight for it. Make them prove it to you. If you're not sure how this budget change, will affect things, I understand that. But the problem is that what we have right now doesn't work. And the amendments being proposed are ones that are backed with research and theory and thoughtfulness, and they can be changed even further as all of us in this room have a conversation about what can work for this community. So the opportunity today is not a binary one. There's a whole spectrum of possibility. I want you to just take a little bit to open your mind to the possibility that we can ask police to prove their necessity, rather than asking us, everyday citizens, to come and prove to you the necessity of change. I yield my time.
My name's Randy. I'm in Ward 5. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight really, but kind of after hearing some things, I felt like I needed to. First off, what you guys vote on today is not going to stop this movement, nor should it. However, what you are voting on today was, part of it is the public safety sales tax. That was voted on by the citizens of Norman. Again, I'll repeat that. It was voted on by the cities of Norman. The vast majority of who are not here tonight, not represented here tonight. That tax that was passed by a vote of the citizens had very specific parameters of what that money was to be used for. One of them is the resource officers. One of them is also a set out increase in police personnel and equipment. That was set out, again, by the voters of Norman. Now with the movement and we said nobody was under age 25, hey, let's get out, let's vote for younger council, whatever. I wish I was under the age of 25, but I'm not, and I'm sorry for that. But again, that needs to represent the full city, not just a few that are here tonight. I don't want to see the city of Norman and my state and my country that I've worked hard for all my life to become, like I see a lot of countries around the world, where our public policies and political decisions are not made by a democratic vote, but are made by riots and violence and intimidation and coups. I hope that you will honor what the original vote was for. If everybody wants to come up with another vote for another plan at a later time, They've got all the right to do that, and it's a good movement that started. I applaud their efforts, but there is both sides of it, and I hope you stay with the original vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, we can talk.
She read a letter for somebody. She read a letter for somebody.
Right, I got a letter.
I'll get in line.
We read it.
Give you my smile.
Yeah.
Go.
Here we go.
I will be happy to send my information to the board. I just think that we need to listen to all of our citizens. However, since we have some that don't feel that's appropriate, give it up. I do believe we should fully fund, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the Citizens Police Academy and volunteering and learning, truly learning what we can do. So,
Thank you.
First of all, I'm an international relations major at Georgetown University, and this is not what a coup looks like. My name is Anne Marie. My name is Anne Marie, and I live in Ward 4. In 2017, I believed that I wanted to be a part of the government, so I joined the Norman Citizens Youth Council. As part of this council, you get the chance to observe the workings of the city offices. We went to the fire department, we went to the waste management center, and we also went to the police department. So, to everyone who is saying that if you just went to a police training, you would understand, I'm about to explain to you why the police training I went to totally destabilized my faith the police had any value as a protective service. We were asked if we would wish to participate in a simulation. The simulation involved, I don't remember the name of the officer that ran this, I am so sorry. The simulation involved a video. You were told that you were a police officer who was called to the park because there was a disturbance, and the person creating the disturbance might be armed. You were taken through a simulation where you walked around a bend, and you saw the person. I will say the person in this video was white. You were then asked, you were told there was a taser in your left hand and a gun in your right hand, and which one would you like to use? I said, can I talk to them? And they said, no, that is not a choice. I said, can I de-escalate the situation? And they said, no, that is not a choice. Would you like to tase them or would you like to shoot them? And I was the only person on the council who chose to tase them instead of shooting them. That is my experience with the Norman Police Department. That is my experience with learning what our police officers do for our community. I hope to God it's changed. But that's what I saw when I went to the police academy. It did not give me any faith that the system was doing any good. Thank you.
There you have the police academy.
Resident, this is a letter from a resident of Ward 2. Dear City Council members, as a resident of Ward 2, I read with interest Chief Foster's detailed June 12th memo about the activities of the Norman Police Department. I was struck by the many tasks Norman Police Department is performing that either are not properly law enforcement tasks or are necessitated by the absence of social services that could have prevented the need for police involvement. On this basis, and in solidarity with communities of color who experience disproportionate harms from law enforcement contact, I request that you commit to 3 actions. Number 1, planned reduction of the Norman Police Department by attrition, with a shift in investment of social services to social services that meet community needs. As Norman Police Department officers leave the force, rather than replacing them, invest in programs to replace the non-law enforcement functions that NPD is currently fulfilling. These programs include mental health and substance abuse treatment and affordable housing, among others. Increasing these services and staffing them with specialized personnel would reduce the need to call upon law enforcement officers again and again to manage behaviors without the ability to solve underlying problems, a situation that is frustrating for officers and dangerous for community members. Number 2, increase in Norman Police Department accountability and transparency. Notoriously, it is difficult or impossible to discipline, much less terminate, officers who engage in misconduct, use excessive force, or show signs of racism and white supremacy. This creates risk for the community, especially for people of color. Commit tonight to a public examination of the factors that limit police accountability and make a public plan to eliminate those factors. If union contracts, like the Fraternal Order of Police contract, are restricting accountability, make the relevant contract terms public and commit to a plan to refuse those terms when the contract next comes up for renegotiation. Number 3, public assessment and improvement of police training and continuing education. What are the continuing education requirements for the officers? Are they adequate? Research shows that training and use of force techniques degrades very rapidly within 2 weeks after those skills are taught. Skills and information taught in initial training are lost if they are not frequently refreshed. Are we empirically assessing the effectiveness of training and genuinely reducing bias, respecting members of the public, and de-escalating? I am mindful of the disrespectful treatment afforded to Marconia Kessie by 2 NPD officers prior to his death in custody. In my 15 years in Norman, I have come to know various NPD officers of various racial identities and various roles, from patrol officers to detectives to leadership. I believe those I know to be people of integrity with the right motivations. But, as many officers will acknowledge, the police are called upon to do jobs for which they do not have the right tools.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Rivas. I'm from Ward 5, born and raised in Norman. This is my home, just like I know it is a lot of your home. I see a lot of people I went to school with. And all night I've been looking at this screen, looking at the house rules, and I just keep looking at this first bullet point. Focus on the issue. Do not make it personal. How absurd of a question, how absurd of an expectation is that for a community that has been living in this state, in this police state, having these experiences in our schools, outside of our homes, this is such a hard issue to talk about. If this is not personal to you, if you are not moved by the stories from people in your community, from your neighbors, I don't know what you're doing. Personally, I feel very bad for each and every one of you. I know it's late. It isn't personal anymore. Not for you.
You got this.
You can do it.
Take a breath.
Each and every one of us in this room with white skin is complicit in white supremacy by nature of having white skin, by existing in the system that we exist in. And not recognizing it is violence to these people. I always hear that Norman is such a nice town. I want to know who it's a really nice town for. Is it a nice town for the indigenous people who are living on land stolen from their ancestors, forced to abide by rules of a government that is not their own? Is it a nice town for the black mothers who have spoken to us tonight, who fear for their children simply going to school? Who is this a nice town for? And I think you'll find it's a nice town for people who look like us. And it's time for that to change. This is what you signed up for, to lead us. That many elected officials have never had in this country, which is to actually make change in places where it actually matters, to the people who it matters the most for. You can do that tonight, what you signed up for, hopefully what you dreamed of when you dreamed of serving this country. Serve your country, serve us. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Alley from Ward 3. I'm going to talk about the relevant issues facing you guys right now and why you're all sitting here looking tired, you've been here for long hours and ready to go home and all that fun jazz. But before I do, I was just going to say, this is what you signed up for. This is what service is. This is what community is. This is how things work in communities that are equitable, that actually engage with difficult structural issues attributed to funding both eclectic and difficult to understand circumstances in your community. See, I'm from San Francisco, and I'll have to be candid about this without saying something too terribly inappropriate. I've been here in Norman for about 1.5 years. and I brought my daughter here for good schools, and it's very affordable, nice little town. But I feel like I've gone on a bad trip the whole damn time I've been here. And it's not a good circumstance, and it's not attributed to the way that you construct your society. It's not attributed to the way that you guys feel prideful to your heritage and culture of the community in itself. It's disturbing to me because of the subscription you have to the ideological thinking based on the premise that you specifically are a special community, that you're different, that what works for Norman doesn't work for the rest of the country, and what works for the rest of the country doesn't work for Norman. That's a problem. You solve that problem, and you work on the construct to understand that there are other communities that work with their tax dollars and their citizens to develop equitable things. In San Francisco, we fought for years to try to get gay and LGBT youth for suicide prevention, mental health, and other facilities that were very important to the community at the time. We reacted to that because we saw the issue. We defunded aspects of the police department. We also kicked out Walmart because we don't want them around.
Somebody on the light
Excuse
switch?
me, yeah, somebody's
Take a
on,
break here for a second.
yeah, somebody's on the light switch. Please look out the doors there.
And I lost my placement there. But with that in mind, let's look at it like this. This is the 5th city council meeting that I've been to in different cities, because I've lived in different places with my family. This is the first that I've had people so subscribed to a systematic, disproportionate misunderstanding to what people directly need and what is happening dynamically in your community. And it drives me fucking insane. Excuse my language. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I sincerely apologize. I do, and if people are watching television, I sincerely apologize. But this is dysfunctional and it needs to be resolved. And I hope that you guys figure out the severity of the situation, because you're in a place where you're going to have to look at legacy now. And that, for people that really care about their children and their future and their lives, legacy is the only thing that really matters. And what you do with these officers is going to define the community for generations.
All right, Dylan Sterling, Ward 6. I love to talk, but I'm a really bad public speaker. Bear with me. 25, got a bachelor's in psychology, nothing special, but I think that there is a massive miscommunication here between the defund side and the non-defund side. I think that the defund side is largely disorganized. I hear a lot of people saying abolish the police. I hear a lot of people saying reform the police. I hear a lot of people saying defund the police, and I see very little guidance. I see very little insight into what goes on in the police, okay? But also, okay, bear with me, on the other side, I see a bunch of people also advocating to not reform the police, not be honest and look at what's going on, and have an honest discussion about changes that need to be made. I know you don't need a straight white dude validating you in here, but I have heard everybody here. I believe everybody. It is absolutely bullcrap that you cannot get access to the video evidence that people are trying to charge your daughter with. That is absolutely crazy. But I do not believe that for a second that defunding the police, and no offense Alexander Scott, but designating 4.5, 3.5, it doesn't matter, to a fire station, I don't think that under even first grade level scrutiny that would pass as helping POCs or any of this. Well, okay. Right. I did not interrupt anybody while they were speaking, so I don't think that I deserve to be interrupted.
Where's your mask?
Okay, I'm just going to ignore this. All I'm getting at is that I think that one side wants to be listened to and validated, and the other side does not want to listen and maybe validate the other side. I also find it very troubling that we're not taking officers and their accounts seriously. They shouldn't all be generalized in the same way that we should not okay, if CNN or Fox News, they want to have a video of a black man committing a violent crime that's perpetuating our perspective on black people, okay, we all know that that's ignorant to sit here and say that all black people are violent or that just because they are a color that they are anything. And I think it's equally as ignorant to suggest the same about all police. And I'm just here to remind people, and city council as well, to bear all of this in mind.
You don't miss his whole
There's a lot of vitriol, and I don't know, I think that we just need to all do a better job of listening. I think that literally every single person here can do a better job of listening, myself included.
Thank you.
That's all I want to say.
You're absolutely welcome. You're absolutely welcome. Mansplaining. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
You got to speak, go! You got to speak, go!
You're contradicting your point, hon. These are the people you're helping, by the way. Just let y'all know.
Can you hear me? My name's Zachary Chandler. I'm from Ward 1. I'd like to tell you about a confrontation between an officer and a person I saw just a couple hours ago right over there. A police officer, C. Shells. I don't know if that's plural or not, but that's the officer's name. If we're on the topic of accountability, I was standing there, and a young woman about this tall asked him while he was standing this far away, so everybody can see, like this close, "Can you please put on a mask?" She was being pushy. Yes, rightfully so. We're in a global pandemic. He said no. She asked him if he could step away. What he said to her was, "No, you can step away." That is the mentality that we're up against. And if that is not a perfect meta-narrative, then I don't know what may else be. A citizen, or just a human being, don't even say citizen, a human being going up to the police who are here to protect and serve us, and ask them, "Can you please protect and serve me?" And he says, "No, you."
Mark Campbell, Ward 6. Don't call us to these apartments. This is a problem complex. Unlit stairwells, people doing meth. Yeah, they're doing meth. You have to expect that in a Norman Section 8 apartment complex. Oh, your neighbor has rampant drug activity? Take it up with your 20-something-year-old landlord and risk eviction. That's not our problem. Send in a tip to p3tips.com. Crime Stoppers. Keep sending in tips. What's that? p3tips.com? Never heard of it. Crime Stoppers tips? Oh, that takes days to get to us. Oh, your lease says you have to report suspected drug activity? Oh, you suspect it's occurring right now? Well, we are busy. Basically, any way you contact us about virtually anything is a problem. What's that? You want to defund us? Sidebar, defunding basic government services has been priority 1 by our current president since day 1. And it has never been a problem until we suggested that police are not a panacea, not a be-all, end-all to everyone all the time. Okay, back to the narrative. Oh, your apartment has about 85% lights out? It feels basically unsafe at night? Just move! Cars being broken into, tires being slashed, gas being stolen? Just move. You're poor, when you move you lose your deposit? It hurts your credit? Not our problem, not our job. Want us to come to your Section 8 apartment for National Night Out? An apartment where children only see police on calls? Will there be a state cookout? Not sure? Well, that'll be a hard no. We don't care who started it. We'll end it. We'll haul y'all all to jail. Okay, so you want to understand police better? We'll apply for the Citizens Police Academy. Oh, you have multiple times? Well, we just don't have it. Try leaking boots next time. You've been coming to talk with the talk. How do you enjoy the sight of our backs to you in a circle? Who called 911? Sir, I called the city's non-emergency line. That's the same as calling 911. How dare we exist but to phone them? With NPD, one can be treated with bias because one is poor. disabled, intelligent, outspoken, not a bootlegger. We all back the blue every time we pay taxes. But we're the enemy.
Hello, my name is Bella Rainbow Clement, Ward 4, and I'm 17 years old. I want to thank everyone who came out tonight to share their truth. Not defunding the police is saying that you value 64 jobs more than thousands of lives.
Say it again.
I've had many experiences with the police and the SROs at Norman High School. In my freshman year, I was incredibly suicidal, and the situation was handled horribly, and I can't imagine how it would have been if I was not white. Throughout my childhood, I have been a victim of parental abuse. As a child, I was terrified of the police because they would take my mother away. I will never understand the fear that many people feel constantly. There should not be police in schools. There should not be police handling rape cases or domestic violence. There should be trained officials helping people instead of shooting them. Just because the taxpayers at one point voted for more SROs does not mean that we cannot vote again. Further, that does not mean that we should give each of those officers $162,500 annually. 4 officers do not need $650,000 to police children. Some of you are tired. We're not tired. And we will never stop fighting. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Will Warner, Ward 6. I had a clerical question. I know that hasn't happened in a while. So, I was looking at the department summary in the proposed budget, and I was wondering why there is a 219% increase in spending on capital equipment, and what that entails. If there's anybody who can answer that for me.
We're speaking on the amendment right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just wondering if some of the money that's proposed to be cut could instead be cut if we want to save jobs from over $500,000 in, or almost $500,000 in an increase in police spending on capital equipment.
Okay.
If that makes
Mr.
sense.
Francisco, he's looking.
Also, point of information, a capital expenditure is usually a one-time purchase, so it's probably.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, that would be the short answer to your question. I was trying to find the specific thing that was purchased. But yes, capital outlay items are one-time purchases. I suspect that what happened was there was a purchase last year that wasn't repeated this year, so you saw that big increase.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. The second thing I'd say was we had a demonstration of a carotid hold earlier and from 2 police officers, and I would challenge anyone to look up a picture of the police arrest of Eric Garner, where he was murdered, and tell me that that is not the same hold. Thank you.
Hello, Bobby Chastain, Ward 3. I just thank you all for still being here, and sorry to take up more of your time. But here to say that America's, since it's been founded, has been a country of reform. We've always worked to reform our laws from civil rights and allowing same-sex marriage. But I think in this case, class plays a more important issue than race does, because poor people in general are disproportionately affected by issues involving police. I disagree with the need to defund the police, but perhaps we can hold officers to higher standards, perhaps stricter repercussions of some sort. I don't know what the solution should be, but anyone telling you that they know for a fact what needs to be done is either full of themselves or lying. So that's all I had.
We do our research, sorry.
Well, anyway, thank you all for being here.
We're professionals and professors and advocates.
Thank you.
We're not like homies kicking it on the fucking street. We're sorry.
Hello, hi, I'm Mike. I'm from Ward 2. It's been a while since I've been at the council meeting. Last time I was here, we had different faces on the council. It's been about 5 years. It's been those last 5 years actually up in Edmond. I was going to UCF, where I got a bachelor's in public administration with a minor in economics. While there, I learned a lot about the structures for local governments. One of the things I learned is that a budget is a moral document, and that where we send those dollars doesn't just allot dollars and cents, it allots power, and it also allots responsibility for those who receive those dollars. It's important that we hold all of our public officials, including our law enforcement, accountable, because at the end of the day, they are street level bureaucrats who work for the public. Now, that being said, another thing I learned about public structures when I was there was the importance of negotiating contracts with unions. Public contracts often run for very long periods of time. They're often, even if they're renegotiated on an annual basis, difficult to negotiate, largely because usually in the case of public services, they are attached to essential services. So in the case of the police union, unlike any other labor union, it's awkward because if demands aren't met on the part of the fraternal order police, unlike the IWW or unlike anyone who works in the energy sector, no one can really walk out and keep electricity flowing. No one can walk out and make sure that the entire society crumbles. But however, if a union strikes or if you have a sick out with law enforcement, you can have people's lives at risk. And that's a real threat that can be levied against any local government. And that's why one of the biggest things we need to do, regardless of your vote tonight, which I do believe you should adopt, but regardless of the amendment on the table, you need to reconsider your contract with the FOP. Because as long as they are in power, you will never be able to fully implement reforms that are needed, that are necessary, and you will never be able to be as reactive to your constituents as you need to be. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor. Hopefully I'll be a resident of Ward 7 if we get to go back to school in the fall. So tonight I've heard lots and lots and lots of testimonies from all these people. And I think I'm pretty clear on where Ward 7 and Ward 8 are going to stand, and they're going to vote in favor of this amendment. I want to encourage all of you who are sitting in your city council seats wondering about your next election. When you have to vote on this amendment tonight, value the Black, brown, and indigenous lives more than your council seat. If you're going to lose your council seat or your mayor position because of something, lose it because you wanted to save people's lives. And then just a quick thing that I think we could fix really, really quickly. I went to the Citizen Public Safety Oversight Committee, tried to go to their website to figure out how to do that, figure out the policies, how to get there, all that sort of stuff. And both of the things give me 404 errors, so I can't access the information that I need. And I think that can be fixed really easy.
We just switched to a brand new website. Please send me the links and I'll send that to our IT people. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Thank you to my council member, hopefully, if I get to go to OU in the fall. Thank you to Alex Scott, who was my former teacher, whose 5th hour I was in when that incident took place that she described. I went to the school that she taught at. She was my teacher for 2 years? 1 year? Sorry. It's been a long time. I really want to thank her for coming today and proposing this amendment and listening to the people who she represents listening to the indigenous people who are standing right next to her, actually in Coleman Gray, who is absentee Shawnee. I'm a citizen of the Cherokee Nation. It's important to me too that indigenous people are listened to, even though I look white. It's very important to me that those people are valued. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Ralph Manus, and I believe I'm in Ward 8. Yes. So I'm originally from Tulsa, Oklahoma, from North Tulsa. Terrence Crusher was actually a cousin of mine. He was fatally shot by the police. Now, I wear this right here in support of the police because I am an officer. Now, just because I know a lot of people don't like the fact that I'm an officer, and I'm also a black man up here speaking on behalf of officers. But I need to say this. Like, I have 4 kids, and each and every day they watch me lace up my boots, say a prayer to the Lord, and walk out the door. And each day they don't know if I'm gonna come back. Okay? They don't know if I'm gonna come back. This is a person of color, this is also a police officer. So defunding the police is not necessarily a stance that you can take because we do have training. Like, I'm a CIT officer. If a person is in crisis, I'm the first person that they call. I'm also a first responder. First responder means I'm the first one there whenever you're in crisis, getting you extra resources. Everything else is a secondary form. Like, I can get you a social worker. I can call DHS for you. I can sit there and hold your hand while you're crying. If you go through some sort of crisis, I'm there for you. This guy, the situation that happened with you, we failed you, and I'm sorry. And I really am sorry, because nobody needs to go through that. Like, I graduated the academy with the sole intention of making this thing better from the inside out. And by you guys taking money away from me, you guys are preventing people like me from being inside this department. So don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Owen, Ward 4, little white lady with statistics. First of all, I sent you all an email yesterday. It was very detailed. I'm sure when you have a chance, you'll take a look at it. I have some ideas that I know can't happen tonight, but they can start happening at that first meeting in November, which I was there last year. I was working on a project on what our budget looks like, and now I have a better idea of that process. So I would love to give you input on that when that starts again. But I would like to talk about 3 things that we can do tonight. So first of all, what we could do is we can do a hiring freeze. We don't have to fire anybody to do a hiring freeze. That would save money. That would take away from the proposed budget. Second thing, at this point, we're not even necessarily talking about defunding because the budget is an increase. Okay, so people are asking for a bare minimum. If we just maintained the budget, we would be doing a good job. Because at this point, looking at the budget, getting into those numbers, $22 million for the police department. Okay, the police department has a lot of divisions with a lot of really good things that we don't want to defund. But we look at the patrol, that's the police officers out there doing the things that we've heard about here. That's $11 million, that's half of it right there. So we look at it, and this year alone, it has an 11.3% increase over last year. Last year, it was a 5.6% increase. So in 2 years, we will have increased the patrol division of the Norman Police Department by 17%. That is huge. Why would we be doing a huge increase while we're in a pandemic, while we have an economic crisis? This is not the time to be increasing. We don't have the sales tax money coming in. So I would say something we could do tonight is just maintain. Don't give extra money. Now I know that there are policies in place that won't even let you do exactly that. You have to increase so much for pensions. That's already in there. We can't change that. You could give them a 3% COLA, cost of living adjustment, which is more than the 1.6 COLA of 2020. That's still being nice for pensions. And we could still save $850,000. That's more than the Second Amendment, because we talked about this one probably wasn't gonna go through and you were gonna go for like 250. This will give us $850,000. This isn't giving us extra money, this is not spending money we don't have. So that's the second thing we can do tonight. And the third and last thing, and I would ask, is that we could take $50,000 of that and refund the emergency use shelter, which was completely defunded last year.
Thank you, Christina.
Mayor, council people, thank you for your time. I'm Caitlin Metzger from Ward 8. I just had my 29th birthday, which marks 20 years of my experience with racism, with people within my family and my friend group. I grew up in Arizona. I have younger cousins. They are half white, and half quarter Native, and a quarter Hispanic. When I was 9, my younger cousin said to me that she was afraid of the police. I didn't understand, because I had been told as a white girl that the police were my friends, and that I should always go to them if I had a problem and I needed help. She didn't have that luxury. She still doesn't. Fast forward, moved here. I grew up thinking Norman was a very safe and inclusive place. Unfortunately, that illusion was shattered. My closest friends growing up were all women of color. And I'm telling a story on behalf of my very dear friend growing up, Jasmine, who would be here telling you the story today if she could, but she's in Texas. She can't, but I know that she would want me to use my privilege to tell you what happened to her. She was at a private party at the moment, and she was making out with a dude, whatever, and an older white man got upset that she was making out with a white dude because she's half black and half Mexican, and he just didn't like that for whatever reason. So he started harassing and assaulting her, and she called the police for help. The people who my taxes pay to protect and serve every last one of us were called in to do their job. They ended there. She was arrested, and she was locked up. She was on her period. They did not offer her any sanitary products. How am I supposed to remove myself and my emotions from this issue? My friend, one of my very best friends, was treated with indignity by the people who are meant to protect and serve all of us. And that's all I have to say on that.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Sandlin. I believe that I'm a part of Board 3. What I wanted to talk about was accountability, just in general. So the police chief earlier was talking about how body cameras and things like video recorders were all on a basis of accountability. I'm just here to say that accountability is fragile. This fragility is proven daily by the injustices that we actually hear about. To be kept accountable means a person, organization, or institution is required or expected to justify actions or decisions responsible. The 14-year-old woman over there, her evidence was not accounted for. The officers who shot and killed Derek Scott, that I heard about a year after it actually happened, were not accounted for. Breonna Taylor's officers who shot and killed her in her sleep have still not been held accounted for. The many stories that exist and have never been heard is due to the lack of accountability in the police department. We cannot allow a system built to protect us be the same exact system not being held accountable for the injustices that they perform. The council and mayor are not exempt from this. How can we practice accountability when the people of this town are the only ones keeping you guys in check? We're calling you out and we're doing your job. Officers as well as council members are the ones put in place to keep our city accountable. Stop making us do your job.
My name is Amanda Franklin. I live in Ward 4. Lee Hall, I voted for you, but I've been very alarmed by your response so far today. It seems you're a lot more concerned about the 64 jobs that the police department is going to use than all of the people who've shared their testimony up here today telling you the police, they do not feel safe with police in their community. Like, you need to listen to the members of your community telling you that they do not feel safe around the police department. And 64 jobs is not a loss when you consider all of the loss that these people have come up here and told you about. Like, that is not okay. Councilmember Scott, thank you so much for sharing your story. Almost every woman I know has been raped or sexually assaulted, and none of them have seen justice. Not a single one of them, not a single one of them has ever seen justice, ever. I don't know any woman who feels comfortable going to the police with assault or rape. That is not okay. That is not okay. So please, please consider this amendment, please. And Councilmember Scott, again, thank you so much for sharing that here tonight. That's all I have.
Thank
you. My name is Parker Manick. I'm also a resident of Ward 4. I've been a resident of Norman for a decade. I have studied here. I have continued to work here. And honestly, I don't have anything eloquent or well put together to say right now. And I realize standing right back there that is due entirely to my own privilege as a white person, that I have expected there to be governments and boards that will do what is right, and I've been led to believe that through my very heavily ensconced education as a white individual. I'm truly hoping that the testimonies given by so many people here, which of course this is not even a drop in the bucket, of the sheer pain, suffering, humiliation, degradation, and lack of human dignity that has been afforded to not only Norman citizens, but Oklahoma citizens, global citizens. As I said, I am not in a position right now that I have had anything to say to really add to that, but please, all I can really do is to plead with you all to truly, truly let these stories, let these accounts sink in, to hopefully in some way change exactly how you're viewing your position as this city's government. I know many of you, if you weren't beholden to this position, might make very different decisions. I, again, plead and challenge you to go against convention, to go against how these procedures are supposed to be, to take a leap, as it has been said, to make a historic decision, to delay this decision, to make the decision that is right, that is morally conscionable, and will be historically remembered as just. Thank you for your time.
I don't have much to add, but I just wanted to speak and have my voice be heard. I'm Jake Allen. I'm in Ward 4. I wanted to voice my support for the amendment. We need immediate change. We can't wait a year. You're worrying about the effects that these changes will have on officers, but not the effects that the inactivity will have on the residents.
Right. More than 64.
We're focusing on how to make the police look good and repair the relationships with the community, but the institution was founded to sever that relationship with poor people and people of color. I don't care. You're talking about how to make we have resource officers to set a positive example for police. I don't care how the kids see police. I want people to feel safe in the community. I support defunding the police, fund mental health resources, fund the community. People have tried throwing money at the police and it doesn't work. This isn't a moment, it's a movement. It's time to do it.
That's right.
white person in this building who has not experienced racism from the police. Congratulations. And I want to highlight that that's the issue. That's why we're here. So I think what we're asking for is for accountability, transparency, and some discipline in that direction. It is, it's impossible to police the police and we rely on them to police themselves because of the fraternal order of police and because of the immunity that they have. And they have this power and they know it. And yet we're here and your community is begging for this conversation that I myself have had since '92. And I know my parents before me have protested in this city as well. What you can't train into a person is empathy and compassion. And there is a huge lack of empathy and compassion with this police department. Just tonight, we walked in the doors ready to have a conversation and the halls are decorated as if they're already celebrating their victory party. They have flyers the halls. And they're taking intimidating stance. They're heckling us. 4 times tonight, someone was assaulted for removing those signs from the wall. I was one. 4 times. For taking down signs that do not belong in our city hall. We're allowed to hold them out there, but they take them to the wall and take a sign down and 2 people assault me for it. This is the culture of violence that surrounds our Norman PD.
That's right.
They're supporters of our violence on their behalf. It is out of control. And we are here. We're asking now. We're asking you to hear our vulnerable members of our community. I'm Ward 1, by the way. I've been born and raised in Ward 1.
What was your name?
Carolyn. I voted for you. But I don't think that throwing more money at them and training them and frankly coddling them and rewarding them for this kind of conduct is what we want to see. And I think we are asking for something drastic. We're in the middle of a global civil rights movement. This is happening worldwide. This civil rights movement is happening worldwide. The entire world is fed up with American police.
That's right. The entire world.
The entire world is tired of American police and the way that we handle this. And we're asking you to listen. We're asking you. We're here trying to do this the right way. This is us taking a knee. Yeah. This is us asking. Again, I've been asking since '92 for help for my neighbors and my friends and my family and my loved ones. And I think what you're seeing with all of this frustration is us getting very tired of having to ask for decency and respect and dignity from people that we pay to protect us. We're tired of it too. And I don't think you can train someone to be empathetic. I don't think you can train someone to be compassionate. And if we're gonna cut 46 jobs, let's, what was it? 64. 64, sorry, I am dyslexic. If we are gonna cut 64 jobs, let's start with the ones that have multiple complaints. And if they have to police themselves, and if we're counting on them to police themselves, then maybe this will be a way to help the good guys weed out the bad apples. Because it sounds like they have a lot of challenges when it comes to getting rid of their own bad apples.
That's right.
And maybe cutting their funding for their paychecks will cause them to have a little bit of a disagreement over it. And maybe we can throw the ball back in their court and ask them to police themselves.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah. I just wanted to come up here really quickly. I'm not going to use a bunch of your time to tell you the definition of performative activism, which is referring to activism done to increase one's social capital rather than because of one's devotion to a cause. Let me use it in a sentence. Coming here
and talking about how you're glad this is a discussion and that we're having this conversation and not voting to change it is performative action.
Say it again. Say it again.
I'm sure all of you are great people, specifically to Mayor Clark, who I've heard speak on other occasions. I think that you're a wonderful person from what I've heard. You declaring June 19th, Juneteenth Day, giving the certificate to the organizer of the Candlelight Vigil, coming here, if you vote against it, that's performative activism.
Yeah.
Again, Matt from Ward 4. I'm from Ward 1. The person I'm speaking on behalf of is a neighbor, and they're also from Ward 1. And the neighbor is for you, Mayor Clark. You're the only one who raised your hand. After listening to your people, to your community talk, to listening to how Black mothers are afraid, how Indigenous women are brutalized, how rape victims are not listened to, can you take a public stance and commit to no longer taking support on your campaign from the Fraternal Police Union?
Amen.
And say that you will, none of you, any of you, will you stop taking support from the police? Or are you gonna stay silent right now? It's a question. You need to ask yourself deep down inside, can you listen and look at these brown faces and these brutalized people in your community? And can you go, yeah, I feel good taking support from the cops. I feel good about that. Do you feel good about that? Or can you stand up right now, Mayor Clark, and anybody else, and say you're not gonna do it anymore? That you're gonna separate yourself from the police union support? Can you do that right now? Can you commit yourself to that kind of activism? Or just like my fellow people say, are you being performative right now?
It's a question.
You got a mic, Bria.
Go ahead and answer.
White silence is violence.
Compliance.
Your silence is violence. Your silence is deafening.
I don't want to make a habit of answering questions, so I'm happy to talk to you afterwards, all of you.
Oh my gosh. We voted for you. We voted for
You
you.
have all of these people that you talk to me later, talk to me now.
Action is now.
We all deserve to know. Why can't you say that now?
Hey, we're talking to you.
We all deserve to know.
Why?
They're afraid.
These are our lives.
Looking at people
This
like
is our
they're crazy.
lives.
Transparency.
Transparency.
I'm genuinely curious. I don't want to come up to you because you know what? When I emailed you saying, man, I'm unemployed. I have nothing going for me. Mayor, can you help me? Can you get me in contact with someone? You didn't help me. I had to find someone else. You know, you do not contact me back.
It's a yes or no question.
Contact me back. Hell no, I'm not going to talk to you after this. Will you reject support from the police department? Yes or no?
I don't need the police support to do what's right by
Yes
you
or
by
no?
them.
Are you going to stop taking their support?
I don't want to take more time. It's complicated for my husband's union.
It's a yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no.
It's your husband's union.
Disappointed that I wrote that I put my brother
Vote her out. Vote her out.
Vote her out.
Vote her out. Vote her out.
My name is Matthew, and I live in Ward 2. Last year was the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, so the Student Leftist Union from Oklahoma University met with a literal brigade of cops at Norman Pride's Pride Coffee, and the only request that we had for Norman PD and the then interim chief was that they perform a bias test on any officers that they would use to staff Norman Pride. Initially, the officers agreed, and they said they would take a specific bias test speaking specifically on homophobia, transphobia, and LGBTQ-based bigotry. They later emailed us to recant that and said that they would go along with their normal plan, and I was just curious what their normal plan was, since it didn't include vetting officers for LGBTQ bias before putting them to guard LGBTQ folks on the 50th anniversary of Stonewall at what was one of Norman's first Pride festivals. So it did not surprise me the first time I spoke individually to a Norman police officer without my parents present that I told the police officer, I'm transgender, my pronouns are he, him. And he looked me straight in the face and said, what is transgender? Had never, ever been introduced to the concept that they could be faced with a constituent in which they would need to ask pronouns, need to be able to engage sensitively in any manner, that none of the tools, none of the equipment, little to no expertise, they were not ready to deal with the complaints that I was bringing forward because they were not equipped. Really, all of us here that are defunders are really trying to do a favor for the police. The police are woefully underprepared to handle everything they are tasked with handling. What we need to do is divide these into several smaller departments, fully funded and staffed with professionals that are going to be able to look me in the face and treat me with more respect than what is transgender. Yeah, that guy is going to have a really hard time protecting and serving me. I'll be real honest. And I think, frankly, it would be super embarrassing if I was on this dais right now. I would be embarrassed. I'd be so embarrassed that my constituency can come forward with so many stories of generational trauma and horror at the hands of my police department. I would piddle my fingers and tell them, maybe next year I'll give a shit, but this year I do not.
Thank you.
Constituency and then change your opinion based on what your constituency is saying. Well, it seems like the majority of your constituency wants to defund and reallocate some of the gratuitous Norman PD money towards doing other things, so that whenever they do things like handle the homeless folks that live out in Sutton Wilderness, the unhoused folks that live in Sutton Wilderness, they can do more than dispatch 4 or 5 armed officers to put stake signs in the ground to tell them they have 24 hours to leave or be moved. You're telling me nobody could do that better? You're telling me that's the best we have to offer these folks? Yeah, that's embarrassing.
So, my name is Felix, Ward 4. I didn't really write anything just because I'm afraid of public speaking in general, and also speaking on police violence is dangerous, frankly.
That's right. That's right.
But I just wanted to talk about the police budget, which is what, $22 million in the general fund, correct? Something like that. If you divide that by 365, that's $60,000 a day spent by this police department. That is ridiculous. Like, listen to the testimony of all of these people here who are hurt about how poorly they are treated by the people that they pay ostensibly to protect. This is ridiculous. I yield the rest of my time. Black Lives Matter.
Yeah!
Hello, my name is Gretchen. I'm in Ward 1. I want to thank everyone for coming up and telling their stories. I want to thank Alexander Scott for telling her story. But what I have witnessed tonight up here, obviously you're uncomfortable, obviously, and that's good. That's good. We need to be uncomfortable right now because we need a change. Because I am angry. I am angry that all of this is happening. Tonight, I witnessed an officer, Charles Shell, I think. He was standing without a mask very close to a girl who asked, please step back if you're not wearing a mask, we're in a pandemic. And like described earlier by 2 people, he kind of just got up close to her and basically said, no, you
She
step
was
away from me."
autistic. She was autistic.
She right here.
Where's your
Right
police
here.
academy
She
training
right
on
here.
that? Where's your police
And
academy training on that?
I was standing right next to her. We were standing against a wall. She could not stand away. She couldn't back away. He said, well, you need to step away. That is not protecting and serving our community. That is a bully. That is not protecting and serving.
Where's your special needs training?
That's not who we need here. Setting an example. I also witnessed him, of course, there are going to be people out there who are going to, say things that might upset police. And someone mentioned protecting and serving after someone up here said something about wearing a mask. He passive-aggressively turned around with a thumbs up and said, thank you. I've been doing it for 13 years. Wow. thanks, like, thank you, like, that was just unprofessional at that point. And, yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Hi, my name is Sunny, and I've actually been living in Seattle for the last couple of years. I just moved back in the last couple of months. So I'm mostly just going to talk about the things that I've seen today, which starts off with watching a policeman run a red light for no reason. It happens all the time.
All the
They
time.
haven't really done anything for themselves, so any law they choose to not respect at any given time is their own prerogative. I have seen a group of really amazing people, really amazing community members come together amid a lot of inaccessibility issues. I'm actually really kind of shocked, particularly because I came from Seattle, which cares a little bit more than Oklahoma, at least about the democratic process, to be honest. I'm not seeing anybody doing sign language. I'm not seeing anybody explain Robert's Rules of Order so that it's not used in a way that is prohibitive and frankly racist. I've seen old white people decide that their education on and experience of RSOs is more valid than young people of color, which is just wild to me. Just absolutely wild. And I just keep seeing these things time and time again. Earlier I was over here, and I don't really see most of the police officers that originated a couple hours ago, because the ones that we've had issues with have somehow managed to be rotated out, I've noticed.
Yeah, tragic.
But in the first couple hours, what I noticed that really pissed me off, but I wasn't really sure if I was going to talk on it, was there were, say, maybe five or six officers, which I also consider to be a disproportionate police presence, that will have people not wanting to come to this meeting. Very intentional. Structurally, the whole darn way through. You protect yourselves, you protect the system.
That's right.
No cops at Pride, no cops at City Hall, honestly. Honestly. I'm seeing so many things that are so upsetting to me. I saw it was pretty well divided where people who were pro-police were on either side of the wing, and people who were pro-abolition or pro-defunding were in the center. And I saw that all of the cops who were around their supporters had masks on. All the cops who were around me did not.
Right.
That's very interesting to me, particularly because we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that is a barrier for participation in this room. People have immune systems that make it impossible to show up and speak to you. So I want you to understand that these people have experienced dozens of barriers just to get here and to beg you to acknowledge their humanity. The vast majority of the people who are speaking to you and begging for your empathy are for defunding the police. Yup, the supporters of the police could not get enough people down here with all those institutional barriers that advantage them. They couldn't come down here with enough of a presence to overpower ours. Citizens and talk to you guys at the beginning of the process in November. But we're here now. We're here at the table now. You said we have never been at the table like this before. Are you going to use the moment that we are all here, all of your community is here? Or are you going to let it pass? Because we weren't good enough to come 6 months ago. What do you think? Are you gonna do something actionable that will let these people go away to their community members, having a little bit of hope in the institution? Or are you not? Totally up to you, literally. People's lives are in your literal hands. Not only their comfort, but their literal lives. I can't wait a year. I'm white. I can't wait a year. I cannot.
Right.
You can't.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yes. Yes.
And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Now I yield my time.
This will be our last speaker on the movement, so we continue to move forward. Thank you.
Oh, no, please.
Hello, my name is Jenna Bryan. I live in Ward 4 and I have lived in Norman for about 10 years now. And I'd like to say it's the first place that I really felt like I can call home and feel like this is really, I'm a part of this community. I think in order to keep strengthening this community that we have, is by holding ourselves accountable and constantly striving to make sure that everyone can feel like a part of this community. And the first step in doing that is definitely acknowledging systemic oppression that's been built into our country and rooted itself in our way of life. Until we do that, I think that the police are basically just kind of managing symptoms of this system of exploitation by punishing them, throwing them in jail, or maybe just plain killing them. A major way we create change is through city budget. So let's invest in the people of Norman rather than the policing of Norman.
That felt very good.
I'll just admit, sometimes I feel jaded and pessimistic about the future as I see leaders more concerned with wealth and power than the health and safety of their constituents. However, we're at a pivotal time in history where I believe we can truly make change by investing in programs like mental health, public transportation, child care, education, community centers, and the arts. Oftentimes, we're putting the responsibility of our police to address all these problems such as homelessness, mental illness, drug addiction, sexual assault, domestic abuse, and armed robbery. Instead of putting the burden solely on the police, let's take some of that money and put it into programs that can help us deal with these situations by trained professionals instead of permanently ruining people's lives. Let's work toward rehabilitating instead of criminalizing them. Another crucial change we need to make is cutting ties with the fraternal order of the police.
That's right.
I believe this is a toxic community that keeps good cops from being good cops. Many officers who try to report malpractice have been ridiculed, shamed, or threatened to be kicked out of the only group that really cares about them. These are tactics by abusers, and this cannot continue. If someone dies at the hands of police brutality, abuse of power, and violation of human rights. I know this is not easy, and I know that everyone here is tired, but I can only imagine how tired the Black folks in our community are. Having to hold themselves to higher standards for fear of their life, while often being provided the bare minimum from our society. Black Lives Matter is an organization fighting for everyone, especially the folks being left out and forgotten. I have faith that all of you are here to do the same exact thing, so let's join them in fighting for the freedoms of everyone.
Thank you, Jenna.
My name is Evan John, and I live in Ward 7. Sorry, it doesn't go all back. For almost my entire life, I felt a sense of shame, knowing what my ancestors were responsible for. It made me try to reach out intentionally and I've strived to do that over the past 25 years. I watched Roots, I watched Amistad, I watched Little Big Man, I had Native American friends, I had Black American friends in school, and I had transcendent experiences with them. So whether we should defund or fund the police in this year's budget, and I know if we don't pass a budget this evening, you face state charges, state law that has to be completed. The transcendent experiences that I had could not have been had if I had been raised with fire and brimstone absolutism in religion. And we live in a culture that has made young men warfare, and we've celebrated it. The idea of conquest and conquering and sadistic actions as being the first way to solve the problem have been taught and ingrained in our people's consciousness. And all I can say from my experience, the way that I was able to reconcile the shame and the sadness that I had genuinely felt for almost all of my life was the connection between the atomic theory, the periodic table, hallucinogens, psychedelics, and transcendent experience with people who broke the stereotype. Alex, I wish I could have given you more than just that $25 for that campaign.
All right, Evan.
Please.
No. All right, a break has been requested. I'm sorry, of more comments. I don't feel like that was on the amendment much, but I appreciate you participating. We have had a break requested. We will return with final council comments on this amendment. All right. inviting Councilmember Scott to propose the amendment. Yeah, we're up. Councilmember Scott?
Thank you. Okay. Well, I have like some different things. I got a break, and that's a really good thing because I got to reevaluate some of the things that I was going to say, so I'm not going to do that. I will say that I'm grateful for the folks who did show up tonight, who are watching from home, who have been social distancing to the best of their ability, who are wearing masks, and that I'm sorry that we haven't done better before this. And I am 26. I was just talking to these folks over here. I was elected on my birthday in 2018 against an incumbent by 58%. So thank you. I am a young person, even though I don't act like it's all the time. But we do have a mid-year budget review that was mentioned earlier, so if this amendment should pass and then it proves to be detrimental for some reason, guess what? Like you said, we have a mid-year budget review. And then there was mention also about revisiting some things in 90 days. So I also wanted to address some of the comments I heard earlier about, put ourselves in the shoes of the officers and going on ride-alongs and things like that. I did participate in National Night Out the past 2 years that I've been on council, and I did spend time. I spent 4 hours last fall with an officer who did inform me of some of the disparities within the police department. Not only that happened to our communities, our marginalized communities, but that happened to our police of color, and of some of the white supremacy that takes place in the police department. And I am sorry for, at one point, many moons ago now tonight, hopping off the dais for a moment. I saw someone who I love and am obligated to put my body before in a tense situation. And I stand by that. I know that I often make decisions and say things on the dais that people disagree with, but I believe that as a white woman, we white folks should put our bodies in front of people of color when they are in high intensity scenarios, because especially if our light-skinned people of color are doing that for our darker-skinned folks, like, we have an obligation to do that. Don't be afraid, because you are less likely to be harmed. White people it is. And it's our responsibility to use our privilege. Someone mentioned an officer in New York who tried to expose the corruption that was taking place, who was institutionalized. I watched the Dave Chappelle not stand up the other day regarding the murder of George Floyd. And he mentioned an officer, I believe in California, who he referred to as got Swiss cheesed by 400 police. Chris Dorner, who tried to expose police brutality by his partner and was fired. So it is incumbent upon us to indeed police the police. And because if we are talking about, I was at a rally recently as well that they said, we love the police, but the police do not love us. We love the police, but the police do not love us. And there are people like the gentleman who's from my ward, who is a police officer, who stated he joined the force to try to change it from the inside out. But if we do not have accountability measures to protect my constituents, then why would he speak out? If he sees, what's happening in other places to people like Chris Dorner or this person in New York. So we do have to have accountability. Within our department, we have to have horizontal and vertical accountability. I'm a former Latin teacher. You heard my students spoke. Thank you, Taylor. Quis custodiet ipsos custodies. For those of you who have ever watched the series Watchmen, they sort of changed it around. It means who will guard the guards. But in this Often people change Latin, and we can talk about that some other time. Anyway, but quis custodiet ipsos custodies? Who watches the watchmen? Who polices the police? And finally, maybe this is a little contentious, but we've been engaging in these conversations for a couple weeks, and I'm so grateful. Thank you for listening to my personal story. There are others that I could tell you, but those are the ones, and I appreciate you hearing me, listening to me, and believing me without me having to beg you. I appreciate that, and I hear you, and I believe you. And finally, there is a difference between police officer and peace officer. There is a difference, and this is what we are looking for, is for peace, not police. And maybe this amendment passes, maybe it doesn't. Like I said, I was elected 2 years ago. I will be off this council in about 2 weeks. I am borderline Gen Z. I was just telling them a little bit too old for Tide Pods and a little bit too young for Harry Potter houses. So what I will say is that you have shown up, the Gen Z have shown up today, and you showed up last week. And when I'm not here, it is still incumbent upon us to hold all of us accountable. And to someone make sure that we are represented up here every single time. Make your voices heard, and yes, do vote. Voting slaps. That's really it. I am going to support my own amendment here. I know that people were mentioning fire, but I am going to support this amendment because I do believe in public safety, such as stormwater is a critical infrastructure issue. Water is life. Thank you, whoever brought these snacks and water. I haven't eaten all day today because my stomach was turning. Because I am running for higher office, and I do want to help people at another level, and that is also what it's going to take, is systemic change. This is your most accessible form of government, but I was afraid of what that meant for me, and that was selfish. For me to even have those feelings of wanting to throw up literally as I shared my story with you. When you have come here and been so vulnerable with us. So I'm sorry, and thank you.
So I have a few things to say. First of all, I want to thank you all for making me uncomfortable. I actually had, every time we had a break, I would check my text and there'd be people being like, "Boy, this is a really tough meeting. How's it going?" And I'm sitting here going, it's not nearly as hard being here as it is being many of you out there. So I'll take it. I'll take it. The other thing I was doing was crunching a bunch of numbers. So one of the reasons why I'm not super warm about this amendment is because only $50,000 goes to making the police more accountable or making your lives any better, other than the drawdown of the police. I recognize that that's a big deal, but that's a lot of money that's not going towards non-armed crisis intervention. That's money, that's $4.5 million, $4.45 million that's not going towards mental health treatment, or education, community centers, or helping the homeless. So, what I want to do, I appreciate fire departments out east. However, I would much rather see the drawdown and the cuts in the police patrol units going towards some of these positive programs. There are good models out there in Eugene, Oregon, and in Memphis. There are models out there that maybe aren't the perfect fit for us, but we can figure out what about this one works here and what about this one works here. What partnership can we develop with Norman Regional that provides a lot of these services and is a public trust? So we have a unique opportunity here because of the way our hospital is structured and the services they offer to work with them in partnership. So that's what I want to do. But I also have some other things. So what does accountability look like? What can we do to make the remaining officers more accountable? There's a lot of data that's available on the city website if you dig for it, if you know what to look for. But I want them to come here twice a year and tell us I want to see it, and I want it to be a presentation so that people like you also can come here and ask questions about the data that they are providing to us. So that would be semi-annual reports on the drawing and pointing or discharging of tasers and guns. It would be a semi-annual report on instances related to the school resource officers. And also semi-annual compilations of complaints against the department. I want those to be public in this body, discussed by the police department, questioned by you, questioned by us, because having it on the website is nice, and I recognize that that's more than a lot of police departments in Oklahoma or anywhere else in the country do, but to me that's not enough. So, I also want to see a ban on whatever that was, whether it's a chokehold or do properly right there, let alone in a heated situation when someone might not even be fully conscious and aware of what they're doing. I can't imagine that being perfectly applied every single time. And if they're not perfectly applied, terrible things have happened and we've seen it happen. So that's not budget related, that's just something we put in my oversight committee next month, and then bring to a study session, and then bring here and pass it, and then it's done. When it comes to things like binding arbitration and qualified immunity, those are things that have a dual protection here in Norman. They're protected by our local negotiated contracts with the FOP, and they are also protected by state law. So what we can do is we can eliminate those, make those non-starters within our negotiations, and then, even though they're protected by the state, because the state allows both of those things, if there's ever federal preemption over things like that, or, you know, if lightning strikes the state capitol and all of a sudden they have a change of heart, then we don't have to wait until the next time our contracts are negotiated for that to immediately go into effect. So those are two other things that we can do just through our typical process to get it done. That's not budget related. It doesn't need money. It just needs to be something that we decide as a body is important to try and pull out of those contracts. So, and I also have had a few kind of starting discussions with our city attorney about the PSST. Because the PSST is what funds the SRO program, and because it was decided by voters on a ballot measure and not through a budget discussion, it's not quite as easy to change as just a vote of this body. But there are magic words in the ordinance and in the proposition that was passed by the voters that said, to the extent feasible, revenues will be utilized for all of these purposes. I think we can think of a number of ways in which things aren't feasible anymore, one of which is just our sales tax revenue issue and our budget crisis. And so, that amendment we talked about last week that was shifting money from the general fund over into the PSST was to fix the shortfall in the sales tax revenue because we can't have a negative fund balance even in the PSST. So if we decide that our budget crisis is bad enough that it is no longer feasible to do all of the things in PSST, we can remove some of those items, eliminate the general fund subsidy, and protect that money in the general fund for the purposes that we want. So these are just some of my thoughts. I know that there's been a lot of talk about maybe amending this amendment or finding a different way through it, because as it stands, sorry, Councilmember Wilson, I don't want to put an extra $3.5 million towards a fire station. I want to fund mental health treatment and crisis intervention. I may or may not vote for it. I still would like to hear from the rest of my colleagues, and I don't always think it's appropriate to say how I'm going to vote before I listen to all of the other people here, just as I listen to you. But I would be far more interested in passing something that dedicated money, even if we don't know what it's going to be for yet, because we don't have the program yet. But we can earmark that money and put it in a fund and say, now let's figure out, we have $1.5 million, or $2 million, or $3 million. How much can we fund? How many people does it serve? And what partnerships can we already have out there that we can leverage to make this happen faster than we maybe otherwise would. So I really appreciate you all coming and making me uncomfortable. One of the reasons why so many people from Ward 1 spoke tonight is because Ward 1 has the lowest census tracts in the entire city and the highest concentration of them. So I am not at all surprised to see Ward 1 so highly represented here tonight. And I thank you for continuing to remind me of the role that I have to play in these decisions. So thank you all.
Councilmember Wilson. Fair warning, guys, none of the buttons are working, so give me a.
Okay, so my mask makes everything all muffled, so I'll just go loose and crazy here. I agree with all of Councilmember Bierman's comments there. My big concern with this amendment is that I worry that it doesn't really do, it's not a lasting policy change that will last past the people on this dais. And I wanna see a lasting policy change. I wanna see substantive policies that make this, you know, an ongoing, conversation, but also, you know, an actual, how do I say it, an action that changes things. Right now, and I don't mean this rude, but this is a little bit performative. I don't mean this rude, Alex, I'm sorry. But in that I think it just moves money to another fund that can be used for police, and it doesn't change the policies that are wrong. So, so I hope you understand that's where I'm coming from, ultimately. And that I don't want to move I want to move our fire station up. We want a fire station in Ward 5. However, I don't want to use this money that we're talking about, or these changes that we're talking about on a fire station, because that doesn't make the changes that we need in the community. And so, and if you saw me looking down at my phone, it's because I'm crying. It's not because I don't care, ever. If you come in here, I guarantee you, I'm crying, because these stories kill me. So, I would like to make some changes that we can tonight, but the reason why I threw out that 90-day thing is I feel like if we can go through some of the processes, and I know that's very white privilege of me to say, let's follow the processes. I know we've been following the processes for 200 years, but let's follow them a little bit longer. But I think you have a council that wants to fix this issue, I think. I want to fix the problems. I would like to see a 90-day review. I would like to see these changes, a plan for these changes. That's my big sticking point, is that I got this at 3:30, we're here at, you know, so while I understand there was a bigger issue that we want to address, or an ongoing issue that's been going on for years, and I've been complicit in it because I've been fixing potholes and stop signs, that I really want to make sure that whatever policy we implement, whatever thing we do can last beyond being legacy changes, and that we fund it properly, and that we fix what's broken with the rest of the officers. And I'm sorry, Chief Foster or whomever, I didn't like that chokehold either. That, to me, that was a chokehold. So I don't like it. I think it would be too difficult to implement properly during a heated situation. It doesn't seem like a de-escalating technique to me.
Then use your white privilege to make an amendment.
Fair enough. My white privilege says that I don't know what to amend at this point, so I'm going to pass it on to the next. I cannot support putting $4.5 million in.
Make a new amendment.
$3.5 million. I don't have a good one. I'll let somebody else.
On the floor, and we need to clear that before any other additional amendments can be made.
Okay, so Robert's Rules of Order says that we need to vote yes or no on this one, and make a new one if we need to. So I'm going to pass it on for somebody else to comment on.
Thank you for telling us.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Anthony, would you mind answering the questions?
That's true.
Love Anthony.
manages a nearly $300 million budget. I've been doing it for a long time too, so. Okay.
Appreciate you.
So, one of the things I did this last week was I asked you for a detailed budget from the police department going back to the year 2000, actually. Year by year, I wanted to know the general funding, capital expenditures, emergency communications fund doesn't exist anymore, but it existed until 2011. PSST, when it was created, seizure fund, and then also what the city population change has been each of those years. So, lean it up against the.
Quit leaning out the light switch. Any major tag.
Well, I'm gonna fall asleep if we can lights on. Anyway, so just to look back on a little bit for some reference, year 2000, you know, heard someone mention that they were born in the year 2000. It's here tonight. So probably several actually. So right here, in the time that you've been alive, I have some information about our police department, its funding. And so in the year 2000, the total operating expenditures was 90.2 million. FOP had 118 positions budgeted, and capital expenditures was 192,000. Norman's population was 95,000 at the time. The seizure fund that year was budgeted at $16,709. Today in 2020, the FOP has 129 positions budgeted, which from 118, that's only 11 more positions since 2000, right? But the PSST has 50 positions budgeted in it, so we've added about 61 personnel since then. The general funding budget has gone from 9.2 million to 20.5 million.
Wow.
Our population has gone from 95,000 to 124,000. So we have seen some population growth. And then in 2008 is when the public safety sales tax was voted on by voters and created as a temporary 7-year sales tax set right in. And it was created to fund 41 new police officers and 32, if I remember, firefighters. The firefighters were to staff the 2 new fire stations that would be built with the PSST, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And from what I understood from back in 2008, the argument or the case that was being made for why this was necessary was that the police department had not seen an increase in personnel since the late 80s or early 90s. And we actually had per capita a lot less officers than we did back then. And that officers we didn't have enough, and that they were basically just going call to call all day long and had no time to actually get out and have any kind of community relationships that were positive, what we would call community-oriented policing. I remember that being like the main focus of the PSST was bringing back community-oriented policing because our department had gotten away from it since the 80s apparently. And so that was created, that was voted on by the people, it passed. And then from what I see in the budget, it was actually reported in the general fund for the first 2 years, 2009 and 2010. And then in 2011, it started being recorded in its own separate fund account. And so what I've noticed is that since 2011, in the first recording in its own account, it started off at 2.4 million, and to let's see, and last year it was at 8.3 million. So in 2014, voters approved public safety sales tax to be made permanent. 2015. The argument, if I recall, was that in 2008, voters created 41 new police positions and 32 new fire positions with a temporary tax. And so it needed to be made permanent, or we might have to get rid of the positions that we just created.
That's correct. Yeah, it was always a bad idea to have permanent positions with temporary revenue source?
That is something a major flaw of the original sales tax, I think, would be that point. I was on council when the second one came about, to make it permanent. My personal position was that I felt if we were gonna renew it, we needed to be renewed as a temporary tax for another 7 years to further evaluate how it was working, how much revenue it was actually bringing in. I really wish we'd have done that now, actually, because we'd be coming up on the renewal of it, and we would know that it's not bringing in money to support itself, and we'd be able to maybe make some changes to it. So that is something I really regret, is that the council then ended up going with the permanent and sending that to voters. That vote passed by 138 votes citywide. So almost 7,000 people voted, but it only passed by 138 votes. So I've said this many times, in a local election, every single vote can really make the difference. 138 seems like maybe a lot, but in a city of 125,000 people with over 70,000 registered voters, 138 is a very razor-thin margin. And so one of the questions I did have for you, Anthony, about the budget was one of the budgets you sent me. I got 2 sheets from you, and one was different than the other in one of the columns, and I was just trying to clarify that the 2020 budget for the police department, the one we passed last year, FYE ending in 2020. So for those that don't know, the city budgetary year is July 1st to June 30th every year. That's what's the fiscal year. So we pass a budget at the end of June that goes until next year. So what I have shown here is 2020 budgeted general fund as $20,586,928.
That should be corrected to 21,683,785, and the difference is in the capital expenditures.
Okay. And the, let's see, the PSST fund last year, $8,327,534.
Yes.
And then that was for total operating expenditures from PSST. The capital was $1.2 million.
In 2020,
Yes.
the capital was 221.
So what I have written down, basically for 2020, I have the total budget for the police department, general fund, capital and operating, PSST capital and operating, seizure fund capital and operating. Those combined, I have either $30,787,096 or roughly $41,964, depending on which spreadsheet I got was correct.
The latter is correct.
The 41.
Yes.
Okay. So last year's budget for the police department was $41 million total. See, the general fund is 20 million, but the PSST added on top of that brings it to, and what was spent brings it up to that 41. So this year, if I did my math correctly, what I did notice in the column spreadsheet you sent me today was there was nothing, there was zero budgeted for the seizure fund, and zero budgeted for capital from PSST. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If that's the case, then this year's budget for the police department is $31,949,620.
That's correct. Now, I would remind you that the seizure fund, it was unusual for council to be budgeting money out of the seizure fund, and so we've kind of gone back to past practice.
Thank you. Can we, just a question from my colleague, can we transfer general funds into enterprise funds for things like recycling?
Yes, we'd have to prove it to do it.
So what I'm getting at here is that by this budget, we are spending about $10 million less this year in the police department than we did last year. Is that right? That $41 million was correct last year.
For capital projects.
So, yeah, because
Total.
the difference basically is that we finished out the cost for the radio system.
That's what I figured that large capital expenditure was the radio system that's finished. So, just looking back though on the last, since 2014, by my numbers I put together here, total police department budget in 2014 was about $24 million. In 2015 it was 26. In 2016 it was 27. In 2017 it was 31. In 2018 it was 30. In 2019 it was 40. In 2020 it was 41. And then this year 31 or 40 years ago. So it fluctuates pretty widely from what I can tell.
Yeah, now, again,
Capital.
whether the capital expenditures can vary widely.
The seizure fund, can you explain why, looking back on the 20-year budget, there's not one year where there's zero budgeted for that? Can you briefly explain why that is?
I will say that it was a change in the department's chosen use of those seizure funds rather to budget for them in advance, and what would be budgeted for, as opposed to coming back to council mid-year and asking for appropriations of those seizure funds. So this year, the decision was made to just not budget for them in advance. If you wanted to use some of the seizure funds, then you would come back to council for mid-year appropriation.
I appreciate that explanation. The seizure fund has been a particular interest of mine for a number of years. Many know that I always vote against using any funds from that to spend on anything, even things that I think are really good. I just fundamentally felt like using money from the seizure fund was not a good idea, just given the controversy that surrounds that policy nationally. I know it's legal, I know the money's there, other places might use it if we don't, but I just morally don't feel right about it. So I am glad to see that it is budgeted at zero, that we're not expecting to take in any. And I know a lot of it comes from the state and federal government, that it's not, all the seizure fund isn't from our own department, but I think we don't have to accept the state and federal money. And maybe that's one thing we really need to think about, because one of the things on this budget that really stands out to me is that in 2009, the seizure fund was, let's see, $13,000. And in 2015, it was $281,000. And now it's $203,000, so it's down from that. But the explosion in that type of funds, and it's not a lot. $203,000 is not a lot of the police budget, but it is really concerning to me that that particular fund has had such a significant explosion in growth over the last few years. So I'm glad to see that, and I think that is a really good spot to look at not spending that money. Give it back to the federal government, whatever. And so, Anthony, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I really appreciate you for standing there and answering those for me. As mentioned by some of my colleagues, and what we talked about tonight, the PSST was voted on by the people. In my time on council, I've only seen people come and ask for more funding to the police. They've literally gone to the polls and voted for it twice in the last 12 years. The last time being by a very thin margin, as I mentioned. Nobody in my time on council has come down here and asked us to not give the police more money. Except for one time, and it was over the armored vehicle that the police requested a few years ago. And the Norman Police do not have that vehicle. City council then did not approve it. It was indefinitely postponed and it's never been brought back up. Former chief of police was a very big proponent of that. Our current chief has not requested that vehicle since he's been chief. He has not had any discussion with me about that vehicle. And I'm not going to support that vehicle if it does come back up on my feet. But that's the only time that I can recall where the citizens of this city have filled this room and asked us to really rethink how we fund the police department. So this is a first for us. This conversation has been happening for a very long time in many places. It's been happening amongst a lot of people in this town. But as far as people of this city coming in front of this body in this room and saying, we demand change, fundamental change in the way this department is funded and operated, hasn't happened in my experience here. So, and I started watching city council meetings here when I was in 6th grade at Irving. So I grew up here in Norman, as many of you may know. I went to Kennedy, I grew up on the east side, and for my life as a youth here, watching city council meetings and the school channel replay stuff was kind of how I got through a pretty rough time in middle school at home. So I started coming to these meetings when I was in high school at Norman High, and I had no idea that I would ever be sitting in this seat. I was extremely shy. I never would get one, talking in front of people is not something I would have ever been comfortable with. And I did have a lot of pride in Norman too, of growing up here. I always thought, yeah, Norman's different than the rest of Oklahoma. It's more diverse, it's more progressive, and I've often said to people, I wouldn't live in Oklahoma if it wasn't in Norman. I would probably not live in this region of the country at all. But I have seen the bad things that go on here. I have seen the racism that goes on here. And it hasn't been directed at me personally, but I've seen it happen to so many people I know. And I've heard so many stories. The stories tonight, I really appreciate, and they're stories I've been hearing for years. And so I love this town. I want to make it better. It's why I ran for this seat. It's why I've continued to serve up here as long as I have. And it hurts me deeply when I know about bad things happening here and we're not doing anything to change everybody else and do it better. And so tonight, this particular amendment, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, I don't know that these particular things are where I want to redivert this money to, but there are quite a few ideas that we've been talking about. I think there may be some other amendments that come up. We're not even actually on the budget part of we've got another 2 votes tonight, so, and in 15 minutes, I think it'll be a record for as long as I've been here on that, so 2:15 or 2:30? But I have often said that I did run for a seat to represent people, and if I had to sit up here all night long and all day long and to listen to people one after the other get up there and talk to me, then that's what I would do. I'm fortunate enough that the job I have during the day, I actually, at the Friendly Market, I schedule myself to close the store on Wednesdays so that I can, anticipation that city council meetings on Tuesdays might go a long time sometimes, and that I might need to sit here all night long and listen. And so I'm very lucky to have that ability, and not everybody does. Not everybody has the ability to come to this meeting or even watch it on TV. Large parts of Norman don't have internet access, so watching on YouTube is not an option, and coming down here to City Hall is not an option for everybody. So I wish I had something better to say about this budget. That it was going to do more, that it was going to fix these problems, that this amendment would fix the problems that we have, that anything that we're going to do tonight is going to fix the problems we have. It's not, and 9 of us on this council aren't going to fix these problems. We all have to fix these problems together, and we have the responsibility to use our position of power and standing in this seat to make that change, or to facilitate that change however we can. And as I mentioned about the budget earlier, it is a year-long process that ends tonight, every year. But it starts, as my colleague just said, it starts tomorrow.
Today.
Exactly, today. Yeah, it starts today for this next budget. And the city passes a budget every single year. So this isn't something, like she mentioned, that that we can say, okay, we did it tonight and that's it. We have to keep coming back every time, forever. Because that budget is gonna get passed by this council, the next council, and the next council after that, as long as this city exists. And so if people do not pay attention, if they aren't involved, if they don't ask questions, then just the same old, the way things are, the way they've always been done, is how they'll continue to be done. And so
what are you gonna do about it?
we do need to change a lot about how the police department is funded. It is our biggest expense. It does have a dedicated tax to help supplement its funding, which, as I mentioned before, most of our departments do not have. And so with our very tight budget situation we're dealing with, we are bound to sales tax revenue. We're the only state in the whole country that limits cities to using sales tax, which we all know is extremely regressive and harmful to low-income residents. But state law forces cities in this state to rely completely on it for funding of essential services and general operations. I don't think it's sustainable, having to rely on big box stores like Walmart to come to town to fund things like that. But that is a state law situation we're in. We need real change at the state level. And I believe firmly in local government and it being the most representative. But in this state, our state government continually and in increasing velocity is passing laws to preempt local government from doing anything to help you. They are trying to consolidate all power at the state capitol and prohibit any city council, this city council or the next one, from doing any of the changes that you're talking about. And so we have to really come together and look at some real structural change, which I think we've really talked about tonight, and I'm glad about that. I don't know that I'm going to support this amendment, but I do want to reallocate funding for the police department to some other things that I do think we need to be doing. I don't think I want to reallocate this to the fire department or stormwater as much as I really do need stormwater done. We all need it done. And the auditor needs to be done too, and $50,000 for the sensitivity training, as some have mentioned. You know, what is that really going to do? Is it really going to fix anything? Maybe it needs to be a lot more than that. And so I don't want to necessarily pass this amendment and then restrict ourselves to doing that when there might be some better things that we need to be doing. So we're going to be here a lot longer tonight, and I've talked long enough, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Patron.
So I feel similarly to pretty much the rest of my colleagues here that have spoken thus far. Obviously, there are some changes that definitely need to be made, and they still can be made tonight. I just, much as I love you, Alex, I don't think that I really want that thing to go where we delineated it, especially after hearing so many voices here tonight. Although the auditor, I think, is important so that the people do have some transparency on the money in their budget, the $300 million. So just know when we say later, we mean in like 5 minutes. Like we have to vote on this one, and just because it gets voted down, it's not a slap in everybody's face in here. We need to go to city. And then, okay, I do want to say quickly that there are some areas, because I think it's important to, when we look at this, to say, what is everybody, you know, no matter what your position is, coming in, what are some commonalities? And I can tell you right now that the most common things that I saw via email, hearing them tonight, the ban on the neck holds, the first one, ban on no-knock warrants, and breaking with the FOP. Whether that looks, especially for officer discipline, whether that looks like that they can still, and I want to couch this by saying that I'm actually a big proponent of organized labor. But it works differently when it comes to police officers because they have more power than anybody else. And then your typical utility worker doesn't have a license to take your life.
Their job is free.
So, what I hear is people saying, again, I think I said this earlier, it's been a long meeting, that, you know, I really support Norman Police Department, but if there's some bad apples, you need to get them out. And Mr. City Manager, you need to be able to get those bad apples out And so I am asking that you and city legal get to work trying to figure out how you're able to do that. And if that's renegotiating with the FOP, to be able to still continue to represent them for benefits and for salary, that's one thing, but we hired you to be able to get bad apples out. And so we need to make that happen. So, and then the last thing, Mr. City Manager, this is something I'd like to say as well. So one of the parts of the presentation tonight was discussing about basically see something, say something in the police department. There's officer misconduct that if another officer is with them, then they should be able, they should be bringing that to higher up, or the highest up. But one of the things that happened tonight was several of our residents here witnessed some pretty egregious behavior out in the hall when it came to that. And nobody came and said anything except for residents. And that was, it stood out to me because basically what we've been hearing here is that they can police themselves, but it didn't happen. At the risk of sounding super rude, but it's called ceding your moral authority. And so at that point, I would ask that that be handled internally, because it wasn't a good look.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there? Okay, let's see if anyone else. All right, Councilmember Scott.
Thank you. May I have some questions? Anthony? I'm so sorry.
I thought you said council question, I'm sorry.
Well, okay, do you recall when I went to the finance committee meeting in like 2019, I think before you were sworn in, and you were sworn in? You were there. I remember. You were there. We talk about sales tax a lot on this dais, and I have a master's of public administration. I study taxes and budgeting, like her nodding her head. All I talk about is taxes when I'm not in here. I did try to bring to the council a corporate income tax and a municipal income tax that would not be heard by my counterparts. When I was told that when I tried to bring a corporate income tax that would be on small businesses, I was told that they would move their business to more where they didn't have that. So, and then an income tax, municipal income tax, which I had done all of the math for. Anywho, it's not the point. The point is we have options. So, I do have questions because it appears this one's going to fail, and just so that we have some direction moving forward, are other department heads still on the Zoom call? Are they available? 3 of them, okay. I have a soft spot for IT, we spoke about this. I believe that IT could also use some additional funding. Cybersecurity is absolutely critically important in the 21st century. We heard some talk earlier about Snapchat also. I believe in data rights as human rights. Finished, one moment please. Because the people of Norman pay utilities and things online, it's very critical that we protect their not only identities, their credit card information, things like that. So I think that we should be investing in that. So I want to make that part of the next amendment. Because I do believe that cybersecurity is also a public safety issue, period. And then mental health services. So what department, because it's going to take some time to get all this out. Mental health services, what department would we transfer funds to?
Traditionally, mental health services are not a city function.
They'd be a state function, correct? Just like education is a state function.
Yes.
Correct, okay.
But just as we partner with the school district for some programs, we could partner with Department of Mental Health if the council chose to.
Okay, perfect. So I was looking, we heard also a lot of folks speak about their children in our schools and things like that. I saw that the Children's Rights Commission, I'm looking at the page, do we not have we don't have an employee?
That's correct, and as that discussion was being had, I would point out that the Human Rights Commission, the Children's Rights Commission, those are volunteer agencies. They're appointed by the council for specific purposes, but they do not have a staff. There are employees of the planning department, for example, that staffs that commission, legal staff some, but they don't have dedicated staff.
Is that the same for the Arts Council and the Firehouse?
They don't have city employee staffs. The Arts Council has room tax revenue that's dedicated to them, so they do have a staff that's funded out of that room tax, but it's paid to that third party.
And Cedar Theater as well. So I'm trying to figure out so if we were to create, for example, positions, we have positions that we currently don't have funded that we took out of our budget, correct? We had, I believe, the environment, we had a forester position, sustainability coordinator, we're looking at a diversity coordinator, is that correct? So would you remind me what those positions were that we were not able to fund?
The diversity coordinator was one of the amendments that you just passed, so.
Right, correct.
If
That was
the
a
budget as
5,000.
amended passes, it would be in there. The sustainability coordinator position is in the budget, it's just unfilled.
Okay.
Forestry position is filled in the budget.
So as far as the environmental, sustainability coordinator, what would be could we talk about language for that moving forward?
Again, that's not a budget concern, it's in the budget.
So then we also asked if we could transfer, to our, what's it called? Enterprise funds for things like sanitation. So, I know that recycling has been hit, and we don't have glass recycling, but I know that places like Fertile Ground is offering glass recycling here. Can we potentially fund a partnership with them for glass recycling? I mean, what are our capabilities here tonight if we don't move forward with an amendment like this?
I thought we did yard waste pickup, could be corrected, but that's in the sanitation utility, not in the general fund, but we provided that.
But we could, transfer funds, correct?
Yes, I think we already provide that service though.
Okay. With the glass recycling?
Glass or
Glass recycling. Sorry, not grass, but that would be compost.
Yeah.
But glass is what I said, there's some question about.
We provide glass through the drop-off centers, and then we contract with someone to come pick it up once we have enough tonnage. But the company that we contract with for the bulk, like your blue poly cars, they're the ones who don't take glass, so we came up with an alternative option.
Okay, well, I tried today. I did try.
As you did with the input tax.
I did try. With that, I did try. So, I mean, I think stormwater, I still stand by, stormwater utility as far as whatever amendment we have moving forward, as well as the internal audit function. That's what I've got. I do think that we need to look at increasing funding to those places, if we don't do anything else this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trump.
I just had a quick question, Mr. Francisco. I tried to do it in there quickly enough before you made it back to your seat, but is it possible that, are we able to just send funds to the savings account and, what's it called?
The stabilization.
Net revenue stabilization.
Right, yes, and maybe out of the study sessions that come in July, and are gonna happen, and these programs get flushed out later, then we
Okay,
can
so
allocate the funds out of the.
council can certainly make deposits to the net revenue stabilization fund, better known as the rainy day fund. I would caution you a couple of things though. First, remember that there is a maximum amount that can be deposited to the rainy day fund. And secondly, once money has been deposited to the rainy day fund, council can't appropriate that money unless, remember, three things, one of three things has to have occurred. There has to be a federally declared disaster, or there has to have been a state declared disaster, or there has to have been the general fund drawn down below 1% of its fund balance before council can appropriate funds. So yes, you can do that, but just beware if you can do so.
Okay, that's what I need to know, thank you.
And I'm getting these cheers and I'm very uncomfortable about it. I want to recognize Kim Kaufman, our budget manager, who's done, I'm just a mouthpiece.
Bless your heart.
Yes. All right, Anthony, why don't you just take my seat, When you're done.
You just cheer right here.
And I just wanted them to cheer for you again, so. Can you explain, when we set money aside for the senior center in a special type of account or fund, what was that kind of fund?
Okay.
That's the one I'm aiming for. That I
The
want.
funds that you identified for the senior center was in the normal forward sales tax fund.
No, this was savings from the budget.
Oh, okay, so yes, you also identified about $200,000 in the capital fund within the fund balance. You didn't appropriate that money. You had a reserve of the capital fund balance, if.
So can we create a reserve of $1.5 million that we have cut from the police department salaries and benefits and put in a reserve fund for crisis intervention, mental health intervention, and drug counseling?
Yes, you could have a reserve of fund balance. Now, just understand that, unless you have a very strongly worded ordinance about it is reserved for mental health, whatever council wants to reserve it for, then a future council can appropriate it for anything else.
Well, I'm not letting another council get its hands on it. I'm fully expecting to have this program fleshed out before the end of the budget year. As we have seen in the past, when we have found some money, let's say out of the TIF fund, and it goes into the general fund, it disappears. At least that's the way it feels to us. I know
That's exactly what we're cautioning you about.
And that's what I don't want to happen. I don't want to cut this money and not have a very specific place we can put it, where we don't have to jump through natural disaster hoops and put it in the net revenue stabilization fund. And not, I think the reserve, what I'm saying is I think the reserve fund is the right way to do it, but I don't remember any special ordinance language that we passed for that $200,000.
Yeah, and again, that's why it was, under accounting standards, that would still be considered an operating reserve that council could appropriate for whatever purpose. That's why I'm saying that you would want to pass a strongly worded ordinance that further restricts council about the purpose for that reserve.
So can we reserve it tonight and create that ordinance like next week?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I'm not gonna say you can sit down because I don't know what everyone else wants to say, but I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, council member. Are there any other comments regarding this amendment? All right, let's go ahead. Council members, you may cast your vote.
I got you.
All votes have been cast and the motion fails by a vote of 1 to 8. Voting in support, Councilmember Scott.
All right, now to the next round of amendments, as Comfort Return described. We're not waiting 90 days, there will be other amendments coming forward. There are areas that you all have helped us identify. I think there have been a couple of suggestions thrown out. Ms. Owen spoke about the transfer of 3.3% from staff services to patrol services. And so that wasn't, Anthony, I believe that wasn't so much an increase, it was a shuffling of funds. Correct. Well, in earlier discussions with Northern Citizens for Racial Justice, I had talked about community programming needing funding. So, I would like to make a motion to dedicate $300,000 of that money that was going to go to patrol services to community programs that we'll earmark it, but we need to continue to have these discussions. And I don't want to say what we're going to use it for because I don't pretend to know the answers. And it's the most educational thing I have ever done is run for office. And I'm grateful for every moment, even the uncomfortable ones. And I'm confident it's made me a better human. But you have asked, what would my legacy be? But I asked myself that, like the moment you could see what was happening. Because you're right, it's not a moment, it's a movement. And we have the opportunity to do something special. And I'm not a fan of legislating from the dais because I think that's how you get bad, rushed policy, and I don't want to screw this up. We'd already made the efforts to do a diversity and equity officer. We're working with a variety of different offices. People will have a chance to look at that description, but I want that person in place to help us be better. But things cost money. And that's just this is how it works. So we funded that position. And the programs we mentioned at the beginning, some of you may have missed that in our study session. Chief Foster mentioned, you know, we so rely on our businesses to help fund these things. Well, that's not enough. We need to be funding these things, especially in the age of COVID-19 where our businesses have nothing to give, which means those programs, which I have heard, the Police Activities League, which I know changes lives. I've talked to the students in the program. It won't happen because we're dependent on the kindness of others. We have got to do a better job. And I want to remind everyone, what we passed tonight is not set in stone. It can be reallocated. We can actually amend the budget after tonight. But I want to show you that we are invested in moving forward. And $300,000 that won't go to patrol services will go to community programs. That is my motion.
Not enough. 1%.
Well, the previous discussions had, okay, well that's my motion at this time. And the friendly amendment had taken the original motion down to 285,000, so we're bringing that back and pulling it from patrol services. So that's a motion I would like to make. I would entertain a second, and if not, we can keep discussing. Oh, thank you, Councilmember Wilson. All right, the motion on the floor is to allocate, just got away with the three, I can't see, the buttons aren't working. It's council comment, and then we have public comment, then we have final comment. Okay, Councilman Bierman.
So, there we go. So I think this is a good start, but I agree that it's not enough. If we're not willing to go so high as $1 million or $1.5 million, then let's at least talk about the 4 unfilled but budgeted police department positions that have been remained unfilled for at least this last year. My rough estimate is that that's another 250,000. That's a rough estimate. I don't know for sure. We haven't run the numbers on it formally, but and I would also like us to consider a hiring freeze and 2 years of attrition. That not everyone on this dais might be in a place to go as high as the original amendments, and I completely understand and respect that. But I think we need to go a little bit higher. I mean, we've gone from here to here, and there's gotta be somewhere in the middle that we can land and still know that that's not the end of what we're talking about.
Yes, dignified.
I'm just throwing that out there. I'd be willing to make a friendly amendment. No, I've been told I'm not allowed to make a friendly amendment. I'm willing to make the next amendment.
Okay.
Well, to save us time, if you're all good, we can just vote that down and go back to the drawing board.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Secure it and don't wait.
That way it's secure.
Yes.
Discussion continues. Any more council comment before we go to public comment? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comment regarding the amendment.
Steve Ellis, 633 Reed Avenue. I'm sort of here as the accountant on the floor, which is sad, I'm afraid. But, so where is this money coming out of now? It's 300,000 from the services is that PSST or general?
It's from the general fund. It's the 3.3% that was moved from staff services, which my understanding is like parking people, to increase patrol services budget.
Right, okay, I think I'm seeing exactly where that is at now, because it was like, well, wait, I'm not. Could I ask Anthony a question? Is this? Question from last year? Okay, that's what I was looking for.
And I also would need to get clarification, but my understanding is that, those funds will be used for this other purpose, is that correct?
Yes.
So, yeah, that actually wouldn't require budgeting, that's just using the funds in a different way.
But that's still under the general fund, and that's to throw it under services and maintenance for the general fund.
Not sure if it's service and maintenance entirely, I suspect that it's service maintenance, supply materials.
All right, so, but it's from that fund. Good. All right, I'm in favor of this, let's do this.
LaShonda Bishop, and I just wanted to know exactly, y'all wanna allocate money and move money here and there and there. What policy changes are y'all willing to implement besides just moving the money somewhere? Are y'all gonna take out the fact that, are y'all gonna change policy to reflect that when an officer does something that's not in line with policy, to reprimand him from his job, to remove him from his job, or y'all gonna allow for a system that continues to push these people back to work? I mean, when they do things wrong, they should be reprimanded and displaced from the job. What policy changes are y'all gonna make to help me feel safe when I'm walking home or getting pulled over by the police? I was pulled over by the police, just me in a car. 4 officers pulled me over, pulled their guns, see it's me, put their guns up. Well, if it was my brother driving his car, were they gonna shoot him? I just wanna know what policy changes are y'all willing to make? Y'all just trying to move money. Y'all trying to move money, if y'all move the money from the police and give it to the citizens for programs, I mean, what changes? The use of force continuum still stays the same, they can balance that, you see what I'm saying? What changes? Just because you're moving money from here to there, what actually changes to make us feel safe? Because they don't have the money, that's supposed to make me feel safe?
Great questions. But at this time, we are talking about the moving money thing, but we have to continue talking about policy changes, which many of us have touched on tonight.
What, I mean, exactly what he's gonna do to them when they violate their own rules? Cause I mean, don't do nothing hardly to them now. We've seen people get shot and killed, and with our own eyes, people with their hands in the air getting shot by the police, and y'all say that the police did nothing wrong. The person's dead. And he had his hands in the air, he didn't have a weapon. I'm just saying, I mean, I hear you talking about taking money away from them, but that don't seem, that's not gonna make them any nicer. I'm just asking, what are y'all gonna do to make them stick to the rules and not get away with it? Taking the money away from them ain't gonna make it better, even though they do need to be defunded. I'm saying take money away from them, like, when they do things wrong, reduce their pay in their pocket. You see what I'm saying? If they go out there and they assault somebody and somebody writes a report on them, investigate it, and it turns out to be true, punish them. Fine them, take their money.
Don't put them on paid leave.
Hire them! Hire the 64 officers!
Just to hit a few of those policy points, I mean, any department, city, overseeing police department that's in 21st century model policing has an independent auditing committee. You can look at New York City, they have the Citizens Complaint Review Board, the city council appoints members, the mayor appoints members in the police department to review those complaints, and the city council has access to the complaints. The CCRB has ability to terminate and discipline officers for conduct, and also a point system. If you're not aware of that policy, you're woefully informed and ill-equipped to be doing this work. I'm surprised that hasn't already been mentioned. Finally, you need to look at this policy on this force, where you have the lowest standard possible. I'm a law student. Whenever you put a standard in there that's subjective to the point where an officer can merely say, I was afraid for my life, that's just the bottom of the barrel, and it's the worst in the country. I mean, can we all, any of us envision a cop killing somebody and saying, I shouldn't have done that? No, that doesn't happen.
No, never.
So, finally, you know, Mayor Clark, I'm taken aback that you mentioned your legacy when you're considering these circumstances. Your legacy, your political future, your personal interest in this matter should not be of any consideration. These are about black and brown lives, and you need to act in their interest.
I'll play nice with appropriate language this time, I promise. Yeah, Benjamin Alley, Ward 3. Associated with the budget, you guys are talking about this. I go back and I digress, and I don't at the same token here, because playing rope-a-dope with the budget is going to be a fun little game for a while. For tonight, these guys here, they're not going anywhere. They're going to be back tomorrow, and then the next day, and show up at work, and they're going to be in your schools, and they're going to be in every location here throughout the city. The issue that you're going to face right now, in this decorum, is the level of conviction that you're going to display upon the things that you've heard this evening. And I haven't heard a single thing associated to, directly, the stories that you've heard, which only tells me one thing, that you're deliberately disassociating yourself to the context of the conversation. And that tells me where your interests are. So we have to focus and get down to brass tacks about exactly what your relationship is with this community as to what you're going to answer their request to. It's all up to you guys. Pressure is on, and I do feel for you in that way, but it's a great moment, and it is about legacy, Mayor. But the legacy is more of what you're going to tell your children and not what you're going to be on the ballot next year. The legacy is going to be 30 years from now when people are going to ask you, what did you do in that city council meeting when they stayed there all night until 4 o'clock in the morning? So that's where we're at. So I just hope that you guys make real considerations and take this very seriously. And the rope-a-dope that we're doing right now, this will be over soon. and we're gonna start to get down to real substantive policy issues that you guys are gonna have to face down. Whether you're gonna locate those funds into some little private fund or a rainy day account, that's to your prerogative, but I just really, really hope, and I appreciate, by the way, Ward 1 with Kate here speaking about this, to make sure that you guys know how you're gonna access those funds. But that needs to be the dialogue. That's the conversation. If you're interested, and you say you are, in locating these funds in an appropriated way so you can set up programs, you need to make that clear. And that's what a budget is about. Not talking about sheer on numbers, but what's the general interest in how you guys want to locate those funds and where they're going to be and how you're going to access them. That's what people really want to hear. I digress. Give up my time. Thank you.
I'm Ashley, Ward 1. I have a couple of questions actually to Mr. Francisco here about the Community Development Fund. To everyone here, the Community Development Fund is it federally funded that provides affordable housing, social services for low-income folk to be able to, yes. So I was looking at the budget, and in 2018 we spent $300,000 on community development, and in 2019 I think we spent about $602,000, but this year we have lowered that significantly to $91,000. And if I'm correct, today we talked about an amendment to allocate $55,000 for next year for the Community Development Fund. So with $300,000, how do you think, if that's not even enough to cover the limited amount of services that we were trying to provide over the past 2 years, then how is that enough in the future when we're only having $55,000 allocated to the Community Development Fund currently? So I'm in support of this amendment to increase to $300,000, but I believe that it is not enough if it can't even do the limited amount of services with only 5 budgeted positions on this current budget. Thank you.
Hi, Hannah Lord Elliott from Ward 4. I just kind of wanted to follow up a little bit about what I said earlier about just running through some numbers and just playing with things. I am not an economist. I have no experience in any higher math, but basically if I could sit down and give up a few hours of my time to play with the city budget and move things around and come up with a savings of nearly $2 million, just because I felt like it, you all could do the same thing. You could sit and you could look and you could really investigate this budget. You know more about this than any of us do. And also, there's been a lot of talk about, we don't know what we can do. We don't know where we can do this. We don't know how we can put this here. The people of color in this room, the disabled people in this room have been telling you how to do that for years. Years, decades, centuries. The information is there. The history is there. The resources for you are there. People are willing and ready and able to talk to you about it. Please listen to what they've been saying. Thank you.
Evan Dunn, Ward 7. I would like someone to come out and just say what we all need to hear. That we're gonna move money, but the policy changes are just too complex. The institutions that we're trying to change are too deeply rooted in American society and human consciousness, and it's going to take so much work that we cannot do it tonight. Will someone be honest with us? They won't do it tonight. They won't do it tonight.
We'll be here, it's fine.
Look, one thing they're not saying is, we all show up tonight, the last night that we get a chance to vote. I've been showing up over the past few years. You have to understand the process. I appreciate the emotion, but we cannot just show up at the last minute and expect them to not feel indignant.
Their job is to listen to what we say, so we all came out tonight so they can have an opportunity to hear what we have to say. I'll tell you, I haven't had a Tuesday night off. I haven't had a Tuesday night off in months. I'm unemployed as fuck right now, so I get to come to these things. I know a lot of people here are feeling the same way, so I'm I'm sorry that you have the time to come to everything,
I
but
don't
some of us
come to
haven't.
everything.
So this is our chance.
We have a person who's gonna be public comment. Can you guys?
Take it outside.
Hang on. Look, I have hand sanitizer. Hand sanitizer. Okay, thank you.
You know, I feel like a kid, and everybody here is speaking on my Black lives. I feel so vulnerable, and I feel like closed in. I'm sitting in a room like 98% or 99% white people, and you all are speaking on things that are going to change my life or help improve my life. And what I heard today was not the case. I came today and while I don't totally agree with just completely defunding the police, there's people that I have in my family that are police officers, but the constant fear that I also live with them even being police officers in the department. There's a lot of corrupt things that are going on in the police department that I would rather for the police themselves to handle, because as a community, we just can't handle it. We can't do anything inside of the police department. We can come down here, we can scream, we can holler. We've been doing this for years, we've been protesting for years. Police brutality, police killings, the way that police treat their citizens. But it literally ultimately happens in the police department. The police have to stand up, they have to take accountability. And as far as like this whole budget thing and where you guys are gonna allocate the funds and all that, it was like the Twilight Zone to me. I was literally just sitting there like I can't even think about anything else. Only thing I can think about is me being a mother of 5 Black children. And when I walk away from here, I'm still gonna be a mother to them, and I'm still gonna worry about their Black lives. I have 4 Black boys, and I'm still gonna worry about them, even in this community, about their lives. I have a 16-year-old that's driving. I'm going to worry about him every single day for the rest of my life. And so while everybody is sitting here making those decisions, when I leave out the door, I'm going to be, when everybody's quiet and asleep and you're having your morning coffee, when my son wants to go for a bike ride, I'm going to be worried about him. When he calls me on the phone, my heart's gonna drop. Every single time he calls me and says, "Mom, I made it." But before that comes out his mouth, my heart's gonna drop. So I just want you guys to understand how I feel. That's all. I just want you to understand that.
We need a moment to switch the mic out again. All right, any other public comment on this amendment? Seeing none, any other final comment from council on this amendment? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to allocate $300,000 away from patrol services to a designated fund that will go to community outreach initiatives and programs that will be decided at a later time after appropriate public input, so we're creating meaningful programs that actually make a difference in our community. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast and that amendment passes unanimously.
I call a question on the budget.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
I'm kidding.
Vote it down.
Anything tonight.
He wants to move to the final vote.
The ability for more amendments.
Madam Clerk,
He wants to be done.
explain what-
He wants to move to the final vote.
You can go.
Hold on, please, our Madam Clerk is gonna explain what motion was just made.
The motion to call the question, basically puts into play all conversation stops, and the motion on the table, which is to amend the budget as amended, action is taken on that immediately.
So this one man just gets to end this conversation. That one man right there.
You're supposed to be on the council in the first place, am I right?
Is there a second?
All he can do is move.
No one is what gives you that power?
His council member.
There is an objection to calling the question, so what happens next? I'm sorry, I'm a little congested in myself, I'm talking from the cutoff. We will have to vote on calling the question. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
So the motion on the floor is to call the question.
I withdraw it if there's no second.
All right,
Girl, bye. Okay, Carter, I'm coming for you.
Howard. Let me see right there. Shame. Howard. Shame.
Shame.
Are there
I'm
any
tired too.
final comments from Councilmember Scott? Okay.
Mine's pretty straightforward. Thank you. I move to reduce the salaries and benefits in the police department and the general fund by $235,000 for the implementation of an internal audit function.
I have to pick one. That's fine. I really have
And
to
to
do one.
reapportion those funds to the implementation of
Find out what gang they belong to.
it is coming from the reduces salaries and benefits.
All right, the motion on the floor is to reduce the salaries and benefits by $235,000 to provide for an internal auditor.
Audit, yeah, so basically the amendment that has been, this one right here, that we got earlier this evening from me, I moved to reduce the salaries and benefits in the police department and the general fund by $235,000 and reapportion those funds to allow for the implementation of an internal audit function. And I got a second over here from Ward 5, Counselor Surya Wilson.
Are there any, okay, Councilmember Holman.
Anthony, you give us a.
Okay, so, there was an internal audit function, in the city manager's proposed budget last year that council removed by amendment, from this, budget. The reason for that was twofold. First, because council wanted it to report directly to council. And in order to do that, the city charter would have to be changed. The City Charter Review Commission is underway and considered that previously, and my understanding is that they did not recommend that to council, that it be a function that would report directly to council. And the second reason for this fiscal year was just lack of funding. If council wanted to direct that funding be shifted from the police department to the internal audit function, you can certainly do that. The question would be about how we would want it to report. And we couldn't fill it if you wanted it to report directly to council until the city charter was changed.
Thank you for that explanation. Just to be clear, currently, it would take a vote of the people for that position to be
Reporting to
one that
council.
answers to the city council and not the city manager. Currently, our city charter would require that position answers to the city manager,
Yes, sir.
not the city council. And I think, at least last year, most of the council thought that it should be a position that was under the council's purview, not city manager. And so I know the Charter Review Commission wants to send that as a recommendation, but this council can still send that to a vote of the people if we would like, and I think we should. So I'm a little hesitant to create this position and it be under the city manager before we decide what we want.
Yeah, again, the action tonight is just a budget action. So you could put the function, remember it's a function, it's not a position, it's actually 235,000 is anticipating 2 positions. But what council will be doing is appropriating money. We would have that money appropriated for those positions, but probably not fill them until the city charter would be changed. So that's one way that it could be implemented.
And $235,000 salaries and benefits. What is that? How many positions? 2?
For an officer, on the average, that would be about 3. Yes, sir.
That's not necessarily 3 positions that you're laying off. It's positions that aren't filled, that are empty.
Yeah, the council's action is just, changing where you're allocating the funds.
Thank you, Councilman.
I just want to reiterate that that would be part of the, how many unfunded or positions that we haven't hired?
Currently, we're about 48 vacancies on hold.
In the police department?
Oh, sorry, not the police department, please.
I didn't clarify that.
16.
16.
I think there's, that's number stuck in my mind. 16 vacancies.
Okay. So that's, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Carter.
Well, this is exactly why we shouldn't be legislating from the dais, because we're gonna make mistakes. And the internal auditor, the most critical function in that was the supervision by the city council, which was going to take a charter review, which the timeline of that is at least in the next year, I would guess at this point. And so this money, while we could appropriate it and use it for something like another homeless resource officer or services or women's shelter, there's all kinds of, there's 40, we've been in a hiring freeze. 41 unfilled positions, right now, 16 in the police department. It's not the appropriate time to do this.
It is.
Yes, it is. It's long
overdue. How much is 16 salary?
We have a monitor position that is responsible to the city council, which is what the intended purpose is. That will fulfill the function that you want, that we want, that citizens of the city want. To stick money in that area right now is just gonna sit there and do nothing.
It's fine.
It's not budget officers. It's not being used by the cops.
I mean, have you not been listening?
So I just have a quick point of clarification about this. I've actually had several discussions with the chair of the Charter Review Commission, happens to live in my ward, is a former council member. They declined to take a position on that particular item because they didn't feel they had enough information about what the internal auditor was going to do and why it was necessary to put it under the city council. So he has stated multiple times that he is willing to bring that issue back to the Charter Review Commission, as well as the item on public voting on tax increment financing districts, just an FYI. So there is still time for that to happen in this next budget year before we, maybe we don't have to fill this position this year, but if we wanted to, there is time for the Charter Review Commission to circle back to that item with some additional information and guidance provided by the city manager and this body, and he is more than willing to give it another look and have the Charter Review Commission debate and vote on it again. I can support this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Patron.
I just had a question for city legal. If, we do go the route of reconvening the Charter Review Commission to get their feedback, on this particular position going to those people, or if we decided that we feel like it's extremely popular position across the city for fiscal hops. Could this go on the ballot as early as November, on the November ballot, to get people, to get citizens input?
Yes, I know Brenda has a specific deadline maybe, but generally speaking, you have to get that ballot language in, I think 75 days before the election in November. So that would be, doable. Maybe doable.
Okay, yeah.
August, you have to vote on it.
All right, well,
And just to be clear, the Charter Review Commission is still meeting, they have not met because of COVID, but we wouldn't have to take any action to reconvene. It would just be a matter of taking that up at another meeting.
okay. Well, again, I know this was a really important position to my predecessor, and I know that I feel pretty confident he would support this, so I will too.
Thank you, Councilmember. I definitely support having our Charter Review Commission reconvene. We will be adding a resolution to add something that they will review to allow 16-year-olds to vote in municipal elections. So, we might move forward on it. It's worth looking at. Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments regarding this amendment? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for the public to make comments.
Do it. also talks about naming moves into city services, and do the next one after that. It's your jobs to figure out how to fix the problem. Standing back and not doing something at all is worse than doing small incremental changes. We can at least make some changes tonight. That's been obvious, it's been done twice. We can fix this problem, but we can't fix it if the answer is it's too complicated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Omar, Ward 4. So we just moved 300,000 to community resources, correct? So this other, what is it, 235,000? Instead of going towards an audit, can that not well?
That'd be a plus for everything. Internal audit.
Seeing no other public comment on this amendment, is there any other final council comments regarding this amendment? Seeing none?
Votes have been cast and the motion passes by a vote of 7-2, voting against Councilman Scanlon and Councilman Carter.
Are there any, okay, Councilor Bearman?
I have one question for Anthony and one question for Catherine before I make this amendment. Question for Anthony, can you give me an estimate of the salaries of the 4 budgeted but unfilled police department positions that are currently on hold?
Roughly 330,000.
330,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all. City Attorney Walker, can you tell me if a hiring freeze and 2 years of attrition in the police department would be in the budget, or would that be an ordinance or a resolution? How do we go about making that value statement?
Well, typically those have been instituted by the city manager as the CEO of the city.
Okay.
We've not ever done that by ordinance.
Okay, so it's not, but it's not budgetary, it wouldn't be a part of an amendment.
No, not necessarily. Typically what we do is we would budget for those positions but then not fill them, and so you have those savings reflected if they're still budgeted.
Okay, I wanna make sure that I propose an accurate amendment, so I will just use that as color commentary, is that I'm hoping that our next course of action will be continuing this hiring freeze and looking at a more gentle form of drawing down the police department that can come even in addition to future changes to the budget, because I do think we need to circle back to this in 90 days as well. So, that being said, I move to reduce the salaries and benefits in the police department in the general fund by $330,000 and reapportion those funds to the, whatever Mayor Clark's language was, the reserve fund dedicated to community resources and intervention program? Community outreach. Just wanna make sure it goes in the same fund.
I have a quick question on that. We did get a second. The 235,000 from that Councilmember Scott used, out of salaries and benefits, I thought that came from those 4 positions.
Yeah, well, that's only because I let her skip ahead of me, so. And also, I don't feel that 300,000 is enough to really start a fully fledged program that we're all looking for, I think. So, I think that needs to be bumped up, and I think doubling that would be a really great start. Sorry, Anthony.
Yeah, again, where I am hearing about $800,000 worth of mandated salary cuts in the police department between these 3 amendments, just understand that yes, the first place I would think the city manager would look to implement those reductions would be in those vacated positions. But just know that beyond that, you know, there's going to be real reductions in force. And just, you know, making sure that that's counted in the table.
We've had a few conversations about where in the police department they might be overstaffed, and, you know, certainly not going to put the city manager's hand or the police department, the police chief's hand on what exactly they're going to do to find this. But I think they'll be able to find it, and I know that they're gonna start with those unfilled positions, but I don't think that should be where it ends. I mean, I go back to the data that someone very helpfully gave to me tonight, that 92,000 out of 98,000 calls that the Norman Police Department responded to did not lead to an arrest. So I feel like there's a little bit of room here to get more creative with the resources that they have. And I have no doubt that if they feel it's absolutely necessary, they will come back to us for more, and they will tell us that this was too drastic of a cut. And I think they should fight for what they feel they need, but we should also have the ability to vet that in this chamber.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter.
Okay, so let me just get it clear, Anthony. What Mayor Clark's amendment was, and what City Man, those are not decreasing the police department budget, correct? They're just reallocating money within the police department budget.
Where I understood the First Amendment to be moving money from one area to community services.
Which is in the police department budget, correct?
It could be, okay, as I understood that amendment. Council Member Scott's amendment was clearly reducing salary and benefits in the police department and an internal audit function be added.
Would it be a correct characterization of the 3 amendments that 2 do not defund police, they just reallocate police department funds, whereas Councilmember Scott's did defund the police department, allocating an auditor to a totally different department?
Yes, sir, and I understood Councilmember Bierman's proposed amendment would also reduce funding for salaries in the police department, so that.
Move it to community services within the police department, which is.
That's not how I understood it. No,
Where,
I may misunderstand, but that's
but
not.
I thought that was the part of the police budget that you were talking about. Where the police was getting money from businesses. And we're not, that's what these do.
Maybe I misunderstood, that's.
He misunderstood. We on the same page.
Unless. We are defunding the police. Yes, we are defunding the police.
The motion stand as they were given, so as far as where it goes, the police budget, the motions are to move the money to community outreach and programs. So.
Is that within the city manager's budget? Is that within the police department budget? I remember Chief Foster's presentation in the study session, he listed a whole bunch of community development programs that he said gets predominantly funded through business donations.
Yeah, here's my understanding of the First Amendment brought by the mayor was a shifting of resources within the police department, as I understood it.
And that's what this is.
Councilmember Scott was clearly a reduction in salaries and benefits, and I understood Councilmember Bierman referring to those 4 vacant positions as a reduction in salaries, and which would, I said, lead to a real live reduction in force. And that's how I understood.
But the money stays in the police department.
No.
Stop
derailing.
Where does it go?
Stop derailing.
They're just decreasing, but she's saying to take 300,000 and put it in community development, just like the first.
Is community development police or not? Whose budget? It's not within the police budget.
And
Whose
again, I
budget?
think I need to be made clear because in reference to those,
Listen. Talk to her, girl. Make him understand, because obviously he ain't getting something.
So,
the distinction to me is between where the money is coming from. And the mayor's amendment was just, money to this community development program. Councilmember Scott was clearly delineating salary and benefits. And I understood Councilmember Bierman to clearly be delineating salary and benefits. If I'm misunderstanding, then please correct me.
you did not misunderstand where I wanted the funds to be pulled from. What I've seen different ways that these models have been implemented. Some of them implement models like this within the police department itself, but as non-uniform, non-weapon carrying crisis intervention specialists that are simply under the header of that department. Whether or not that's what happens here, that is something that I care less about than where the money is coming from and what the program is that we are implementing. I don't care what department it's under as long as we are getting the outcome that we are looking for. So I assume that Mayor Clark was creating a reserve fund that wasn't necessarily in the police department for these programs. And so what I care about is making sure that these funds are reserved, because as you've seen, we move money from fund to fund. Right now, what's important is that it is pulled out of salaries and benefits, put in a reserve fund where it cannot be used but for the purposes that we have specified.
Not by the police.
Exactly.
Yeah. Assigned.
But it will be police doing the community development?
Yeah.
No.
No involvement with the
As long as
police.
it's not that.
Councilmember Strode?
My interpretation of it was that it was gonna go into the Community Development Block Grant Fund, into Fund 21. Can we have a subheading and put this in Fund 21?
Well, I would recommend against that just because the community development block grant fund by definition is established to account for the federal community development block grants.
Does 100% of that money right now come from, I mean, we just put some money in from the CARES Act, I understand that, but is
Again, that was CDBG money, that was.
right, I'm asking though, if there is okay, so there, 100% of that has to come from federal.
It has historically, yes. You have to change the purpose of that fund, and I would recommend against that.
All right,
is there a similar classification, so that was one. Okay, so I would say that, there are other social services in here that, we could give it a subcategory in the social services fund.
Yeah, there's several areas that the council, under the social and voluntary services, for example.
Which that got reduced.
Not,
Last year was 182, and this year was 175, I think.
don't believe it was changed, but that's one place that you could put it. And historically, you have looked to the Social and Voluntary Services Commission to grant those funds out to various agencies. And you could just increase the amount that you're charging that commission to grant out.
Should we just put a subcategory into it? Because I have a feeling what's gonna happen here, the intent, if I'm understanding these people in the room, is once we've had the study session and, really have an understanding of where the need is the placeholder is there, and that council will then be able to, have those programs and the funds available to fund them. So can there be a subcategory?
You could have a reserve of general fund balance for community development purposes.
That's what I thought we were doing.
That's what I understood the mayor's amendment to be. That's not what I understood the council's amendment, but it could be. Just, I want to be clear on what council's intent is.
Okay, I'd like to make a friendly amendment and to say exactly what you just said. And my brain's going. And she seconded me. Did you understand that, Brenda?
He has understood it, but you've already voted on one of those motions. So
It's the same as what-
you need to clean it up. If you want that money to be held in a reserve of the fund balance, then that probably needs to be stated and voted on.
Well, I think what was
So
said,
what you've already voted on.
the one we've already voted on is correct. It's this one right here is a friendly amendment to the open motion on the floor to make it, echo the mayor's.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor with to reduce the salaries and benefits of the police department general fund budget by $330,000 to be used for community outreach and programs to be held in, the general fund balance reserve.
I would say a reserve of general fund balance for community outreach.
Okay, so here on this chief's presentation in the study session, it says general community partnerships, Xenia Institute for Social Justice, on. Man, I was under the impression this is what you were saying, that you said these were things that are only funded by businesses. Businesses that all hurt because of COVID, so now we're gonna take the money that was allocated for, police officers, on patrol, which is 3.something% that increase, and reallocate that to these specific programs. So I feel like we need to know exactly what we're saying we're going to spend this money on. Instead of it being.
That can be discussed later.
Thank you for your question. This fund can be used for programs like PAL, so the police could access it for community outreach programs.
Please don't access for their community programs.
Yes, remember that only
Stop derailing.
only council can appropriate fund balance. So as I understand, if you're making a reserve of fund balance, and you're putting 300,000 in from the mayor's amendment, and 235,000 from Councilman McDermott's amendment, there's gonna be this $530,000 dollar reserve of the general fund balance. Council then is gonna have to, in the future, come back and say what you want to use it for.
Exactly.
And what you want to appropriate those funds for. It could be those things on that list, but it could be something else.
Okay, so this is a whole new category.
Yes. It's been clear.
It's clear to everybody without any experience in this.
Are there any other comments from council regarding this motion? Councilman Beerman?
I would just like to remind everyone on this dais and everyone in the audience that next month in our oversight committee, we're gonna start the discussion of what we're gonna do with this money. It won't be the only topic, but it's probably gonna be the biggest one, and it's the one we're gonna spend the most time talking about. So, this isn't money that's just going to disappear. This is money that starting next month, we're gonna talk about what programs are working where, and what kinds of programs we want to start with here. So, this is not money that's just going to be frittered away somewhere else. We're gonna start this discussion the second Thursday in July at 4 o'clock, that room right there.
All right.
Thank you.
Maybe this room right here if we get a lot of people here, so I'll be ready for that as well.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments from council regarding this amendment?
Second Thursday in July.
At 4.
At 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. That's an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this amendment. We're tired.
I would just like to suggest that you pass this and then make an additional amendment afterwards to specify that the seemingly vague funds from Mayor Clark's previously passed amendment also go into a more specific revenue hole, whatever that this one is being specified for.
Love K, Ward 7. I just want to be clear that the money that we've been reallocating from the police should not immediately go back to the police through any of our community programs, through any of our social outreach. These should not be led by our police department. Every dollar taken from the police leads to a safer Norman. Every single job, every single police officer's line taken from the city of Norman makes the city of Norman safer. Do not reallocate this money back into the police department. Thank you.
Evan from Ward 7. I just want to say that I support this. We need a win, and I hope you vote for it. There's something else I want to say. How beautiful would it have been if our police force had volunteered to take this pay cut? How beautiful would it be if our police officers said, hey, I'm going to go out in the community and I'm going to start teaching what it is that they teach me. Self-defense, life-saving training. I don't know, maybe they could change
ourselves from them.
So spend one hour, Ward 3. I just wanted to bring up one really relevant point about you guys talking about different funds that you allocate through the budget that you have set up. And this has to do with, I can't remember which council member, I apologize for that because it's very late and I'm tired. But they brought up mental health. I would really be interested in that you guys look into that prospect, that there is not a single allocated direct fund associated to mental health. We're in the middle of the pandemic, as everybody knows, but mental health is the hugest issue right now. Everybody's stuck at home, everybody's stressed, we're going through all this stuff, and it becomes more prevalent to the underlying issues that we can see in our society right now. We have other people that have come to this meeting that are suffering from mental illness. And they're at home, they're dealing with anxiety, depression, a lot of things that need properly medicated. They need to actually see counselors and have help. And those resources have been pulled to the availability of them in the midst of what's going on. So I think it's kind of a reality check, and a little bit more of a clarion call to the moment that we're dealing with. So I hope that you guys make a consideration to that when you do this budget, as to look at one another, just to set up a fund directly associated to mental health in Norman.
Yes.
And last but not least, and that's point in making that an amendment, is when you're gonna allocate these funds, there are resources that can be developed through the community in Norman outside of the state of Oklahoma. It does not have to be the Department of Public Health. And I hate quoting this because everybody's like, all right, San Francisco. Well, too bad, because they have mental health facilities directly supported by Health ESF in San Francisco through their tax dollars. So do something, please. Thank you, guys.
Hi y'all, Sunny again. And I don't ordinarily, so I rise in support of this amendment with the understanding that there will be more coming. And I rise in support of it because, especially with such a unique situation with our timeline, it's really important that we not kneecap the people who are in here because they weren't educated in November on the issues. And the sparks that lit off this moment hadn't existed yet. So I think it's definitely really important to honor what's in the room. And I really ordinarily wouldn't support allocating something that would require me to then trust you to go back and do it correctly. But because I'm seeing such an amazing community response, I really trust my community to come back and have these conversations in a way that will be really productive. I think it's really, really important that you not kneecap these people's ability to have organized here to talk to you for a very articulate purpose, I would say. And for that reason, I rise in support of this motion, again, pending, hopefully that there is more coming. Thank you.
My name's Eric from Ward 4. I was just going to re-emphasize that it's kind of scary to think that you put money back into the police to do community programming or even like individual bias training whenever their job is involved with the criminalization of the mentally handicapped.
Yes.
And really to move people into a prison system. So I think the solution has to come from defunding first and then moving into more successful avenues.
Yes. Step one. Take the capitalism away. And it gotta come from somewhere.
My name's Emily. I'm from Ward 4, born and raised. I think in the same ward. Speaking directly to Mr. Joe Carter, a few minutes ago you said this is a budget discussion, or hours ago, I can't remember now. You said this is a budget discussion, and then just a second ago you were talking about not allocating funds until we know specifically where they're going. So is this a policy discussion or is it a budget discussion? Because you seem to be wavering. And if it's a budget discussion, then I find it absurd that we can't just allocate these funds and do, you're right, we shouldn't legislate on the dais. This is hasty. And it's gonna lead to, like Eric just came up and said, legislation that's going directly against what we're all here for and what we've been here for hours for. So why can't we make this reserve fund? And then, like Ms. Spearman is saying, listen to the community and decide where it's going. We don't need to know exactly where it's going. We need to know that it's being taken away from violent murderers.
Michael Graff, Ward 6 again. I think it does need to be very clear that this will not go back to the police department. I think that's actually very important to be said. I believe it has been said to a certain extent, but being a layman and not understanding the whole city government issue, although I'm going to start learning more, I think we need to hear a statement exactly that this will not go back to the police fund in some way outright. Thank you.
Hi, Kevin Matt Fisher. I'm not from Norman, I'm from Philly. Been here for like a year, a little under a year, in case you still don't know who. So it feels a little weird talking here at this point, but I was just looking at your budget, and again, I know nothing about budgets for cities or anything, but you guys have goals on there. And I'm looking at the goals met by the patrol units. And you guys are discussing putting money back into police for community outreach. And I think the COP, community outreach patrol, or something similar to that. Yes. That has only met 50% of its goal for the last 2 years, and I don't have the actual numbers, it says estimate for last year. But it seems ridiculous if they're not meeting half their goals. We go back and get back there. And also to touch on that, there's the improve mental health transport to mitigate impact of patrol by September 1st. And that's for both the person being transported and patrol officers. And those are also met by 50% of their goal. And I have 2 questions to you guys about that. The first question is, what happens if somebody doesn't meet their goal? I know I don't meet my goal with what I think about probably the kick-out program. I asked 2 officers over there what this cop do, and they could not give me an answer. I got a number to call someone. So I'm a little worried what you guys are saying with this right there. And maybe Joe Carter seems very adamant on this subject. You can say how they would, or you hold them accountable for that 50% over the last 3 years. I'm sorry.
Unless you ask it as a public employee.
Oh,
It's too racist to tell you that.
I couldn't tell, but it seems you're an advocate of placing the funds back to the police for community outreach programs. And I was wondering what would be your take on make sure that their goals are met by more than 50%, which probably is inflated too. What does that mean?
That it would be worthy of funding those community outreach programs better.
Not sure. It's 50% worthy.
You're insufferable.
No, they met their goals currently at 50% for the last few years. For the community outreach programs, along with transporting mentally unstable females.
I was under the impression the first amendment was to go ahead and fully fund those and not need to go and generate donations for that. So I think this is the whole problem. It's very confusing, very, I think we've just created a giant slush fund.
We're all confused and we're not. We are not all confused. Stop making it like we're all confused. You are.
Thank you for your time.
I don't have the answers.
Of course you don't.
Wow.
They said the police has a seizure fund where they have a fund where they have seized things and they have that money.
Is that public?
How many officers would take that seizure fund and allocate it towards our community program? So, I mean, the stuff that they take from the community, that's like they give it back in a positive way.
Yeah.
You know, that's you said 300,000, 235,000, how much is the seizure fund, Andy? Add that too.
It's $185,000.
Go ahead and add that 185.
Go ahead! Let's go. And then keep going. Something we here today with.
Thank you guys for sitting here through all of this. Sorry, again, Lauren from Ward 4. In any regards to a slush fund, that's Rich saying you guys are the ones who allocate that money. So Joe, if you're gonna sit there acting like you can't hear, look every other council member in the eye and tell them that you don't trust them with their money. Because that's who's gonna make these decisions. So if you aren't listening, and you're gonna sit there acting like these people who we've elected.
Council as a whole.
Sorry, council as a whole, most of us are trusting you with this money because we've seen that you have initiative. The fact that another council member is saying that you guys would treat this as a slush fund, I think is ridiculous. And I just want to say that, thank you. More is needed, but this amendment is a great start for tonight, and then right after, also tonight, we can do more stuff.
Plus the
I just want to comment that I agree with what others have said, that this is, I'm Sarah, I'm from Ward 4. Do I need to wait?
Nope.
You good?
Okay, no worries. Are we still doing public comment?
Yes.
Okay. So I do think that it is just astonishing that when we have the only department that I know of that's funded by our taxpayer dollars that has recently made national news for anti-Black racism within the department, that we would then increase the funding for that. And then the response after hearing this from the whole community, after seeing what we've seen in the country for the last few weeks happening, that then the response is just to be really scared of cutting salaries when we're talking about people that are actively doing harm in our community. I want to read the rest of what I didn't get to read earlier. We cannot continue to issue uniforms and lethal weapons to a group of people and give them a broad mandate to enter public and private spaces on behalf of the government without being able to hold them accountable for their actions. This is an emergency that puts people, especially people of color, in immediate danger. Let us reduce our reliance on armed uniformed officers, especially while we do not have effective accountability structures in place. Let us work together to build effective social programs that support community thriving and reduce our need for law enforcement. So while I do want to echo what others have said, that no amount of coffee with a cop or Powell or any of these other police, these are basically public funded police PR programs. We don't need to continue funding things that are actively harmful to our community. We have so much evidence. We have data, we have stories, we have national data. This is documented systemic racism and active harm. And when we ask you to stop doing that, I don't care if you didn't have a plan for the millions of dollars. If you tomorrow cut the police budget and then said, okay, you know what? When you are accountable, we can give you that money back. But they're not. So why are we funding them if they're not accountable to us? Why? Why?
They couldn't even tell us how much they spent on
They can't. They
say they get donations for it. He didn't come with an itemized list of none of the money that was spent on the program.
We need, this is like playing in the sandbox, y'all. Like it's not, we're not throwing $300,000 over here. We're talking about how much is the total police budget? 41 million?
Right, a lot.
And they most recently, we were in the news, national news, again, in Norman, for anti-Black racism, again, and we have nothing. What do we have to show for that? The officer still works. The people have to go and know that there's an officer that thinks the KKK is night shift humor. We're all gonna be scared as fuck walking to our cars tonight. Amanda Franklin, I'm living in Ward 4. Yeah, she's definitely right. We're all going back to our cars in groups. We're not really like going anywhere alone. We're afraid to walk to our cars here. Yeah.
They're waiting for us outside.
Do you not like that?
That's not what I came up here to say, but just had to say that. Okay, the man who came up here and talked about the COP, the COP program, and he asked an officer what that was, and they didn't know. What is that? What does that do? Like, does that help us? Can we defund that too? Our officers didn't know what it was. That seems like an issue.
You gotta be accurate.
What is that?
Okay, we're speaking on the amendment right now. I would love to have a conversation about that.
Okay. Oh, my time. Word 4. So I know some people are a little concerned about where this money is going in terms of community resources, that type of thing.
I know this might not be specifically about moving money, but I did want to bring up just an idea that I had, where that money could go to in terms of community resources. So I know that Tulsa has an equality center, and I think that a good use of that community resource money could go into an equality center that could help support people of color and LGBTQ people and people with disabilities and mental health issues. And we could maybe have workers at this equality center that are trained in mental health issues and that type of thing. And I think that would be a good place to put the money towards, or something like that, where we are putting the money directly into LGBTQ, people of color, and mental health. Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry, Hannah Lord Elliott, Ward 4. This is just a little bit of a snippet, anecdotal. I know that there's also, whenever we do big shifts like this and creating different sort of community funds about, could the community really support, mental health care, first response, things like that? Could the average citizen do it? And I want you to know that the community saw a mental health crisis tonight. The community addressed it. The community came forward and helped somebody with a mental health crisis. It happened here, it happened tonight. We don't need police officers to swarm someone when they're having a panic attack. It can happen. You can do this. We can do this. Thank you.
I want to add that not only Ashley Morrison, Ward 8, I want to add that not only did we successfully de-escalate a woman over here, a very young person who was having basically a panic attack, but I had to physically put my arm up in between the people that were surrounding this person and a police officer who was putting his hands on my friends, making us feel very uncomfortable. We all feel very uncomfortable about walking out of these doors tonight. That's a problem. The officers who are in here are not really projecting any kind of security or safety. There are some officers, excuse me, that were actively intimidating people who are out here in this lobby tonight. That's a serious problem. But I want to really, really reemphasize that we took care of that, and that I had to ask an officer to step back because he was scaring my colleagues. Thank you.
Comment, final comment from council regarding this amendment. Point of information, Councilor Wilson.
I'm sorry, it's too, punchy. The amendment on the floor is to reduce salaries and benefits in the police department and the general fund budget by $330,000 to be held in the reserve balance of the general fund for community outreach and programs. Thank you.
Councilor Scott.
Okay, I just didn't know when the next time I could say this was, but, and I don't have anything prepared for it, but, sign language interpreter. Someone mentioned earlier that we don't have one of those, and that's a super good point. I have been doing the Pledge of Allegiance in sign language for the 2 years that I have been on the dais. I don't know if anybody else has noticed, but I do. It's one of the only things I know. I know how to do the alphabet too, but I know how to say the word. But I don't know what that would look like to have someone hired. I know this is not pertaining to the amendment, so I'm out of order, so I apologize. Unless it's a community outreach type thing, which I would say so. But, so hiring someone on staff and to help us with those things, like at these council meetings where it is very difficult. Oftentimes we hear people like me and Councilmember Holman who sometimes we speak softly, and so that would be cool moving forward. And the other thing, I'll let you take it about the seizure funds. We don't support using seizure funds for anything, in my opinion. That stuff is this is civil asset forfeiture is a violation of our Fourth Amendment of illegal social uses. The amendment, so so this is basically the language that Councilmember Patron had amended to what we were doing, was clarifying where the funds are going specifically, correct? So, because I was listening, and I just want to make sure that I am on task with where I'm heading with my vote, which is in support. And then I also would like to know more about accountability for, you said that cars were keyed in the parking lot, and kind of,
Last week.
oh, last week.
Yep.
Okay. There's cameras up, okay. So, and then, yeah, I just wanted to be clear on the amendment. I'm sorry that it's so late, but I think we're making progress tonight. Simon,
Thank you, Councilmember Holman.
Thank you, Val. I do support this amendment. I just did want to briefly mention, as my colleague did here, about the seizure fund. As I mentioned before, there are definitely worthy and good things that that type of money, $200,000, as it was budgeted last year, could be spent on. I definitely agree. But civil asset forfeiture is something I absolutely oppose entirely. It's a fund that I want to eliminate completely. You know, the morality of taxes is one thing, but civil asset forfeiture, there is no guarantee that all of the money is from people that have been convicted of crimes. You don't even have to be charged with a crime to have your property and money taken by law enforcement. And so I've experienced that issue myself. I've gone to court to resolve it before, very lengthy and costly. And so civil asset forfeiture is something I want to get away from completely. I feel like it's such a relatively small piece of the police department budget anyway, that we just need to eliminate just what I believe is a real moral problem with that money and where it comes from. So I agree, if it wasn't from that fund, I would support spending it on other stuff but that fund is one we've got to get away from here. And if the state and federal government's not going to do it, then we can't use it.
So where does that money go? It just sits there?
Well, we get a lot of it from the federal and state government. And if we just say no, it would go to other police departments somewhere else, but at least it wouldn't be getting used here.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other final comments from council regarding this? Councilmember Wilson?
Reiterate that I also have issues with the civil asset forfeiture fund because the way Stephen described it is accurate, and one of the things that bothers me is that if they're taking it from you here and using it in this community, it seems a little bit cat watching the in-house kind of a situation, so I don't like that either. But also I'd like to talk about slush funds and why we don't do that. You want your legislatures to identify where money is going, because otherwise it sits there and it's not. So I just want to point that out, that we want to point this money in the direction that we want it to go. I don't think necessarily tonight is the place to do that. Because of our time and because of where you guys entered into the process, that I think that the Oversight Committee is a great place to figure that out, but I will support this amendment tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments from council? Seeing none, the motion on the floor, will you please read one more time, Madam Clerk?
Motion on the floor is to reduce the salaries and benefits line item in the police department general fund budget by $330,000 to be held in a general fund reserve balance to be used for community outreach and programs.
Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast and the motion passes by a vote of 8 to 1. Voting against.
Any other comments from council regarding the budget as amended? Are there any other comments from council regarding the budget as amended? This is the final opportunity from the public regarding the budget as amended.
Out of clarity, this is the last time the public can stay.
Michael Graff, Ward 6. This has been some great progress. I really want to see more. I understand that a lot of us came here at the last minute because of the situations that have occurred socially, and this has become a really big deal. But I would like to suggest that maybe not all of this is late notice on our part. For example, the last time we were here was last week, and as far as I can tell, no public input other than personal input was taken during that time. And I do think that maybe the city council could do something in the future when we know there's going to be a big deal about this, to somehow split this across multiple days and to have an emergency session or something where we can come in and talk about things. I know it's complicated, I know it's hard, but let's look to that next year and maybe have a little bit more foresight into thinking that the budget's going to be a big deal again, and we shouldn't just have one session on it and then the day before it has to be done. Yeah, Bob, with that part.
Well, I appreciate that comment. I want to make sure you all follow our social media. We actually have multiple hearings on it, and we tried to promote it more on social media because we had to go to Zoom. It was a weird year. But yes, please follow the city's social media. It's a great way to stay in touch. We have a communications director that helps us with that, for sure.
I'm totally willing to accept I did not follow properly. I'm new to Norman, actually. I've been here only for about a year, and I finally have time to come here. Obviously, I have to come here at 4 o'clock, or almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I will say, though, that I think that I would have looked at this whole budget thing differently. I think I would have taken a step, make small changes. I would have said, we're going to cut your funding by 3/4. And now you need to go back through and justify why those programs are successful. And that would be what I would start with. And I'm a little afraid that we're just putting off this issue for 90 days or 180 days or next year. And we're going to be right back here again next year wondering why nothing worked. And I just want to make certain that we don't let this continue on and on and on, because this has been a big deal. This is, in the last 10 years, if this occurs once a week, we've had 520 sessions that this could have been fixed at. And we're still now here talking about this. So let's not do this again. Let's make certain we work throughout the year. But let's absolutely look at the whole police department. Something should be on the line item every time to investigate one particular reason that funding needs to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commander Franklin, Ward 4. This officer came over and talked to me. I really appreciated that. It was very nice. But he did tell me one alarming thing that I would like to share with everyone. He said that he thinks that the officers in the Norman Police Department pull their gun on someone once a month, and he thought that was like, hats off.
Right.
No, seriously. And I told him that was extremely alarming. I, as a regular citizen, have never pulled a gun on anyone ever in my life. How about you guys?
Never.
So the Norman Police officers are pulling guns on people once a month. He said that to me just now. Just be aware.
Thank you.
It's a cop. What do you expect?
Hi, Lauren, Ward 4. This is the last time I'll be speaking tonight. You guys will be seeing my face a lot. I'm really ready to get involved in my local politics, and I have nothing better to do right now because my internship is not in North Carolina. It is online, and they said I can work at night. So, I'll be at all your meetings. I know we're done for tonight. I get that. I agree there needs to be large revision of a lot of the budget, starting with the police. A 90-day review has been mentioned. I expect that happens. You will see my face in between now and then. But if that needs to be a 6-hour meeting or a 12-hour meeting because you guys don't have plans in 3 months, that can happen. So those of you who are not reelected, guys, thank you so much for your service. When your new person comes in, we will get them right on board because we gave you a week and you did nothing, fine. If we give you 90 days and there are no plans at the end of those 90 days when we reevaluate this budget, we're gonna have some real problems. Thank you so much for what you've done tonight. We genuinely very much appreciate it because it is a great first step. Let's keep going.
Hi, Colin Ward 1. I do better with prepared statements, so I apologize in advance. I'd like to echo the sentiments that have been brought forth, that what we've done tonight is appreciated, it is good, it is a start, but it is only a start. Currently, with the $825,000 that have been defunded, that represents an 18.3% of the proposed $4.5 million that started us off tonight. Furthermore, assuming a $31 million police budget, that represents only 2.6% of the overall budget. Again, this is a start. To stop here would be nothing short of cowardice. I would also like, once more, just to add, I guess my story with police here, with regards to police being tasked with handling mental health. A couple of years back, I served on a jury in my home state of California, and in the juror's notebook, I wrote some suicidal ideation things. I was going through a rough patch, and the response of the sheriff's department once that was uncovered was to send an armed officer to my location and to pull me off my workplace. That shook me to my core, and I can pretty confidently say the only reason I wasn't shot was because I'm white. So to continue tasking police with these sorts of things, to continue asking them to solve these problems that they are not equipped for, and to continue giving them money to do that is unacceptable. Thank you.
I just wanted to say one short thing, and that's there's been a lot of mention tonight. A lot of you have made references to people in this room being late to the budget conversation. You all are late to the structural racism conversation. I don't want to hear any more concern trolling of people about when they showed up to this conversation, because you know what? Like, the conversation has been happening without you.
Yes,
You haven't participated in this conversation. So don't sit up here and lecture people about coming to the wrong time when you haven't been participating in this conversation. We all know each other's stories. We have been taking care of each other through the trauma that you all have been allocating funds to. And I want you to do better. I want to help you do better. We all want to help you do better. But I am frankly so disgusted by the fact that we can't try for more and that we haven't done more sooner. This isn't over.
Mike, Ward 2. Real quick, I know this is common on the current amendments on the table. I also know it's late, so I was going to ask, are we still doing the open public comment usually happens at the end of the council meetings, or is this a special session on that?
That is correct.
That makes sense.
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. Gotcha. And the date for the, it's late. What was the date for having the second Thursday of July, 4 p.m.? That was the what meeting?
July 9th at 4 p.m.
July 9th,
4 p.m. July 9th, 4 p.m. Mark your calendars, y'all.
Excellent. July 9th. What is the name of that meeting specifically?
Oversight.
What?
Oversight.
The oversight.
To discuss the
meeting.
budget.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Final comment. I really do appreciate the discussion tonight. I think this is a push in the right direction. It is late. I do appreciate you guys sitting here with us and actually going through the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was going to say good evening, but I'll say good morning. Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4. I'm one of the few people that actually did show up for budget meetings and ask questions. And I'm happy that there was a response to the public outcry and push for us to think about budgeting priorities But I'd also like to say that, guess I'd like to echo what Sarah said. We're late to the party here in addressing racism and militarization of the police. We talked about the Bearcat not too long ago, and I think those issues came up, but nothing came of it. So I'm proud of the community for coming together, for all these young folks here sticking out all night in multiple meetings, and we need to listen to that. We also, it's not just enough to move money around, we have to look at how we're spending it in these departments, and that you can't do without accountability, without oversight, without some third party outside the department looking at it. So money moving around isn't all of it. So I hope we can get there. I'm always willing to be part of the solution. I know we have to pass a budget tonight, but I don't think we're done with this. This is a really small movement. We need to do more. And we need to do more about making our community less racist. Thank you.
I'm kidding, everyone. I'd just like to end this whole entire thing just by saying I appreciate everyone who's come out here to fight for not only my life, but my brothers and sisters who fight for this every single day of their life, who's been fighting for 400 years for the slave and chains to end now. I appreciate all that. I do think this is a very healthy progressive meeting, however long it went, and I do think this is the end. This certainly isn't the end for me. We're going to be there and we're going to be accountable, just like we're going to be held accountable for everything you guys do. We're going to make sure that with every step we take, we're going to make sure we're going to tell everybody what's going on. We're going to use our social media platforms to make sure that people know, so that it doesn't just have to be a small crowd at the end of this. It can be multiple conversations on multiple levels. I appreciate every single one of you for staying out so late, because I know that being old is hard. I'm sorry. I would do this for like 3 more days if I really wanted to.
I'm not tired.
I'm pretty sure if y'all took the Red Bulls, many of you might have some heart problems. But like I said, I'm in great appreciation for the steps that we are taking in Northern Oklahoma. Thank you guys, and Black Lives Matter.
I found my work in diversity and inclusion and being an accomplice to people of color, that oftentimes people of color exhibit a unique and extraordinary grace and resilience that I as a white man can't understand. But I feel that it's my responsibility to speak some hard truths here. And the fact of the matter is, and I'll address the council as a whole, but indirectly to the mayor, that you've exhibited brevity, levity, and all kinds of innuendo that have left me disgusted. Now, I observed you at the University of Oklahoma. We had a program with the Oklahoma City PD gang task force having gang affiliation. This kid made it out to college. You know how many kids go from Douglas High School to John Marshall to the University of Oklahoma annually? Less than one. Less than one. Wow. And a miracle. And he was doing well in college. Got in a little trouble. And I remember receiving a call, me and Jabbar Shoemate, the Vice President of Diversity Inclusion's office, that you wanted to kick him out. And so I cannot sit here and observe that you cannot respect and honor these voices, that you can't listen, that you opine, that you have anything to say at all other than yes, is not the behavior that should be expected from somebody who purports to be interested in the investment in communities of color. This is not what we do. Now, I myself have come up to crossroads in my life where I stand to lose a lot, and I will likely lose a lot. And at every time in those instances, some I've made the wrong decisions and some I've made the right. But I always ask yourself, and I put this, if you're concerned about your legacy and your re-election chances and your FOP money, then I ask you to look a little further down the road and see what side of history you want to be on. Because I guarantee you, it ain't gonna be this side. It's not gonna be on the side of the police. Okay, black and brown people are the future of America. They're the future of this community, and they are the truth. So I suggest that you listen and act in accordance with their demands.
council regarding this item? Councilor Scott.
Okay, all I have is thank you all for coming, thank you for watching at home, thank you fellow counselors for an almost 12 hours. That's all, so we're happy. Thank you, I love you guys, and as soon as we're done with this, I'm going home.
Are there any other Councilor Holden?
Just want to say that we talked about being late to the budget process, but the way I want to look at this after tonight is everybody in here is early to the next one. We're starting right now. And we need more people. Like I said, this city has over 100,000 people in it. And so we need more people telling us what is the right thing to do all the time, not just this time in June, but all throughout the year, all the time. Every councilor that sits up here, whether it's us or the next council, has to have the public holding them accountable all the time, or it gets complacent. So, I don't understand the experiences that a lot of people have spoke about tonight. I've seen it, I understand that it's happened, but I don't understand what it's like to be you and having experienced. But I can just tell you that from my perspective up here, we have been listening to you tonight and we hear you, and we are going to do what we say. I'm going to do what I say. So I'll speak for myself, but I trust my colleagues up here that are going to follow through with the things we've said tonight. And it's not enough tonight. It's a very small gesture what we've been able to do with the budget tonight. But a $300 million city budget takes a little bit to get it right, and we will. This conversation, like I said before, has not been happening at City Hall ever in my experience. It's always been for more funding to the police and things like that. So we have started that conversation here tonight, and which means it can continue going on forever for the rest of Norman's future, in my opinion. So I appreciate all of you coming here and staying here all night long and getting up multiple times and telling us what you think needs to be done, because we need to hear it. And so that's it. That's all I got. Thank you. See you next time.
So I just want to reiterate one last time, the second Thursday of July, 4 p.m., probably in here, maybe in there, but that meeting also happens every single month. I chair the oversight committee, it happens every single month. We range the gamut on all kinds of topics, and anytime you can email me and say, hey, I think this is a topic that we didn't really touch on last month, and I think we need to this time. Do you want us to ban the use of civil asset forfeiture money in the city of Norman? Let's talk about it. I've got 12 agendas a year, and typically they are not short. They run anywhere from 2 to 4 hours in length, so bring your snacks. But that also means that there's a lot of time and room to talk about these issues. Not just once, but every single month. So I really appreciate everyone sticking it out with us. We're gonna start this tomorrow. I mean, I've got my list of research topics. I'm gonna get with staff in the morning, and we're gonna start talking about what we're gonna be presenting in July and how we can start taking the first steps forward on this. So I hope to see you all then. Email me at ward1@normanok.gov anytime. My cell phone number is also up on the city website, but I'll tell it to you here: 405-652-9444. Preferably text, but you're always welcome to call. And I'll get working on this stuff. We all will. I know that for a fact. Every single one of us up here is gonna follow through on this. And so I want you to hold me to those words and hold all of us to it as well.
I'll make this very brief, just because so much has been said tonight, but I did want to say thank you to all of you for sharing your truth and sharing your pain and sharing your anger. These are all things that we need to hear, and I jotted down some things as you all were talking, but the one that's really risen to the top for me is I think that we really are all committed for pushing for a loving community, and I hope that's on my heart, and I hope that we can start tomorrow, as Councilman Mahoney said. The budget process for next year starts tomorrow, so you're right at the beginning of the whole thing. So thank you all for coming, and thank you for sharing with us, and I really appreciate your passion and your advocacy. And it is time to change more than negative. Thank you.
We haven't had our final vote. That was just the last comment.
Yeah.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the FYE 2021 City of Norman operating and capital budget as amended. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Vote that is cast. Motion to approve the
Choose like a mark. You know what I mean? It's like too, oh, no, you can't. You can't. We've come so far. After 12 hours of people yelling at you individually, you can't vote against us.